Chapter 16:25 Celestial Court. Yu Hall Qianzhong was still as bright and dignified as ever. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes. Purple light flashed past her beautiful eyes. Next, she frowned slightly, muttering in an ethereal tone, "Fixed space immortal goo has self-destructed." After Fairy Myrtle obtained Star Constellation Chessboard, she was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the current Gu Immortal world. This time, she sent Lu Hao and Jun Xinguang to deal with Fang Yuan. How could she not be on guard against Fang Yuan's great thief Ghost Hand? A lesson learned: fixed immortal travel immortal Gu was stolen by Fang Yuan from Feng Joga right under Fairy Myrtle's nose. Fairy Myrtle would not make such a mistake a second time. Yuan Qiong, due shortly after, Fairy Myrtle contacted this newly promoted rank 8 Gu Immortal of Celestial Court. "Lady Ziwei," Yuan Qiong Du immediately replied, "go refine fixed space Gu." Fairy Myrtle instructed plainly. Yuan Qiong Du's expression changed. He was the one who arranged the refinement path Dao marks on fixed space Gu and the others, so he had a rough idea. Fairy Myrtle's words were meaningless. Lu Hao was most likely dead. Lu Hao and Yuan Qiong Du came from the same ancient sect. Yuan Qiong Du hesitated for a moment before asking, "Lady Ziwei, Lu Hao, he is likely captured by Fang Yuan, but I would rather he be killed by Fang Yuan." Fairy Myrtle's tone was indifferent. It was shockingly similar to how Fang Yuan extorted southern borders' righteous path. Yuan Qiong Du was stunned for a moment before reacting. Fairy Myrtle's words were not because she had a personal grudge with Lu Hao and wanted him to die, but because if Lu Hao was captured, it meant that the other southern border mortals were also captured by Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan killed Lu Hao, the other southern border immortals would be no exception. In this way, there would be a blood feud between Fang Yuan and the southern border righteous faction. There would never be any possibility of compromise or cooperation. Southern Border had previously experienced the Battle of Tian Mountain and the Battle of Dream Realm and suffered heavy losses. This time, if the Southern Border mortals were killed by Fang Yuan, it would truly be a blow to their vitality. The entire Gu Immortal world's strength and foundation would fall to the bottom of the 5 regions. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, the border wall would disappear and Central Continent would be the first to attack Southern Border. Once the Southern Border was annexed by the Central Continent had 2 regions and was already the strongest. It immediately surpassed the remaining 3 regions and had a great advantage. The situation had also changed, and they were no longer in the predicament of being trapped in the 4 battlefields. Compared to the big picture, what was sacrificing a mere rank 7 Gu Immortal Lu Hao? After understanding this, the shock on Yuan Qiong Du's face disappeared as he said, "I will go and refine fixed space Gu now." Yuan Qiong Du had already made ample preparations. He was a rank 8 and had the help of the Celestial Court's refinement path formation. Refining fixed space immortal Gu and other things should be a sure thing. However, Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with uneasiness. This uneasiness was an omen for Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. The 3 elements of Wisdom Path were thoughts, wills, and emotions. The rise, change, and destruction of emotions to Gu Immortals of other paths might only be their own emotions. But to Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, it had a different meaning. Could it be that I missed something? What is it that is making me so uneasy? Fairy Myrtle calmed her mind and held Star Constellation Chessboard as she made deep deductions. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of doubt. The result of the deduction was the same as before. Fang Yuan was able to set up this ambush successfully because of the first step. He successfully lured the Southern Border mortals into the Time Path formation. This is not his contribution. Shadow Sect set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time long ago by combining natural Dao marks. Fang Yuan had formation path grandmaster attainment. He could at most set up an immortal formation based on immortal materials. Only after reaching formation path Great Grandmaster level, could one set up an immortal formation based on the natural Tao marks of the outside world? Shadow Sect naturally did not lack such people. Thus, they had already set up a time path formation near the tributary of the River of Time, completely concealing this tributary of the River of Time. This immortal formation that was set up based on natural Tao marks might save immortal Gu, but it had its drawbacks. The main drawback was that according to the distribution and arrangement of the natural Tao marks, the time path formation that was set up would be different. When Gu immortals set up this immortal formation, not only did they need to have their own ideas, they also had to adapt to the situation. If the time path Tao marks of another location were used, they would not be able to set up such a powerful concealment time path formation. Thus, the terrifying battle result of Feng Yuan successfully ambushing and capturing the southern border immortals could not be replicated a second time. Fairy Zi Wei had paid a huge price for this. She had used the crucial clues brought back by Jun Xingguang to deduce this after much difficulty. Without the restriction of the immortal formation, even if Feng Yuan uses the pure dream reality seeker physique body to self-detonate, the dream realm will not expand quickly. Gu immortals can escape easily. If he uses an immortal battlefield, unless it is a dream path battlefield, the battlefield of other paths will be corroded by the dream realm and destroyed. Thus, Feng Yuan's battle tactic using the dream realm does not pose much of a threat. Then why am I feeling uneasy? Is it because of spectral soul? Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle left the hall and went to a certain place in Celestial Court. Spectral soul was here, after Dang Hun Mountain self-detonated. He used this chance to use the soul path Tao marks to protect himself and put up a desperate resistance. But Celestial Court did not lack methods. Now that Fairy Myrtle arrived, a grand immortal formation had already been set up. It was buzzing as it activated. This gigantic immortal formation was like a gigantic grindstone, constantly grinding away the soul path Tao marks inside. Spectral soul, you still want to put up a desperate resistance? It is a pity. In 3 days, the soul path Tao marks around you will be completely ground away by the formation. Your actions earlier are just a show of struggling at death's door. Fairy Myrtle entered the formation and smiled coldly at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was silent as a rock. He did not reply. Purple light burst out in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation chessboard let out dense blue light. She scanned the entire immortal formation and Spectral Soul's body. After a few times, she was sure that there was nothing wrong with Spectral Soul's body. He did not have any hidden methods to resist. There is no problem with Spectral Soul. It seems that my uneasiness is not here. Where is it then? Wait, don't tell me. Fairy Myrtle came out of the immortal formation. Her expression changed as she thought of a person. Thus, she immediately moved without hesitation. She left Celestial Court personally, arriving at a nameless valley in Central Continent. The valley was lush and green. There was a waterfall inside. Duke Long was living under the waterfall, wholeheartedly teaching and protecting Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong! If there was anything that could make Fairy Myrtle feel uneasy, it would be this great dream seed. The waterfall rumbled. It fell down like a waterfall. Water vapor was thick. In a dream realm, the young girl Feng Kim Hong had snow-white skin. She was elegant and beautiful. She sat quietly on a snow-white rock with her eyes closed. A Gu immortal with an extremely concealed aura had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. He had a strong body. He stood quietly at the side. He was like a giant pillar that supported the sky, looking at Feng Kim Hong. Senior Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, quietly went forward, greeting in a low voice. Duke Long nodded. He raised his hand and gestured for Fairy Myrtle to keep quiet. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes. She let out a soft cry like a young phoenix. Next, she activated her killer move, pointing at the dream realm in front of her with her index finger. Whoosh! With a soft sound, white light shot out, entering the dream realm. The dreamland suddenly froze. Then, with a crash, it shattered like a mirror. scattering in all directions. I succeeded in learning Shatter Dream. Feng Kim Hong raised her arms, cheering. Duke Long nodded. He had a gratified expression on his face. Fairy Myrtle had a look of shock in her eyes. Feng Kim Huang's progress in Dream Path was beyond her expectations. Any killer move of the old paths, even if it was rank 9, even if it was a rank 9 immortal goo house, could not do anything to Dream Realms. To think that Feng Kim Huang's mortal killer move, Shatter Dream, was actually effective against Dream Realms. Huang Heir, you have cultivated for a long time. Go and rest. Duke Long sent Feng Kim Hong away. He had an amiable expression. There was no trace of the terrifying divine might that he had when he rampaged through the battlefield and captured Spectral Soul, Demon, Venerable alive. Yes, Master. Feng Kim Hong knew that Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had important matters to discuss. He left obediently. After Feng Kim Hong left, only Duke Long and Zishan Makoto were left. Duke Long asked, "Why did you come here?" "Nothing much. I just felt uneasy, but I could not find the reason." Fairy Myrtle spoke the truth. Duke Long frowned. "With your wisdom path attainment, uneasiness is a huge matter, but you could not find the reason." Fairy Myrtle nodded. "I deduced Fang Yuan and checked Spectral Soul's location. I still felt uneasy, so I came here to take a look." Duke Long smiled. "Then you saw it. What do you think of this place?" Fairy Myrtle also smiled. "I was overthinking with Senior Duke Long's guidance. Feng Kim Huang's progress is far beyond expectations." Duke Long shook his head. "I have no attainment in Dream Path. Huang Heir was able to achieve this because of her innate talent and independent cultivation. I am only watching over her to prevent any accidents from happening to her." Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. She praised sincerely. "This child is the hope of our celestial court's resurgence and unify the 5 regions." Duke Long nodded. His gaze flickered. "I know where your uneasiness is coming from." "Oh, Lord Duke Long, please enlighten me. My wisdom path attainment is not even 1/10,000th of yours, but I can only control those people. Since it is not Fang Yuan's Spectral Soul or Feng Kim Hong, then it can only be Red Lotus." "Red Lotus Demon, Venerable." Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. "Lord Duke Long, are you talking about Red Lotus True Inheritance?" 3 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court, but only Red Lotus Demon Venerable almost destroyed Fate Immortal Goo. Normal people could guess that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind his true inheritance because he was unwilling to give up. He wanted his descendants to continue to destroy Fate Immortal Goo. "How is the progress in finding Red Lotus True Inheritance?" Duke Long asked. Chapter 16, 26. A trace of dawnlight, bright and fresh, continuously rotating like a dream, hovered at the center of Fang Yuan's Time Path clone's palm. Around Fang Yuan, Ing Wuxie and the rest were already prepared. "Let's begin." Fang Yuan called out. The aura of goo worms on his body surged. His immortal essence was expended intensely. The rank 8 immortal material whirlpool dawnlight in his hand exploded, covering the surrounding 100 li. Almost at the same time, Ing Wuxie and the rest stopped this whirlpool dawnlight, not allowing it to spread further. Whirlpool dawnlight's extensibility was extremely good. It expanded to 100 li, even though it no longer had its luster and was like a transparent water wave. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone could still feel the whirlpool's wind at the center. Fang Yuan inspected and saw that the Shadow Sect Immortals had already stabilized the situation. He took out the second whirlpool dawnlight and did the same thing. Numerous vortexes exploded in the light of dawn, dyeing the surrounding area of 100 miles into a dreamy light, flickering and flickering. At this time, Fang Yuan took out the 7 treasures water. This water was grayish-white in color. It was not eye-catching. There were all kinds of lumps in the water. They were like gold, silver, jewelry, jade, and agate. But if these lumps were fished out, Once they left the surface of the Seven Treasures water, they would turn into Seven Treasures water and sprinkle down. The Time Path clone raised his hands, raising a lump of Seven Treasures water above his head. For the next step, the clone could only assist. Feng Yuan's main body had to take action. Because Feng Yuan's Time Path clone's cultivation was only rank 6, it was not enough to take on this responsibility. Feng Yuan's main body's divine sense had already enveloped this place. Any trace of abnormality could be seen by him instantly. At this moment, Feng Yuan activated his method. His immortal essence was rapidly expended. A white light landed on the Seven Treasures water. Gurgling, the Seven Treasures water started to boil. Countless bubbles appeared on the surface. The lumps in the Seven Treasures water were like snow encountering the sun. They dissolved at a visible speed. The Seven Treasures water's volume continued to expand. Soon, all the lumps in the water were eliminated. After it purified the Seven Treasures water, another strange light shot out like lightning, instantly hitting the Seven Treasures water. The Seven Treasures water immediately turned into a lump of ice, emitting cold air that spread out and engulfed Feng Yuan's Time Path clone. Then, it spread out in all directions, accurately covering the surrounding 50 li. When Ying Wuxia and the others saw this, they hurriedly threw the 8-division jade in their hands into the dense, cold mist. Everything went on smoothly inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Several days later, with a loud rumble, a huge pool of 100 li was formed. This is rank 8-year essence pool. Because of the ample preparation and luck, Feng Yuan's first attempt at setting up the year essence pool was a success. Feng Yuan inspected it 3 times. After making sure there were no mistakes, he started to use time path methods to draw in the tributary of the River of Time. In every immortal aperture world, as long as time was still flowing, there would be a tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time was usually hidden. Only special time path methods could be used to target and guide it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tributary of the River of Time in the sovereign immortal aperture was much wider and faster than ordinary immortal apertures. The tributary of the River of Time smoothly poured into the year essence pool and flowed out from the other end of the pool. However, the tributary of the River of Time that flowed out was weak like a stream. It flowed slowly, no longer surging like before. In the year essence pool, the water level was rising slowly. In the following period of time, the entire sovereign immortal aperture's time flow would slow down. When the year essence pool was full, the tributary of the River of Time that flowed out would return to its original state, and the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow would also return to normal. The year essence pool's construction was successful. Feng Yuan's time path clone and the shadow sect immortals were extremely tired. They did not sleep or rest for several days. They had to concentrate and expend a lot of immortal essence. Feng Yuan's main body's divine sense was still paying attention. The others left to rest. Feng Yuan's time path methods gradually lost effectiveness. The year essence pool and the tributary of the River of Time became fainter. After a while, they completely disappeared, hidden deep inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The year essence pool was rather special. It was connected to the tributary of the River of Time. It did not show itself. Its effect was not just a resource point. It also had the effect of a dam. For example, if the year essence pool leaked or accumulated water, it could cause the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to change. Even though Feng Yuan had immortal killer moves like days pass like years, these moves expended immortal essence, and after each use there would be a time interval. It could not affect the tributary of the River of Time a second time. But with the year essence pool, this was much easier. Thus, many Go immortals, even if they did not cultivate time path, would construct such a pool in their immortal aperture to change their immortal aperture's time. Of course, most of them constructed rank 6 or 7-year essence pools. They were not like Feng Yuan, who constructed a rank 8-year essence pool. A rank 8-year essence pool was too expensive to construct. The investment was too huge and formation path methods were needed. In essence, it was an immortal goo formation. Thankfully, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. He could use the Tao marks and the immortal materials to set up a goo immortal formation. The year beasts started to cheer. The water level of the year essence pool was still very low, but a small number of desolate level year beasts sensed it and went in. They were born in the river of time, grew up in the river, and died in the river. The environment they were most suited to was the river of time. And the year essence pool simulated the environment of the river of time. It was no wonder these year beasts welcomed it so warmly. As the tributary of the river of time continued to pour in, the year essence pool continued to expand. Be it the whirlpool dawn light, 7 treasures water, or 8 parts jade, they all had good ductility. They were condensed into one and did not have the characteristic of collapsing on their own. When the year essence pool was filled with water, this rank 8-year essence pool would reach a terrifying size of 10,000 li. Even more amazing was that it was hidden deep inside, like an illusion. It did not occupy any space in the sovereign immortal aperture. The year essence pool was like an independent small world. Fang Yuan could set up his own food chain. It had nothing to do with the sovereign immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan most satisfied was that the year essence pool itself could restrain year beasts that could only move around in the pool and could not run outside. With this, Fang Yuan could take in even more year beasts, and these year beasts could be completely wild. For example, wild immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan could only control 7 immemorial year beasts now. If these immemorial year beasts died in battle, Fang Yuan would not have any reinforcements. But if there were other wild immemorial year beasts in the year essence pool, Fang Yuan could sacrifice 1 or 2 immemorial year monkeys to temporarily enslave them and replenish his forces in time. This was extremely beneficial to his plan to go to the river of time. After this period of recuperation, Fang Yuan's main body's injuries had already healed. Next, I need to separate these goo immortals' bodies and souls, then extract their souls and soul search them one by one. At the same time, Fang Yuan's extortion of Southern Border's righteous path did not stop. But this time there was a strong resistance. Southern Border's righteous path forces started to unite to resist Fang Yuan. The year essence pool was expensive. Fang Yuan's extortion had already made all the forces feel pain. Fang Yuan kept asking Southern Border's righteous path to show their sincerity, but he himself did not show any sincerity. This made Southern Border's righteous path secretly think about it and decided to unite to pressure Fang Yuan, to force him to submit. Several days later, Fang Yuan, if you do not show your sincerity, our Southern Border righteous path will not let you get any more resources. Shan Clan's Gu Immortal was chosen to represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path. He negotiated with Fang Yuan with a firm tone, but he quickly changed the topic. Earlier, our Southern Border's tribes have already shown our sincerity. Now, Fang Yuan, only if you show your sincerity can we continue to negotiate. Otherwise, even if you kill these Gu Immortals, we will not compromise. Fang Yuan sneered. What kind of sincerity do you want from me? Do you want me to release a portion of the captives first? Shan Clan's Gu Immortal quickly replied, We are not asking for you to release the hostages. We can do it step by step. For example, Immortal Gu. You do not need many Immortal Gu. You can return them to us first. And as the price, we will give you the cultivation resources you need. Southern Border's righteous path was not stupid. If they let Fang Yuan release a portion of the hostages first, then the righteous path clans that obtained benefits might not put in any effort in the following negotiations. Thus, they would rather Fang Yuan release the immortal Gu, immortal aperture resources, Gu immortal bodies, and Gu immortal souls in batches first. Chapter 16, 27. Redeem immortal Gu? How can that be? Fang Yuan snickered coldly. Immortal Gu were unique. This kind of thing was unique in the world. If Fang Yuan had it, it meant others did not. thus its value was hard to estimate. Even though Fang Yuan had once sold immortal goo and purchased a large number of eagles. But back then, his life was in danger. He had no choice. Fang Yuan had countless killer moves and immortal goo recipes. He could use most of them. The only problem was the burden of feeding them. But before that, Fang Yuan had already solved it. Even though he had obtained a large number of immortal goo now, the feeding resources for these immortal goo were almost all on the southern border goo immortals. These goo immortal experts were the trump cards of their clans. They had deep foundations. How could they not be able to raise their own goo worms? Because they could feed immortal goo independently, their battle strength was stable, allowing goo immortals to be unparalleled and defend their own territories. Currently, Fang Yuan could not use many immortal goo, but if he could not use them now, what about in the future? The future was not certain. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan was able to turn the situation around. Other than the guidance of the will of the stars, the most important reason was that Fang Yuan had changed soul immortal goo. One could say, without this tiny rank 7 immortal goo, Fang Yuan would have died long ago, and Shadow Sect would still be able to succeed in defying heaven. The difference between before and after was like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. No one could say for sure in the future one of these immortal goo might be similar to change soul immortal goo and allow Fang Yuan to turn the situation around. Not to mention, if Fang Yuan sold some of them, and someone obtained them, they would be like Fang Yuan in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, turning the situation around unimaginably. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to reject the proposal of trading immortal goo. Shang Clan's goo immortal was not angry. Then we can exchange goo. This new proposal made Fang Yuan's heart move. For Southern Border's righteous path, they definitely wanted to recover their losses. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was extremely vicious. He was likely to kill the hostages and kill the captives, so they were prepared for the worst. These immortal goo of the Southern Border captives were of great value to the various clans. Because they knew how to use them, many immortal goo were taken from the clan's treasury by the goo immortals. The clan also had killer moves for them. In fact, many killer moves were signature methods. But without the corresponding immortal goo, they could not be used. Thus, to Southern Border's righteous path, they would rather give up some of the immortal goo in their treasury, because these immortal goo were not very valuable to them. Next, they would use these immortal goo to exchange for Fang Yuan's immortal goo. This was a very profitable transaction. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. This deal was essentially a win-win situation. It was also quite beneficial to him. Many immortal goo were not useful to Southern Border's clans. Their value was not high, but to Fang Yuan they were crucial. I'm interested in this proposal. But what kind of goo worms can your families take out? Fang Yuan asked. Shang Clan's goo immortals were prepared. They immediately sent a list to Fang Yuan through jewel yellow skies. Who knew that after Fang Yuan received the list, he said, "Let me think about this list first. Next, I also have a list for your clans." Fang Yuan, I have already said, unless you show your sincerity, our Southern Border righteous path will not accept your extortion. The Shang Clan goo immortal's tone immediately changed. Fang Yuan laughed. Your Southern Border righteous path wants to trade immortal goo, sure. But my condition is that you give me all the immortal materials on this list. Only then will you have the qualifications to trade. Fang Yuan, don't go too far. We cannot continue the discussion if you continue like this. He. Fang Yuan laughed. The goo immortal that fell into my hands this time is Shang Huzhang, right? What do you think will happen if I sell this person to Floating Life Immortal? The Shang Clan goo immortal was stunned. Floating Life Immortal was a Southern Border demonic path, rank 7 goo immortal. He had deep hatred with Shang Huzhang. He had declared more than once that if Shang Huzhang fell into his hands, he would pull out his tendons, skin him alive, and grind his bones to ashes. I believe that if I sell Shang Huzhang to Floating Life Immortal, he will definitely be interested. Fang Yuan said slowly. Fang Yuan, you dare. The Shan clan Gu immortal was furious. Haha, why wouldn't I dare? Fong Yuan retorted. I even dare to offend the celestial court. Why would I be afraid of you, a mere Shan clan? Yu, the Shan clan Gu immortal could not restrain his anger at a bandit like Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan continued, Don't overestimate yourself. You are only the person chosen to negotiate with me. Do you really think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? Let me give you another example. Luo clan's Luo Fei is also in my hands. Tell me, if I strip her clothes and throw her into a cesspool, what will happen? Or if I throw her into a group of giant monkeys in heat, then use an information path mortal Gu to record everything that happens and sell it in jewel yellow skies, what will happen? The Shan clan Gu immortal gritted his teeth, deep disgust flashing in his eyes. Fong Yuan, you are a demon, the reverse flow river lord. You have inherited Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and other true inheritances. Your name is known throughout the world. How can you be so shameless and despicable? No, you are wrong. Fong Yuan shook his head. It is not that I am so despicable. It is your attitude that is wrong. You want to anger me, and even sow discord, saying many bad things about the other clans. For example, how Luo clan cursed me and wanted to target me and harm me. I believed your words. That is why I took revenge on Luo clan. This time, the Shan clan Gu immortal could not speak. He could only tremble with a pale expression. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Now, do you still think you can represent the whole of Southern Border's righteous path? After a long while, the Shan clan Gu immortal looked like a deflated balloon. All right, you win, Fong Yuan. I'll take this list back, but I can't guarantee how they'll react. Fong Yuan laughed loudly. I don't need you to guarantee anything. You have no qualifications to do so. Even if you do, I won't believe you. Go ahead, you can tell them what I said just now with a lot of embellishment. Oh, yes, I must receive a satisfactory answer within 3 days. If not, I will sell Shang Huzhang to Floating Life Immortal first. The Shan clan Gu immortal panicked. Fong Yuan, you cannot do this. I can represent Shan clan to talk to you in private. I won't talk. Fong Yuan? Fong Yuan. Damn it. The Shan clan Gu immortal could not contact Fong Yuan anymore. Veins popped on his forehead as he flew into a rage. In less than 3 days, Southern Border's righteous path handed over all the resources on Fong Yuan's list. With the hostages in hand, Fong Yuan had too much initiative. He did not need to use other methods. Just some despicable tricks could destroy the reputation and prestige that Southern Border's righteous path had accumulated for thousands of years, turning Southern Border's righteous path into the biggest laughingstock in the eyes of the 5 regions Gu immortals. Of course, in the past countless years, there had been cases of righteous path Gu immortals falling into the hands of the demonic path. But these demonic path Gu immortals were not as deranged as Fong Yuan. Most of them did not have wisdom path methods like Fong Yuan. Wisdom path Gu immortals were very rare. Even if Southern Border's righteous path forces did not have wisdom path Gu immortals, they could rely on their connections to find a wisdom path great expert to help them. But when it came to Fong Yuan cultivated wisdom path to begin with. His killer Muvyama Emperor could defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. If he really hid, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his exact location. Most importantly, Fong Yuan could fight rank 8s. He had outstanding battle strength. He had a ruthless nature and was also cunning and vicious. Southern Border's righteous path had no choice but to accept Fong Yuan's conditions. Of course, this was all because Fong Yuan's extortion had not reached the bottom line of Southern Border's righteous path. If it really reached the bottom line, these Southern Border righteous path forces would not be so easy to deal with. Fong Yuan, we can have a good talk now, right? The Shan clan Gu immortal from last time found Fong Yuan again. Fong Yuan smiled lightly. You are really unwelcome. You can't even avoid such a troublesome task." The Shan clan Gu Immortal's expression was dark. Just like what Fang Yuan said, this task would damage his reputation and reputation. But so what? He had no choice but to show up this time. Shan clan's first supreme elder had personally mentioned his name. "Let's not talk about idle talk. We have already satisfied your conditions now." Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan snatched it. Fang Yuan said, "Now it is time for me to show my sincerity. Here. What is this?" Fang Yuan smiled. "This is an information path mortal Gu, specially for E-clan's use. I used some blood path methods to refine it, so only E-clan's Gu Immortals can refine it. Even if others refine it, they will fail. Even if they use methods to refine it, they will not receive any accurate information from me. This, no need to ask, take it back and you will know." Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan. Damn it, he left again. The Shan clan Gu Immortal was vexed. As long as he handed this Gu worm back according to Fang Yuan's instructions, E-clan's Gu Immortals refined it and quickly obtained an address. They were worried this was Fang Yuan's scheme, so they gathered the other clans and went together. Finally, they found Gu Immortal Yi-Yang. "Yi-Yang, this is our clan's Gu Immortal Yi-Yang. Oh heavens, this Fang Yuan actually released a captive." At once, the southern border immortals were surprised and joyful, but even more incredulous. "Wait, don't be happy too early. There might be a problem with this Yi-Yang." Even without the reminder of the other clans, E-clan had already started a comprehensive inspection. The final result was that this was indeed Yi-Yang and not Fang Yuan's disguise. It was just that this was not the complete Yi-Yang, it was only his body. Yi-Yang's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan's sincerity made the southern border Gu Immortals see hope in saving the captives. In the following conversation, Fang Yuan said frankly, "The reason why I released Yi-Yang's body is naturally to gain more benefits. I might even capture you in the future, so I won't ruin my reputation in this aspect. You can rest assured, as long as you can pay the price, I will return all the captives to you." Fang Yuan, this scoundrel! At once, Southern Border's righteous path did not know how to respond. The immortals had mixed feelings. There was joy from seeing the hope of saving the hostages, but also disgust, anger, hatred, helplessness towards Fang Yuan, as well as a trace of uneasiness and fear. Fang Yuan appeared and disappeared mysteriously. With his strength, he had the ability to capture lone righteous path Gu Immortals. As long as he succeeded and escaped far away, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to find his location. The whole of Southern Border's righteous path was threatened by Fang Yuan. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals became vigilant. Facing the demon Fang Yuan, they were not safe. After all, Xia Cha was the best example. Chapter 1628. Although Fang Yuan's words made Southern Border's righteous path furious and fearful, Fang Yuan's goal was achieved. He had successfully convinced Southern Border's righteous path. Although this sincerity made Southern Border's righteous path hate Fang Yuan even more, they chose to believe in Fang Yuan's sincerity in this aspect. In fact, they were willing to believe in this sincerity, because, to them, losing a Gu Immortal was a greater loss. If it was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, then so be it. Most importantly, these Gu Immortals who were captured were all rank 7 experts. They were their trump cards. Xia Clan Xia Cha was even their first supreme elder. Such a person, if they lost her, it would have a huge impact on the entire clan. Spirit Affinity House had once lost Feng Jioga. Their resource points were immediately coveted by the surrounding 10 great ancient sects. They were under great pressure. The 10 great ancient sects had the same source, Celestial Court. Their relationship was much closer than Southern Border's righteous path. But even so, if Southern Border's righteous path fell into such a situation, their situation would no doubt become even more disadvantageous. If all the Southern Border righteous path clans lost these Gu immortals, it would be fine. But what they were worried about was, what if Fang Yuan killed one group and released another? Earth veins were moving at this time. All kinds of immortal materials and wild immortal Gu had appeared in this period of time. Southern Border's forces were already fighting fiercely with each other. Southern Border's righteous path already had many factions and conflicts. The earth veins moving even more intensified these internal conflicts. If Fang Yuan killed one group and released another, the balance between the righteous path forces would be broken. The whole of Southern Border would be in turmoil again. Southern Border's righteous path accepted Fang Yuan's extortion because they were afraid of Fang Yuan or worried about the captured people. It was not purely like that. They were still worried about themselves. Whoever Fang Yuan released and killed could already change the whole situation of Southern Border. They were indeed afraid of Fang Yuan, even if they did not admit it. But they were even more afraid of each other. Precisely because of this situation, Fang Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path without any restraints. The righteous path may sound dignified, but when it comes to fighting, they will not be careless. Northern Plains He tribe is the best example. He tribe is weak, but with the excuse of being the culprit of 88-point Jinyang Tower, all the Huangjin tribes immediately attacked them. Compared to a lone wolf like me, no matter how much extortion you extort, you won't be able to snatch away my territory. It's also impossible for me to establish a super faction and occupy these territories in a hurry. On the other hand, the other righteous sects have many people and have the instinct to expand, so the threat is greater. Speaking of which, this is still because the Southern Territory's powers are numerous and lack a strong leader. If I did this in Zhongzhou State, the 10 ancient sects wouldn't even give a damn about me. The Southern Border, the Western Desert, and the Eastern Sea are all filled with mountains and forests. However, the Southern Border's internal conflicts are the most intense because of the earth veins moving. As for Northern Plains, thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Compared to his previous life, Northern Plains' longevity, heaven had already appeared in the world earlier, and was currently actively unifying the whole of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Previously, this plan was secretly obstructed by the Celestial Court. It was unknown which Celestial Court spy disguised as Fang Yuan and killed Cloud Young Master Yunliang, causing Longevity Heaven's plan to recruit Northern Plains lone immortals to be thwarted. But not long ago, Longevity Heaven had an opportunity. That was Langya Sect's allegiance. Longevity Heaven absorbed the whole of Langya Sect and did a lot of propaganda, letting the whole world know that Longevity Heaven had accepted the whole of Langya Blessed Land. According to the agreement between Giant Sun Immortal and Longhair Ancestor, Langya Blessed Land would be given equal status, and they would be responsible for protecting them. This action of buying a bone with 1,000 taels of gold was really beautiful. The 5 regions' Gu immortal world was shaken by this. Langya Blessed Land's Gu immortals were all variant humans. Longevity Heaven was actually so generous. In that case, it would definitely treat human Gu immortals even more favorably. Longevity Heaven changed the minds of the people. Because of this, it changed the views of the whole of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Their recruitment of lone immortals progressed at a rapid pace. It was completely different from before. Speaking of which, Land Spirit of Langya joining Longevity Heaven at this time is truly a fool's luck. Longevity Heaven was so active. In the future 5 regions' chaotic war, Northern Plains would definitely bring even more trouble to Central Continent. Western Desert's Shao Clan and Southern Border's Qi Clan were also secretly receiving Fang Yuan's support. Fang Yuan's actions were not limited to this. During this period of time, he had been promoting the threat of Celestial Court in Jewel Yellow Skies. He had mentioned the threat of Starcast and Fate Immortal Gu time and time again. The Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Battle of the Dream Realm, Langya Sect's battle, and many other scenes were displayed by Fang Yuan in Jewel Yellow Skies. He silently described the ambition and tyranny of Celestial Court in interfering with the other 4 regions. Such actions did not seem to have any reaction, but Fang Yuan believed that in the other 4 regions, no superforce would not feel disgust towards such a celestial court. They were just restraining themselves for the time being. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects accepted Celestial Court because they were subordinate sects of Celestial Court. They were created by members of Celestial Court. Northern Plains righteous path forces could accept Longevity Heaven because they had the same bloodline, and Longevity Heaven was ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. It represented the Orthodox lineage. As for Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, these super forces dominated their own regions. They were used to acting like tyrants who would want to have another force above them ordering them around. Several days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search. Fang Yuan had obtained Rank 7 Soul Search, Immortal Gu, from Yang Ku. He had already conceived a killer move that used Soul Search, Immortal Gu, as the core. But its power was more than 10 times that of activating Soul Search, Immortal Gu. Under the effect of this killer move, all sorts of information was extracted from the Gu Immortal souls and transferred into Fang Yuan's mind. The lives of the Gu Immortals, their cultivation secrets, the conflicts between their forces, their secret treasuries, and so on, were all seen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of Southern Border's information to begin with. On one hand, it was the records in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. On the other hand, he had disguised as Wu Yi Hai and joined Wu Clan, using Wu Clan's channels to understand more. On this basis, with the first-hand information of many Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan immediately gained a deeper understanding of Southern Border's situation. Even Rank 8 Gu Immortals like Wu Yong and Qi Chu, you could not compare to Fang Yuan in understanding of Southern Border situation. This means that the Immortal Gu lists provided by each clan are all correct, but they are lacking in some details. Southern Border's righteous path forces naturally gave Fang Yuan a list of Immortal Gu to exchange for. Fang Yuan's soul searched these Gu Immortals and immediately understood the details of these forces. If it were Rank 6 or ordinary Rank 7, they might not be able to do so, but these Rank 7 Gu Immortals were all experts. Strength meant authority. They were the core of each clan's authority. Fang Yuan did not mind the concealment of the clans, because he knew that these Immortal Gu were concealed because the clans were unwilling to exchange them. They had high value to each clan. If Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for the Immortal Gu on the list, it would be easier for him to succeed. In fact, he also wanted to exchange for Gu. I need to construct an Immortal Gu house. I need a place to rest and recuperate in the River of Time. Moreover, with the Immortal Gu house, those Gu Immortals from Shadow Sect can also join the battle and lend me a hand. Some Immortal Gu could not be used by Fang Yuan. He could exchange them. After all, Southern Border's righteous path would have a greater advantage in dealing with Celestial Court in the future. Of course, some Immortal Gu were of great use to Fang Yuan. He would not exchange them. Immortal Gu were unique, they had great value. But what was more important was the overall situation. Celestial Court. The Immortal Formation rumbled. Fairy Myrtle held the iron dragonfish as she looked down at Spectral Soul. Scenes of memories emerged from Spectral Soul's body, appearing in front of Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle smiled. With this portion of the food path true inheritance, Celestial Court can also produce gold, silver, copper, and iron dragonfish, changing the situation in jewel yellow skies. Spectral Soul, you are finished. Earlier, Dang Hun Mountain's self-detonation allowed you to live for some time. But now, what else do you have? Chapter 16:29. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Search. The surging power struck Xia Cha's soul fiercely. But soon, Xia Cha's soul shone with time path Dao marks, blocking Fang Yuan's Soul Search Killer Move. But Fang Yuan did not give up. He continued to inject immortal essence without stopping. After a long while, like a pair of hands lifting a corner of a steel plate, a hole appeared in the time path Dao marks on Xia Cha's soul. Fang Yuan's soul search killer move finally took effect. A large amount of information was greedily absorbed by Fang Yuan at this moment. But the time path Dao marks did not admit defeat. The Dao marks around the hole in the defense were still closing in. Eventually, as time passed, this loophole that Fang Yuan had painstakingly created was filled up by time path Dao marks. It was not that the defense here was much tighter than before. Fang Yuan's soul search killer move had to stop because of this. This Xiacha is worthy of being a rank 8 Gu immortal. Her foundation is deep. Her soul also has a time path defensive method that can resist a rank 7 soul search killer move. This defensive method also has the effect of self-recovery and self-counterattack. It is truly amazing. Fang Yuan captured the southern border immortals. After stealing their immortal Gu, he extracted their souls and isolated them from their bodies. At this level, the risk of imprisoning these southern border Gu immortals had already fallen to a negligible level. Next, he searched the souls of these souls that did not have a physical body to protect them. The souls of Tai Chu Zhong, Shang Huzhang, and the rest did not pose much difficulty to Fang Yuan. All the information was plundered by Fang Yuan. But when he encountered Yang Ku, there was some trouble. Yang Ku was a rank 7 expert who cultivated soul path. He naturally had a strong resistance against soul search methods. Yang Ku was not a problem. The bigger problem was Lu Hao. Lu Hao's fixed space immortal Gu were arranged by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan could not obtain them. His soul was naturally not left out by the Celestial Court. They also had strong defensive methods. However, in the end, the two of them still fell to Fang Yuan's means and had their souls searched by him. If Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the two sacred lands of soul cultivators, then Fang Yuan's spectral soul true inheritance was undoubtedly the number 1 soul path sacred scripture in the world. Because of this, Fang Yuan found out that Lu Hao's true identity was actually an inner member of the Celestial Court. However, the most troublesome one was Xia Cha's soul. Xia Cha's soul was filled with time path Dao marks, forming a tight defense that blocked any external attacks. Fang Yuan's soul searching was disadvantageous to Xia Cha, so it was naturally a form of offense. Fang Yuan used all of his methods to suppress it with the help of the immortal formation and modified the soul search killer move to its current limit. Only then could he soul search Xia Cha's soul. However, this level of soul searching was extremely difficult, and the progress was not smooth. Fang Yuan would often have to expend a great deal of effort to break through a small loophole. This loophole would not exist forever. After a while, it would be covered by time path Dao marks again. Fang Yuan could only search the soul when the loophole was formed. After this time, the surface of the loophole would have even more time path Dao marks than before, and its defense would be stronger. But thankfully, the time path Dao marks on Xia Cha's soul would not increase. If there were more time path Dao marks on the loophole, it meant that there were fewer Dao marks in other areas. This gave Fang Yuan a better opportunity for his next attack. Everyone else's souls had already been searched. Only Xia Cha's soul was left. Fang Yuan attacked Xia Cha's soul while using his time path clone and fixed immortal travel to enter the immortal apertures of the Gu immortals. Because of the first-hand information obtained from soul searching, Fang Yuan knew the situation inside these Gu immortals' immortal apertures. It was easy for him to use fixed immortal travel to enter. Moreover, Fang Yuan knew what good things were hidden inside these immortal apertures. When Gu immortals cultivate, their own immortal apertures are of utmost importance. These southern border Gu immortals were all experts with deep foundations. The management of their immortal apertures was also top-notch. There were many good things inside. These Gu immortals were basically all released by Fang Yuan, because annexing their immortal apertures and gaining Dao marks would be far inferior to extorting those super forces that Fang Yuan was extorting. The increase in Dao marks would increase one's foundation, as well as a brighter future. But no matter how bright the future was, it would be meaningless if they could not get past the current obstacle. The current obstacle was Fate Gu, or more accurately speaking, it was to prevent the Celestial Court from completely repairing Fate Gu. But Feng Yuan had no clue about this. He could already evade the Celestial Court's pursuit, but Fate Gu was stored in the depths of the Celestial Court. How to prevent the Celestial Court from repairing it was far beyond Feng Yuan's abilities. Thus, Feng Yuan did all he could to enter the River of Time and inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance. In human history, the 3 demon Venerables attacked the Celestial Court one after another. Only Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu. Although he did not destroy it completely, he did indeed damage Fate Gu. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable died, he left behind his true inheritance. It was highly likely that he left behind a plan to destroy Fate Gu, and to successfully inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance and not be destroyed by the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan needed to raise his time path strength. The methods of the other sects would be greatly weakened in the River of Time's battlefield. They were basically useless. The Year Essence Pool, Time Path Immortal Gu Houses, and many more. Feng Yuan needed to transact with Southern Border's Righteous Path. And Feng Yuan's bargaining chip was naturally these Gu immortal captives. Several days later in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Roar! In the sky above Mini Southern Border, a dark green rock dragon roared. Its huge and slender body slithered around. Next, under the control of Feng Yuan's killer move, the rock dragon plunged into the ground of Mini Southern Border. Next, rumbling sounds resounded in the surroundings. This rock dragon forcefully drilled deep into the ground until even its tail disappeared. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The matter of drawing in the ore vein is finally done. This rock dragon was not the kind of rock dragon of the Rockman tribes. It was formed from an ore vein. This ore vein was formed from the rank 7 immortal material, dark inkstone. It was moved from the immortal aperture of a Southern Border captive who cultivated Earth Path by Feng Yuan. As for the method to move such a large ore vein, Spectral Soul's true inheritance naturally had records. But the immortal Gu and killer move that Feng Yuan used came from that Southern Border captive. He himself was the same, moving the dark inkstone or vein from the outside world into his immortal aperture. What Feng Yuan was doing now was merely imitating his actions. With this dark inkstone or vein, I can mine a batch every year and sell them in jewel yellow skies. But this profit, even though it was not much, it was a steady stream. Because the dark inkstone or vein would continuously absorb the surrounding earth chi to strengthen itself. As long as Feng Yuan maintained a certain mining rate, he could rely on this place to continuously mine dark inkstone. Even though dark inkstone was not a high rank 7 immortal material, it was still a rank 7 immortal material after all. Its value could not be ignored. Maybe I can even move a batch of rockmen over and reproduce using the dark inkstone or vein. Feng Yuan had a thought. This was very beneficial to the rockmen. The higher the grade of the ore vein, the more beneficial it was to the reproduction, survival, and strengthening of the rockmen tribes. Even more importantly, the rockmen would also feed these ore veins, making them even purer. This was a win-win situation for both sides. But if the rockmen were moved over, this dark inkstone or vein would not be suitable for mining. It would be left as a new home for the rockmen. Feng Yuan thought about it and decided to move the rockmen over. He did not care about the wealth from mining the dark inkstone or vein. He cared more about the future profits from the rockmen and the ore vein. Feng Yuan naturally obtained more than just this dark inkstone or vein from the Southern Border captives. In Mini Southern Border, there were dozens of mountains. Most of the mountains were ordinary mountains, but they had dense earth path Tao marks, which was a treasure trove. There were also some mountains that reached the level of famous mountains. For example, the Interior Rain Mountain. This mountain was always shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. Drops of rain fell from the dark clouds. These drops of rain were not ordinary rainwater. They were the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. For example, Copper Seal Mountain. This mountain was crimson in color. It was in the center of Fangzheng. It was like a huge seal that stood on Mini's southern border. Copper Seal Mountain did not have a trace of soil. It was completely made up of all kinds of copper. There were mortal-level copper materials like chaotic heaven copper, wisdom copper, snowflake copper, and immortal materials like dark, profound copper and ascending dragon copper. Of course, the majority of the mortal materials were mortal materials. There was only a small portion of immortal materials, and most of them were rank 6 immortal materials. The highest copper material could reach the 7th rank, and there was only one type. That was the famous tyrant copper. Once this type of copper appeared, it meant that there would not be a second rank 7 copper material appearing. Mountains or veins, forests, because these Gu immortal captives came from southern border. Almost half of the resources were moved to Mini's southern border by Fang Yuan, because the resources and environment were very suitable. The other half of the resources were distributed to the other 4 Mini regions and the Mini 9 heavens. For example, Mini's central continent had a phantom shadow flower garden. A vast amount of immortal farmer soil was used to create a fertile plain. In Kokitahara, there was a heaven pillar wind. This wind was shaped like a giant pillar. It was extremely tall and long. When heaven pillar wind blew, it did not move. It blew on the same spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that was supporting the sky. In Mini Eastern Sea, there was a brand new sea area. It was called Wave Flower Sea Area. The sea area had surging waves. Countless mystical flowers were born and extinguished in the waves. They were called wave break flowers. Because the time it took for them to grow and wither was very short, they were hard to pick. When Fang Yuan obtained the method to nurture this resource from Eong, he was quite surprised. In Mini Western Desert, there were more than 10 Fusang trees. Each branch of this tree was an immortal material. The sovereign immortal aperture is too big. If we convert it to a specific value, the sovereign immortal aperture's development rate was only 3 to 4%. Now, because of this annexation, it has reached 8 to 9%. Don't forget that these immortal apertures of southern borders, Gu Immortals, still have a lot of resources left, including the largest one, Xia Cha Grotto Heaven. This way, it can definitely reach 10%. Fang Yuan sighed. These resources varied in size. Many large resource points were the economic pillars of southern borders, Gu Immortals. In jewel yellow skies, Celestial Court had already started selling copper dragonfish, iron dragonfish, and silver dragonfish at low prices. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business suffered a huge setback. But so what? Chapter 1630. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. The ground shook fiercely. Next, the dense light of the Earth Path Killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a formless hand moving soft soil, the surrounding terrain started to cave in while the soil at the periphery protruded upwards, forming a circular valley. Mountain peaks formed a circle around the concave area, isolating it from the outside world. In this concave area, there was no vegetation, there was little soil, large amounts of steel were exposed, facing the wind and clouds. This was the White Steel Bowl Valley. After extorting Shang clan, Fang Yuan obtained the method to construct the White Steel Juice resource point, as well as the corresponding construction materials. The White Steel Bowl Valley was a mid-sized resource point. After construction, it would be able to condense the rank 7 immortal material White Steel Juice at the center of the concave area. With this immortal material, Fang Yuan could feed rank 7 Edge Gu by himself. Earlier, when he searched Tai Chu Zhong's immortal aperture, he did not find any resources to feed Edge Gu. After soul searching Tai Chu Zhong, Fang Yuan realized that he was planning to construct such a resource point. He had already negotiated the price with Shang Huzhang. Fang Yuan extorted Shang clan again. He did not pay any price and constructed the White Steel Bowl Valley. After completing this task, Fang Yuan's time path clone went to Dang Hun Mountain without stopping. A crystal mountain towered majestically. It was pink in color and emitted a dreamy luster. Fong Yuan tossed soul cores to Dang Hun Mountain. After a while, a large number of guts goo were produced on the surface of the mountain. Dang Hun Mountain was finally repaired. It was close to its complete state. At 99%, that was enough. Fong Yuan would not be able to reach the complete state. Celestial Court was already familiar with Dang Hun Mountain's complete state. Even though fixed immortal travel was in Fong Yuan's hands, Celestial Court might have some immortal killer moves that could have similar effects to fixed immortal travel. From now on, I can produce a large number of guts goo. The guts goo trade has resumed. Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, sighing internally. It was not easy to achieve this step, and it consumed a huge amount of Fong Yuan's celestial core power. Dang Hun Mountain had been destroyed before, but it was destroyed by gruel, mud, immortal goo, turning into a pile of mud, but it still had soul path Dao marks. But this time, Fong Yuan only had a small piece of Dang Hun Mountain rock. Most of the soul path Dao marks were destroyed along with Dang Hun Mountain. From this restoration of Dang Hun Mountain, Fong Yuan deeply experienced the profundity of orderly while killer move. This rank 9 immortal killer move was used by Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable's main body. It was extremely powerful. Without its help, Fong Yuan would never be able to repair Dang Hun Mountain. With the guts goo trade, the Celestial Court will not be able to restrict my income. However, because I moved so many resource points from Southern Border's immortal apertures, I can cultivate without relying on the guts goo trade and maintain a virtuous cycle. I should use these guts goo for my soul path cultivation. Fong Yuan's soul foundation had once surpassed 100 million man soul, but it had fallen greatly now. If he cultivated his soul again and raised his soul foundation, Fong Yuan would be able to enslave even more immemorial year beasts. It is a pity that the development of Green Ghost Desert did not succeed. Ching Cho escaped, Swan Bujin's identity was exposed, hunting soul beasts has become an empty dream. However, maybe I can borrow Fong Clan's help. Fong Yuan had a thought. He wanted to cultivate his soul. He naturally needed more guts goo, which meant he had to expend even more souls. The souls of Southern Border Goo Immortals could not be used here. It was a waste of resources. Soul cores were the most suitable. Where could he get a large number of soul cores? The price of soul cores in Jewel Yellow Skies had already risen. Especially recently, it had been raised to a high level. Fong Yuan naturally knew that the Celestial Court was behind this. Fong Clan. In the conference hall, the Grand Elders gathered together. Everyone, take a look at this letter. An old man sat on the main seat. He was tall and sturdy. His white hair fluttered like a lion's mane. He was Fong Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fong Shi. Fong Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wisdom Path, Great Grandmaster Fong Dichong. Third Supreme Elder Fong Huasheng, as well as Fong Ji, Fong Qin, Fong Lung, and Fong Yin were all in the hall. The immortals read the letter with different expressions. Fong Qin gritted his teeth. I already felt that Swan Bujin was not a good person. To think that he was actually Fong Yuan in disguise. Now that his identity was exposed by the Celestial Court, he even accused my Fong clan of colluding with demonic path people. Now my clan is being ostracized and besieged by other righteous path forces. It is all because of that demon Fong Yuan. He actually wants my Fong clan to provide soul cores for him? He is simply daydreaming. Fong Chen was Fong clan's son-in-law. He had once had a quarrel with Fong Yuan. Now he immediately expressed his stance. He did not want to be in cahoots with this demon Fong Yuan. Rank 7 Poison Path, Goo Immortal Fong, Ji glanced at Fong Qin, asking with an indifferent expression, "This means, Fong Qin, you want to reject Fong Yuan's request?" Fong Qin was dazed. Do you think my Fong clan is afraid of Fong Yuan? Right now, all the righteous path forces are working together to deal with my Fong clan. Their reason is that we colluded with demonic path people. Now, if my clan still transacts with Fong Yuan, I'm afraid this will become even more of an excuse. Fong Ji was silent. Ever since Fong clan defeated the Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal Chin E in Green Ghost Desert, they successfully captured Divine Bean Palace and even subdued 2 rank 7 Lone Immortals, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, to become Fong clan's slave Gu Immortals. Their gains were huge. But at the same time, Fong clan also paid a huge price. The 3 immortal Gu houses that participated in the battle all suffered heavy losses, while they could not refine Divine Bean Palace. Fong clan's strength fell because of this, and the Celestial Court exposed this matter. Fong clan was immediately targeted by the other righteous path forces of Western Desert. But did they really want to reject Fong Yuan? This question had been lingering in the minds of Fong clan's Gu Immortals for a long time. How could Fong clan afford to reject him? Fong clan was being targeted by the other clans. They were facing huge pressure. They were in a precarious situation. At this crucial moment, would they offend Fong Yuan? In the current world, who did not know that Fong Yuan was a vicious and crafty person, but he also had great battle strength. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Such a person was all alone. He had no friends or family to tie him down. He did not have any territory or force. Fong clan had no way to deal with him. Fong clan's Gu Immortals recalled the information from a while ago. How did Fong Yuan use fixed immortal travel to repeatedly destroy Southern Border's Qi clan's resource points? If they really refused Fong Yuan and Fong Yuan attacked, he would deal with Fong clan like how he dealt with Qi clan. What would Fong clan do? In Southern Border, Qi clan was a righteous path force. After being attacked by Fong Yuan, no clan came to reinforce them. And Fong clan's situation was far worse than Qi clan. Not only did Fong clan not send reinforcements, they would even attract the attacks of other righteous path forces. If they were not careful, Fong clan would become the next Northern Plains He clan. Their headquarters would fall, and their clan would be exterminated. Fong Lung, Fong Yin, what do you think of this? Fong Di Chong suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Fong Yin was stunned. The two of them only had rank 6 cultivation level. In such an occasion, they would not be able to speak. They only had the qualifications to listen. Now that he was suddenly asked, he was caught off guard. I don't know what to do. After all, Fong Yuan saved my life. He is my benefactor. Moreover, didn't the alliance agreement between our clan and him stipulate it? It is not impossible for him to ask for soul accounting as a reward. Ah, of course. I'll listen to you, Lord Foster Father. You can just calculate it. Fong Di Chang's expression sank slightly. He stared at his adopted son before looking at Fong Lung. Compared to the lively Fong Yin, Fong Lung had a steady nature. He was looked upon favorably by many Fong clan Gu Immortals. They thought he was the future hope of Fong clan. Fong Lung pondered for a moment before saying, I wonder if everyone saw that in this letter, Fong Yuan did not use Swan Bujin's name, but directly used Fong Yuan's real name? Fong Qin snorted coldly. Firstly, the Celestial Court exposed this matter. Even if Fong Yuan uses Swan Bujin's identity, it will be useless. Secondly, he might still want to threaten our clan. Directly using his real name is saying, I am Fong Yuan. If your Fong clan does not do as I say, you will have to face my Fong Yuan's anger and revenge. Fong Lung smiled. There are indeed a few layers of meaning. Fong Yuan is very confident that he can bring trouble to our Fong clan. I also believe this, so I think we should agree to Fong Yuan's request. What? Fong Chun raised his voice. His eyebrows were raised. He was about to retort. But at this time, Fong Di Chong waved his hand. Let him continue. Fong Qin did not dare to make a sound. Fong Lung breathed in deeply, continuing, Everyone, our clan is in a predicament, facing difficulties from all sides. Is it really because we cooperated with this demon, Fong Yuan? Not at all. The true reason is that our clan obtained Divine Bean Palace. Once we digest this victory, the #1 position in Western Desert's righteous path might be transferred to our Fong clan. Strength represents authority, and even more so, benefits. Our clan's rise naturally has to trample on the bodies of other clans. This is the true reason why all the great clans cannot tolerate our clan and want to deal with us. If our clan does not satisfy Fang Yuan's request and draw a clear line with him, will the other righteous path forces let us off? Impossible. Instead, our clan will become enemies with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. If such a demon overlord takes revenge, any superforce will have a huge headache. And if we satisfy Fang Yuan's request in his letter, not only will our alliance with him be broken, we will also be able to pull our relationship closer. We might even be able to borrow Fang Yuan's strength to deal with other superforces. Of course, we will only secretly hand over the soul cores to Fang Yuan. We will also discuss with him and break off relations with him on the surface. So what if we lose these rank 6 and 7 soul cores? They are just some immortal materials. As long as our Fang clan survives this crisis, what immortal materials will we lack in the future? The immortals were silent. Fang Dichang stroked his beard and smiled. Fang sure laughed heartily. All right, let's do it this way. Fang Yin will communicate with Fang Yuan. Oh. Fang Yin was dazed. Fang Lung was the one who made the analysis and suggestion. Why was he the one to carry it out? But First Supreme Elder's orders could not be ignored. Fang Yin could only accept it. This Fang Lung can distinguish right from wrong. He has a clear view of the overall situation. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder are deliberately nurturing him, wanting to nurture him into the future successor of Fang clan. How can such a person have the stain of colluding with a demon? Thus, we can only let Fang Yin take over. Fang Qin looked at the ignorant Fang Yin, his eyes flashing with pity and sympathy. This kind of pity and sympathy also had the feeling of being in the same boat. Why did Fang Yin have to do this? Because Fang Yin was Fang Dichang's adopted son. Fang clan's 2 biggest factions were First Supreme Elder Fang Shi and Second Supreme Elder Fang Dichang. Chapter 1631. Soul cores were the size of eggs. They were dark blue and almost black. They rained down on Dang Hun Mountain from the sky. The soul core was the essence of a soul beast. After a soul beast died, its corpse would be useless. It would turn into ashes and only leave behind the soul core. Soul cores contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. They were excellent Gu materials. Soul cores varied in size. Ordinary soul beast soul cores were the size of rice grains. They were the size of eggs at rank 6. Rank 7 immemorial soul beasts had soul cores that were the size of carriages. After some discussion, Fang clan finally agreed to Fang Yuan's request and secretly sent a large number of soul cores. These soul cores were all rank 6 Gu materials. A few were rank 7. There was not a single rank 8 soul core. Fang Yuan had 2 rank 8 soul cores. He kept them and did not want to use them on Dang Hun Mountain to produce guts Gu. Rank 8 immortal materials were usually used to refine rank 8 immortal Gu, or to set up formations. It was just that using it to produce guts Gu was a waste of resources. Dang Hun Mountain shone brightly. The soul cores turned into powder. Their essence scattered and sank into Dang Hun Mountain. In a flash, guts Gu were formed. They were growing rapidly. Fang Yuan saw this and nodded to himself. This way, my soul path cultivation will be on the right track again. I will be able to advance quickly. Soul Path Foundation was extremely important to Fang Yuan. It was needed to enslave immemorial year beasts. And the deeper the foundation, the more immemorial year beasts Fang Yuan could enslave. Yama Emperor's killer move expended Soul Path Foundation. Every time a wisdom path, Gu Immortal, deduced Fang Yuan, Yama Emperor would activate and block for Fang Yuan. A portion of Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation would be expended. Burning soul-bursting luck was the same. There was also lead soul into Dream Killer move. Fang Yuan had already researched this killer move thoroughly. There was a chance of failure in leading other people's souls into dreams. But the higher Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation was, the higher the success rate of the killer move. Fang Yuan directly used his real name to send the letter. Without the disguise of Swan Bujin, the Fang clan's response was not beyond his expectations. A lone wolf like Fang Yuan would find it very difficult to invade a superpower's territory. At most, he could plunder some resources. However, the other superpowers were different. They would occupy or even seize resource points for a long period of time and send forces to guard them. The biggest threat to Fang clan was the other righteous path forces that were eyeing them covetously. Furthermore, the Western Desert is a very special place. Western Desert's Gu immortals are more willing to compromise than the other 4 regions. This was not because Western Desert Gu immortals had soft bones, but because of the environment. The Western Desert was different from the other 4 regions. Oases dotted the vast desert like stars. When Gu masters fought with each other, once the oasis was destroyed, they would no longer have the foundation to survive and could easily end up in mutual destruction. On the other hand, the oases had different products. Gu masters' cultivation needed to complement each other. Thus, Gu masters often set up caravans, and after breaking through many obstacles along the way, different Gu masters, as well as different forces, often cooperated with each other. Thus, for a long time, Western Desert's Gu masters developed the habit of compromising and taking the initiative to compromise in order to survive together. Any Gu immortal would cultivate step by step as a Gu master. This habit was deeply ingrained in their bones and was already a part of Western Desert's Gu immortals' nature. Fang Yuan had roamed Western Desert for a period of time in his previous life and knew the nature of Western Desert's people. If Fang Yuan captured Western Desert's Gu immortals, the Righteous Path forces would definitely compromise faster than Southern Border, and their attitude would be more realistic and upright. If Fang Yuan captured Northern Plains Gu immortals, it would be different. Northern Plains Gu immortals did not fear death and would even think that it was a form of humiliation to be ransomed. It would be a headache for Fang Yuan to capture Northern Plains Gu immortals. In the following days, Fang Yuan resumed his soul path cultivation while extorting Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. At the same time, he continued to soul search the Southern Border captives. Fang Yuan placed the focus of his soul search on Xia Cha. Even though the process of searching her soul was slightly difficult, it was not like there was no progress. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture's time was fast. After a long time, he had made many gains. Soon, Xia Cha's immortal killer moves were dug out by Fang Yuan. Xia Cha was indeed worthy of being Xia clan's first supreme elder. She created 2 sets of killer moves around spring, summer, autumn, and winter immortal Gu. Each set had 4 moves. The first set of killer moves was mainly used for offense. They were Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, Autumn Hair, and Winter Coat. Among them, Fang Yuan had already seen Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. These 2 moves were ferocious and displayed the power of rank 8. Autumn Hair was an investigative killer move. It greatly made up for Fang Yuan's lack of investigative ability. And Winter Coat was a defensive killer move. It was also quite effective. The second set of killer moves was used to manage the immortal aperture. There were Spring Plowing, Summer Plowing, Autumn Harvest, and Winter Storage. Each move was ingenious and mystical, and even more amazing was that when these 4 moves were used together, their power would multiply. They were extremely effective in managing the immortal aperture. Other than these, there were other moves for healing or dodging. They were also quite exquisite, but they could not compare to these 2 sets of killer moves. Actually, conceptualizing immortal killer moves was a very difficult thing. It tested the Gu immortal's talent and ability. Central Continent Gu immortal vicious lightning fiend spent several years in closed cultivation before he deduced the killer move Lightning Deity. And this was after he used Blood Deity Immortal Gu's recipe as a reference. Under normal circumstances, a Gu immortal would need 5 to 6 years to deduce and conceptualize a killer move without the help of wisdom path methods. It was not easy to choose a suitable Gu worm from a myriad of Gu worms. When the Gu worms were combined, there were countless choices. Even if they were conceptualized, it would not work if it had no practical value, the repercussions would also be unacceptable. After completing the killer move, they would have to continuously modify it in the following years. That was even more difficult. Of course, 5 to 6 years did not mean the Gu Immortal could do nothing but deduce the killer move wholeheartedly. If the Gu Immortal had something to refer to, like immortal Gu recipes or the inheritances of predecessors, they could shorten this time. However, this time was calculated in units of years. Fang Yuan could deduce and modify killer moves easily every time. The main reason was the light of wisdom. The rank 9 wisdom Gu was not just for show. Of course, there was another important factor. That was his deep attainment level foundation in all sorts of paths. The immortal Gu and immortal killer moves obtained from Xia Cha greatly replenished Fang Yuan's time path strength. He could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds, like a volcano eruption. But Fang Yuan still faced an awkward problem. Spring and summer are both rank 8 immortal Gu. They can only be activated with rank 8 immortal essence. I am only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Without using other methods, I don't even have the qualifications to refine them. So I still need to raise my cultivation level to rank 8. This way, not only will I be able to use spring and summer, I will also be able to use wisdom, sword immortal Gu. Fang Yuan made a deduction for the advancement to rank 8. Several days later, he completed the deduction. Not counting the heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations, rank 7 had to go through 3 grand tribulations to advance to rank 8, and these 3 grand tribulations would get stronger and stronger. Fang Yuan's own progress was already very close to the final 3rd grand tribulation. The threat of the grand tribulation itself was not high. Even if Providence adjusted it to its limit, Fang Yuan had exposed heavenly secret killer move and had the initiative. Fang Yuan was not worried about the grand tribulation, but the human tribulation. To undergo the grand tribulation, one had to place their immortal aperture and connect with the outside world, absorbing heaven and earth chi. At this time, Fang Yuan's location would be directly exposed to Providence. At the same time, it would be much more difficult to guard against others' deductions. Celestial Court would not let go of this chance. They would definitely have an estimate of Fang Yuan's cultivation level. If Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in Southern Border, after Southern Border's Gu Immortals learned of it, even if they were captives in Fang Yuan's hands, they would definitely find trouble with Fang Yuan and get rid of Fang Yuan as soon as possible. Because if they got rid of Fang Yuan, there would be no future trouble. In the long run, Southern Border's righteous path would gain even more benefits. Fang Yuan's dragonfish business had already been obstructed by Celestial Court. His income had fallen sharply. From this, it could be seen that Spectral Soul could no longer hold on. Celestial Court's soul searching had made a lot of progress. As time passed, Celestial Court would obtain more information. Fang Yuan would be in a more passive position. The methods in Spectral Soul's true inheritance would continue to fall in value. Right now, Celestial Court is my main enemy. The key to fighting against Celestial Court is Fate Gu. If Celestial Court completely repairs Fate Gu, I will have no chance of winning. If it is destroyed, I can continue to struggle. And the key to destroying Fate Gu is Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had already deduced that there was a high possibility that Red Lotus True Inheritance contained a method to destroy Fate Gu. And inheriting Red Lotus True Inheritance depends on whether I can break through Celestial Court's defensive line in the River of Time. The key to this is the 3rd Grand Tribulation. If I pass it and become rank 8, I will be able to use Spring, Summer, and Wisdom Sword, these 3 rank 8 immortal Gu. My battle strength will rise sharply, and I will have hope in the battle in the River of Time. If I cannot pass it, I will die. Even if I survive, I will have lost the opportunity. Once I fall behind, I will always fall behind. Unless Celestial Court makes a serious mistake, they will not give me any chance to turn the situation around. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as ice. He could see the current situation clearly. The most important thing now was how to pass the third grand tribulation and become rank 8. In the following days, other than cultivating his own soul-searching Xia and managing his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan focused on exploring dream realms, practicing new immortal killer moves and modifying old killer moves. Modifying old killer moves was necessary, especially soul path killer moves. They needed to be greatly modified. Otherwise, when fighting against Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan would be in a passive position if they countered him. Practicing new killer moves, Fang Yuan mainly practiced Xiacha's methods. He only had rank 7 cultivation level now, but Autumn Gu and Winter Gu were also rank 7. He could practice their corresponding immortal killer moves. There were 2 difficulties in practicing killer moves. One was that they could easily get injured, but Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He did not have conflicting Dao marks, and he also had man, as before this was not hard to overcome. The second was that it consumed a lot of immortal essence. If immortal essence was expended quickly, he could use immortal Yuan stone to convert it. Fang Yuan was originally short on funds, but now that he had a lot of business, he did not lack money. Chapter 1632. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Blurred Dream Realm. Fang Yuan had already entered the dream realm. Under the setting sun. Do you believe in fate? A human female immortal with skin as white as snow, wearing a yellow robe, under her curved eyebrows, a pair of misty eyes looked at the beautiful sunset with worry. Fang Yuan was acting as a Rockman Gu immortal, but he could not control him. The dream realm was deducing on its own, the Rockman Gu immortal said in a muffled voice. I, 2G, cultivate rule path. I naturally believe in fate. Ever since I saw you, Fairy Ruoli, I knew that you were my destined partner, the person I would spend my entire life pursuing and loving. Fairy Ruoli smiled, but her brows were slightly furrowed as she turned to look at the Rockman Gu immortal 2G. That is indeed the case. We are fated to be an immortal couple. Well, what? Aye. The Rockman Gu immortal was stunned before becoming overjoyed, shouting in disbelief. Fairy Ruoli, you have agreed to it. Fairy Ruoli nodded her head lightly. Oh heavens, oh heavens! Ha ha ha! I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh heavens! 2G waved his hands and legs, shouting towards the sky. After failing over 3,000 times, I finally succeeded. Ha ha ha! Ruah! Fairy Ruoli, from today onwards, you are my wife. You are my husband. 2G's body trembled in excitement. The trembling was so intense that small rock fragments started to fall from his body. The second scene. Ruoli was lying on 2G's arm. She was as light as a white feather. She looked at the sky. The clouds were moving, and her eyes were clear as water. 2G's eyes were in a daze. His gaze did not shift. It was focused on Ruoli's face. He muttered, although more than 10 years have passed, I feel like this is all a dream. Ruoli, my wife, I swear I will love you and protect you. If you have any wish, I will do everything I can to satisfy it. Really? Ruoli asked softly. Of course. 2G answered without any hesitation. A rare look of hesitation appeared on Ruoli's face. After a long while, she said with difficulty, Then kill someone for me. Kill who? Even if it is a rank 8 existence, believe me, I will risk my life to kill him. 2G agreed with a solemn expression. It's just a newborn baby. Ruoli said with a smile that was filled with bitterness. 2G was stunned. Baby? Ruoli took a deep breath. Do you believe in fate? I cultivate rule path, so of course I believe in the rules of this world. Everything has its own specific path, which is fate, 2G replied. Ruoli continued. Then let me tell you, this baby is very likely to be the future Venerable, known as Reckless Savage. In the future, I will definitely die in his hands. What? 2G was shocked. Ruoli, how many times have you predicted this prophecy? Ruoli smiled bitterly. Actually, just once is enough. But I have indeed calculated many times, and every time the result is the same. Do you know why Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's prophecies are so accurate? That is because the path of fate is fixed. Me dying in reckless savages' hands is my fate. 2G's mouth was dry. His calm heart was in turmoil. He could not calm down. But right after that, surging killing intent suddenly gushed out from his body, and he slowly stood up. Then I'll go kill him. Although this is fate, I don't believe that I, a Grand 2G, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, cannot kill a baby. Fang Yuan's soul foundation continued to be expended. Third scene. 2G was heavily injured. He returned to Fairy Ruoli. His lips were trembling. He had guilt on his face along with some shock. Fairy Ruoli smiled faintly. I know, on your way there, you met your old enemy, and coincidentally, he just had a breakthrough. 2G was overjoyed. You deduced it? Fairy Ruoli nodded. From the moment you were attacked, I deduced it. 2G was stunned. He hesitated for a moment before asking. Then, Ruoli, since you deduced it, why didn't you come to help me? If we husband and wife work together, we could definitely kill that guy. Ruoli shook her head and smiled bitterly. You still don't understand? This is fate's arrangement. If I did not tell you the result of my deduction, you would not have killed that baby. If you did not kill that baby, you would not have met your old enemy. Any attempt to change fate will be met with fate's punishment. The injuries all over your body right now are your punishment. And if I had gone to help you, there would have been other obstructions. 2G blinked a few times before reacting. He said in joy, so it was like this. That's great, Ruoli. Your decision was correct. You can't get hurt. I'd rather be torn into pieces than have a single strand of your hair broken. Ruoli smiled bitterly at 2G. Now you know how powerful I am? No need to try anymore. Stay by my side. Quietly accompany me. Accompany me for the last period of my life. I believe with you by my side, I will be very happy. No. 2G's body shook. He said fiercely, absolutely not. I won't sit by and watch this happen. I won't let you die. I promised you. I swore that I would love and protect you forever. But my death is fate's arrangement. 2G, my husband, you also said that you believe in fate. Ruoli said with deep meaning. Then, I don't believe it. At first, 2G struggled and hesitated, but towards the end he could not help but roar. He clenched his fists and his anger soared to the sky. The fourth scene. 2G went to search for that crucial baby again. But an earthly calamity suddenly appeared. That city collapsed, the refugees scattered, and the baby was nowhere to be seen. 2G killed any mortals he caught, but he ran into several righteous path human immortals. After a huge battle, although 2G killed a few, he became a wanted criminal of the human Gu Immortals. The fifth scene. Several years later, the calamity and tribulation were extremely strange. 2G barely survived the tribulation and almost died. When he was lying on the bed, unable to move, he heard that Ruoli had finally deduced the exact location of that baby. I am going to kill him. 2G struggled to get up, but after a few steps, he fainted. After waking up, he looked at the white-haired Fairy Ruoli and sobbed. It's all my fault, Ruoli. You managed to deduce it after so many years of closed cultivation. If not for my incompetence, Fairy Ruoli smiled warmly and consoled. It's all right, I can deduce it again. The sixth scene. They encountered a beast tide. The seventh scene. Fairy Ruoli's deduction failed, and she suffered a backlash. Her youth was exhausted, and she became an old woman. She lay in 2G's embrace and smiled bitterly. I must be in a terrible state right now, isn't that right? 2G gently stroked her hair. His gaze was still affectionate. No matter what you become, you are still the Fairy Ruoli that I love. This unique dream realm continued. Fang Yuan was just a spectator. No matter how 2G and Ruoli chased, all their attempts failed. Once he caught up to the baby, but because of an accident, the baby escaped. 3 times he caught up to the baby, but because of a freak combination of factors, the baby escaped. And that baby gradually grew up and became a Gu immortal. The situation continued to develop along the path of fate. Fairy Ruali's death was approaching. 2G became more and more nervous. He knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. He schemed all day and cultivated bitterly. He would try any method to improve himself, no matter how risky it was. In contrast, Fairy Ruali relaxed. She was no longer keen on deducing. She persuaded 2G not to risk his life. 2G did not listen. He became even more anxious. Whenever 2G had time, she would accompany him, lying in his arms and looking at her husband gently, not shifting her gaze for a long time, as if she could not get enough of him. Finally, the 8th scene. The most fatal attack was blocked by 2G's body, and he fought back with all his might, forcing the enemy back. 2G was about to die. He was lying in Fairy Ruali's arms for the first time, but he was very happy. We finally won against fate. Ruali, my wife. I did it. I really did it. Cough, cough, cough. He was so happy that he wanted to shout and shout, but he was too weak. He could only cough continuously. He knew that he was going to die for sure. He did not have long to live. Using the last bit of time, he held Fairy Ruali's hand with difficulty. Looking at her with incomparable deep emotions, he instructed in an extremely solemn manner. I am going to die. Please live on, live on. Sparkling tears flowed down from Fairy Ruali's eyes, sliding down her face and dripping down. She tightly hugged the Rockman Gu immortal 2G, whispering softly in his ears, Do you know? Although I cultivate wisdom path, I do not believe in fate. When I deduce the arrangements of fate for me, who would want to die? That's why I found you. Actually, our union wasn't part of fate at all. I do not love you. I only want to use you. 2G smiled, replying in an extremely weak voice. I know, but so what? I love you, being used by you. I am very happy. I am willing to do so. Thank you for giving me such a chance, allowing me to be used by you. I used to believe in fate, but I do not anymore. Look, you are still alive. Fate has already changed. How good is that? Saying this, 2G no longer had the strength to support his heavy eyelids. He slowly closed and no longer reacted. Fairy Ruali cried loudly. She had never lost her composure like this in her life. She shook her head as she cried, I used to not believe in fate, but I do now. Saying so, her body burst out with pure white light. The light flowed like water, slowly entering the Rockman Gu immortal 2G's body. The Rockman Gu immortal's aura gradually grew stronger from its weakest state, while Fairy Ruali became weaker and weaker, her figure becoming fainter and fainter. The Rockman Gu immortal opened his eyes again. When he saw the situation, his face was filled with shock and panic. He shouted, No! Stop! I don't want to be healed. You will die! You will die! Unfortunately, he had no strength left. He could not stop it. Fairy Ruali's figure was already very faint. She revealed a final smile. It was incomparably gentle and had a trace of craftiness. You know, once this killer move is activated, it cannot be stopped. I want to say one last sentence to you, the words you want to hear the most in your heart. You stupid rock. I love you. Saying so, Fairy Ruali turned into bubbles of light, vanishing from the world. Chapter 1633. The dazzling light faded in the stone room. Feng Kim Hong breathed in deeply, her phoenix eyes shining brightly as she looked ahead without blinking. Right now, in front of her, there was a light lump that resembled a silkworm cocoon. It was the size of a millstone, quietly floating in the air. The final step. Feng Kim Hong breathed in deeply, suddenly moving her 10 fingers. In an instant, her 10 fingers bloomed like a lotus flower. Endless light flickered, illuminating the entire stone room. Feng Kim Huang's technique was so skillful that even refinement path grandmasters would show a solemn expression upon seeing it. By now, Feng Kim Hong was already a refinement path great grandmaster. It was not strange for her to have such an exquisite gu refinement technique. Fung Kim Hong was using a metal and fire dual path refinement method. She had already found the most suitable refinement path method for her. Boom! A moment later, there was an explosion, but the cocoon did not explode, it shrunk instead. The pure white surface of the cocoon gradually turned into a deep blue color. At the same time, the cocoon gradually hardened, giving off a metallic luster. After several failures, I finally succeeded. Joy flashed in Fung Kim Hwang's eyes. She maintained her calm. The demeanor of a refinement path great expert was already starting to show. The rank 5 gu worm was refined, but there was still an appropriate method to deal with it. Fung Kim Hong opened her mouth, carefully letting out a cold breeze. As the breeze blew, the blue silkworm cocoon trembled slightly, emitting a sizzling sound. Large amounts of steam rose, quickly filling the entire stone room with hot steam. Using a metal and fire dual path refinement path method would cause such a backlash. The gu worm's internal temperature was too high. If it was not cooled down in time, although it would not die, the gu worm would suffer severe damage and be difficult to use. Gu refinement was broad and profound. There were many ways to do it. Any gu refinement method had its advantages and disadvantages. If he used the ice refinement method to refine this gu worm, then there would be no need for it to cool down. Instead, he would have to soak it in a hot spring for a period of time. Fung Kim Hong stopped all his tricks, left the praying mat, and stood up. The rank 5 gu quietly floated to her hand. She concentrated and activated it. Her solemn face blossomed into a dazzling and breathtaking smile. She then left the secret room and came to the outside world. The moment she opened the door, the loud roar of the waterfall, the chirping of birds, and the rustling of leaves in the wind rushed into her ears. The extremely tranquil seclusion chamber was already far away, and the world became lively again. Verdant green mountains, bird song, fragrant flowers, bright sunshine, a scene of peace. Fung Kim Hong looked around, and sure enough, he saw Duke Long sitting cross-legged on a boulder next to the pool, silent as a rock. The light of the mountain pleases birds. The shadow of the pond empties people's hearts. Master, take a look. I refined this dream, pillow gu. Fung Kim Hong ran to Duke Long, raising the newly refined rank 5 gu and showing off. Duke Long slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the dream pillow gu as he slightly nodded, saying calmly, "Not bad, not bad." Fung Kim Hong slightly pouted, "Not only not bad? Master, you don't know, but I failed several times to refine this gu worm, and only succeeded this time. With this dream pillow gu, a mortal gu master can definitely enter a dream as long as they rest their head on it. This is extremely beneficial to my spirit affinity house, and even the whole of Central Continent." Ever since Fung Kim Hong became Duke Long's disciple, she had been cultivating wholeheartedly. Duke Long did not give her any cultivation pointers, but instead taught her about the current situation of the world, giving pointers to the world and raising Fung Kim Hwang's insight and knowledge. Fung Kim Hong had received Duke Long's careful guidance. She was no longer the same as before. She had a strategic vision and could consider problems from the big picture. This dream pillow gu that Fong Jioga refined seemed ordinary, but because it was a mortal gu, it could be used by many gu masters. As long as we can mass-produce this gu, our Central Continent gu masters can easily enter their own dream realms and excavate dream path gu materials, gaining an advantage in the Great Era. It could be said that this was a gu that could raise a region's strategic advantage. It had great significance. Duke Long was not surprised at all. "You have accomplished this. It is only natural for you to have such achievements. Huang Er, you are the future great dream immortal Venerable." Before Duke Long finished, he was interrupted by Fung Kim Hong, who showed a trace of unwillingness. All right, you are talking about this again." Don't tell me that I obtained all these accomplishments because I am the future great dream immortal Venerable? Duke Long smiled lightly. He fixed his gaze on Feng Kim Hong and suddenly changed the topic. Huang Er, do you believe in fate? Feng Kim Hong frowned. Master, are you talking about fate goo? Duke Long nodded. That's right, it is the fate goo recorded in the Legends of Renzu. It is also the fate goo that my celestial court is going to restore. The Legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu spent a huge amount of effort to gather goo materials. He even sacrificed his own hands to refine wealth goo. He brought his son, blazing glory, lightning brilliance, and daughter, myriad gold wondrous essence, to the place where the feathermen lived. But strangely, so many feathermen had vanished without a trace. What is going on? Renzu was puzzled. That is because I came here. Those feathermen are afraid of me. They all ran away. A black and white spider strolled leisurely, appearing in front of Renzu. Who are you? Renzu asked. The spider laughed. Oh, human, you have walked on the path that I opened in the door of life and death. Do you still not know who I am? I am Fate Goo. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence continued to ask. Oh, Fate Goo, you are not even as big as my palm. Why are those feathermen afraid of you? Fate Goo laughed. Because they want to pursue freedom, but I, Fate, want to restrain and restrict them. Blazing Glory, Lightning Brilliance grumbled. So your intentions are the same as ours. You are truly a failure. You did not even capture a single featherman. You even implicated us. Fate Goo laughed loudly. Who said I failed? These feathermen are pursuing freedom, but what do they know? Their successful escape is just a superficial act. I had already restrained them long ago. Their path to freedom was arranged by me, but they think they have succeeded. They do not know anything. You guys are the same. Look at yourselves. Renzu, blazing glory, lightning brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence looked at their own bodies. They found that their limbs and bodies were covered in pale white spider silk at some point in time. They also found that not only the three of them, even the surrounding flowers, trees, rocks, and water were covered in spider silk. These spider silk gathered together and formed a spider web that spread out from Renzu's group's vision. This is the silk web that I weaved. It is called Myriad Web. Everything in the world is in this web. They are manipulated and manipulated by fate. The people that you meet, the things that happen, they are all under my control. Fate Goo said. Renzu's group felt a chill in their hearts. They quickly struggled. Fate Goo laughed. It's useless, you can't break free. Fate cannot be changed. Renzu stared at Fate Goo furiously. Fate, oh Fate, why are you manipulating us? Why are you making fun of us? According to what you said, all the hardships and misfortunes that I have encountered are all because of you. The reason why I lost my children is also because of you. Fate Goo said leisurely. Oh human, I know you want to save your eldest son, Verdant Great Son, but he is already dead. Death is a human's fate. You cannot save him. Also, you want to rely on wealth Goo to save your daughter. Boundless forest samsara. That is also impossible. Saying so, a spider silk grabbed onto Renzu's wealth Goo, pulling it out and dragging it towards Fate Goo. Quickly put it down. That is our goo worm. Blazing glory, lightning brilliance, shouted in anger. Myriad gold wondrous essences, eyes turned red as she sobbed. This is wealth Goo that my father sacrificed his own hands and painstakingly refined. What right do you have to take it away? Renzu struggled with all his might, but the spider silk was getting tighter and tighter, firmly binding the three of them on the spot, unable to move. Fate Goo laughed loudly. Life and death are determined by fate. Riches and honor are determined by heaven. O human, according to your fate, you are destined to be poor and lowly, to be tortured and humiliated. You will go crazy and eventually die. Even though you refined wealth Goo, you do not have the life to enjoy it. If you are fated to be poor, dig for gold and turn it into copper. If you are fated to be rich, pick up white paper and turn it into cloth. All these are within my control. Ren Zhu, blazing glory, lightning brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence were very angry. They scolded Fate Gu. Fate Gu was not angry at all. It was leisurely and contented. Many people have scolded me, but so what? O human, no matter how much you scold fate, it will not change anything. Saying so, Fate Gu suddenly exerted strength and pulled the spider silk, throwing blazing glory, lightning brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence far away, disappearing from Ren Zhu's vision. "Oh, my children!" Ren Zhu cried out in grief. Fate Gu said faintly, "Oh, human, don't blame me. This is all your fate." Actually, not just you. Loneliness is everyone's fate. Even your children will not accompany you for life. They will eventually leave you. All encounters are temporary. Parting is normal. Ren Zhu struggled with all his might, but the more he struggled, the more spider silk coiled around his body, wrapping him tightly. Ren Zhu felt an enormous pressure. This pressure was getting stronger and stronger, squeezing him from all directions. He was almost suffocated. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily. He gradually stopped struggling because he was powerless. Then, Ren Zhu started to sob, tears rolling down his cheeks. "Why is my life so bitter?" Fate Gu was silent, but at this time, a voice came from the depths of Ren Zhu's heart. That was the voice of Self Gu. "Oh, human, rather than bemoaning your fate, why don't you believe in your own strength?" Ren Zhu stopped crying. He suddenly realized, right, although I do not have strength Gu, Self Gu has swallowed strength Gu and has its own strength. Self Gu, I can only rely on you. Self Gu let out a dazzling light, trying to break the spider silk. The spider silk broke a little, but soon, even more spider silk coiled around Ren Zhu. Can't I use my own strength? Ren Zhu was anxious. Right, Self Gu, not only did you take a bite of strength Gu, you also took a bite of love Gu. If strength is not enough, we can only rely on our own love. Thus, Self Gu let out a gentle light, trying to break the spider silk, but it also failed. Fate Gu said, "Oh, human, why don't you understand? Love is a kind of fate. I arranged it, making verdant great sun fall in love with desolate Gua, making the rockmen also fall in love with desolate Gua. I also arranged success and failure in their lives, so in the end they both died." No, no. Ren Zhu screamed and wailed. Fate Gu listened quietly. Ren Zhu gradually lost the strength to cry. He muttered weakly, "I understand now why the feathermen pursue freedom." Fate Gu laughed. "Oh, human, you also want to pursue freedom?" Ren Zhu nodded. "That's right. If I am free, I will no longer be bound by your fate." Fate Gu said, "But look at those feathermen. They also pursue freedom. But aren't they still being manipulated by me?" Ren Zhu shook his head. "The freedom I pursue is different from them. What I seek is absolute freedom." Fate Gu laughed heartily. "A person's absolute freedom, that is madness." "Oh, human, look, you want to pursue freedom, but that is actually walking towards madness. Like I said, you will go crazy. That is the path I arranged for you. You will not be able to escape from my control." "No, I don't believe it. I will use my own strength and wisdom to obtain freedom." "I don't believe you. I will escape from your control," Ren Zhu retorted. Fate Gu's laughter became even louder. "Oh, human, you are really going crazy. Your mind is no longer clear. Don't you remember? Your Self Gu only ate strength Gu and love Gu. So you only have your own strength and love, but not your own wisdom. Oh, human, when you think you are smart, this is a sign that you are going crazy." Ha 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 ha. This time it was Ren Zhu's turn to laugh. "I don't believe you. Oh, Fate Gu, I don't believe it. I don't believe in fate in this world." Fate Gu was silent for a while before saying, "Even if you don't believe it, I still exist." Ranzu, however, said, "No, that's not it. When I don't believe it, you will no longer exist. I don't believe in fate. Fate does not exist." Ha ha ha. Fate shook its head and sighed. "So pitiful. O human, you have already gone crazy." Ranzu's hair was disheveled. Snot and tears covered his face. He struggled. He knelt on the ground. He fell limply on the ground and rolled around. Just like what fate said, he had become a madman. Time passed by slowly. A memory of the past suddenly appeared in Duke Long's mind. 1,000,000 years ago. "Do you believe in fate?" Duke Long stood there, looking at his disciple with a gentle gaze. His disciple was only a youngster. Celestial Court was plump. He had a handsome face and bright eyes. He had long black hair that hung down to his waist, and there was a vivid red lotus birthmark between his eyebrows. Duke Long continued, "Oh, Red Lotus, you are the future immortal Venerable. You will definitely lead our human race towards a new era of prosperity and glory. You will definitely succeed. You will create your own goo worms and moves. You will become the pride of your parents. You will be invincible in the world. Your name will go down in history. You will enter Celestial Court and become the leader of humanity. You will bring blessings to the people. You will shine in the universe and time." The youngster Red Lotus blinked his eyes before smiling, revealing his dazzling white teeth. "There is nothing wrong with this. I believe in fate." Duke Long was dazed for a moment before returning to reality. He looked at Feng Kim Hong, saying solemnly, "Huang Er, you need to understand. You will be the future great dream immortal Venerable. You will surpass all the venerables of the past. You will create Dream Path. You will roam the world. You will be invincible. You will definitely shine in history. You will become the immortal monument of our human race. Don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. You will succeed again and again. You will advance courageously. You will walk to the peak of this world." Feng Kim Hong listened. The light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Kim Hong said, "If all of this is predestined, then I don't believe in fate." Chapter 1634. Celestial Court. The formation let out buzzing noises. The piercing light pierced into Spectral Soul's body like needles. Even though he curled up and resisted with all his strength, he could not resist the power of the formation. Fairy Myrtle shut her eyes. She controlled the formation with full concentration while receiving the information that she obtained from Spectral Soul's body. Only when the formation let out a noise of being overwhelmed did Fairy Myrtle stop, reluctantly. She took a deep look at Spectral Soul. Even though they were enemies, Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Spectral Soul's tenacious willpower. He was clearly in a desperate situation with no hope left, but he still resisted to the end. As expected of one of the Goo Venerables who had dominated the world since ancient times, Fairy Myrtle did not say anything else. She left the place. After returning to her hall, she started to deduce with all her strength, using Star Constellation chessboard. Her deduction ability was at the peak of the world. A vast number of thoughts surged in her mind. They were like billions of stars flickering rapidly. Her thoughts collided with each other. Some even flew out of her mind and out of her body, turning into countless purple light specks that enveloped Fairy Myrtle's entire body. They quickly spread and filled the entire grand hall. After a long while, the purple thoughts converged and dissipated. They finally calmed down. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. She stopped her method and slowly opened her eyes. There was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She was in low spirits. Her brows were tightly furrowed. "Fang Yuan, where are you undergoing tribulation?" Fairy Myrtle muttered. She had painstakingly soul-searched Spectral Soul's body repeatedly. It was to gather the internal information of the Shadow Sect, especially the arrangements left in the 5 regions. Fairy Myrtle was most concerned about them, because earlier Fang Yuan had relied on the arrangements of the Shadow Sect to capture the entire southern border righteous path group. If Fang Yuan were to undergo the heavenly tribulation, it was highly likely that he would have to rely on these arrangements of the Shadow Sect. There was no reason for him to not borrow strength from them. Fairy Myrtle had been paying close attention to Fang Yuan's cultivation level ever since the battle at Langya. She had deduced that Fang Yuan was not far from rank 8. Rank 7 and rank 8 were two completely different levels. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8 was the peak of the world. Once Fang Yuan reaches rank 8 cultivation level, he would be unstoppable. He would become a huge problem for the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's final tribulation is the key. If we can kill him here, it will be of great benefit to the Celestial Court and the people of the world. Fairy Myrtle would not let go of any opportunity to kill Fang Yuan, but when she tried to do so, she realized that it was very difficult, because she did not know the exact time and location of Fang Yuan's tribulation. Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor's killer move. He was extremely vigilant and would not give her any chance to make deductions. Fang Yuan had abundant time path methods. It was very easy to change the time flow of his immortal aperture, so he could not estimate when he would undergo the final tribulation. Fang Yuan also had fixed immortal travel. He could undergo tribulation anywhere in the world. How could Fairy Myrtle make arrangements like this? At most, she could exclude Black Heaven and White Heaven, because blessed lands absorbed more earth chi when undergoing tribulation. They were often in the 5 regions. Of course, the possibility of Black Heaven and White Heaven was small, but it was not like there were none. After all, there were a few places with abundant earth chi. They were very special. But what about the remaining 5 regions? Unlike the River of Time, this was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth, so Fairy Myrtle could set up immortal goo houses to defend it. In such a huge area like the 5 regions, even 1,000 immortal goo houses would not be enough. Moreover, the Celestial Court did not have enough manpower to send to the 5 regions to prevent Fang Yuan from undergoing tribulation. Fairy Myrtle sighed. She did not have any good ideas. Right now, she could only search for Spectral Soul's soul and use these precious clues to deduce the possible location of Fang Yuan's tribulation. On the other hand, she actively communicated with the righteous path forces of the 5 regions and spread the news of Fang Yuan undergoing tribulation. The Celestial Court could not help the other 4 regions. They could only borrow their strength to have hope. The news of Fang Yuan undergoing tribulation soon spread throughout the 5 regions. Not only the righteous path clans and sects of the regions, even demonic path and lone immortals heard about it. By now, Fang Yuan's name had spread throughout the 5 regions. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had incredible battle achievements. He was already publicly recognized as the number 1 person below rank 8. The Gu immortal world publicly recognized that even Feng Juga could not compare to him. He was the strongest rising star of the demonic path in the last 100 years. His growth speed was astounding. By the time the Gu immortal world reacted, he was already a demonic path overlord with terrifying might. Thus, the news of Fang Yuan undergoing tribulation quickly caused a huge commotion in the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. If this demon Fang Yuan wants to pass the final grand tribulation, he will become a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wouldn't that be too bad? The demonic path is declining. What can he do? This person is not ordinary. He has spring autumn cicada, and as someone who has been reborn, he has also obtained the inheritance of many Gu venerables. It is just a grand tribulation. It cannot stop him. I don't think so. As the saying goes, those who do evil are doomed to destruction. This demon is extremely arrogant if he wants to undergo tribulation. He will have to ask the Celestial Court and the righteous path in the world. Some were optimistic about Fang Yuan, while others were pessimistic. One thing was clear: most Gu immortals did not want to see Fang Yuan successfully undergo tribulation. This demon is only rank 6 or 7, and he is already wreaking havoc in the world. If he becomes rank 8, won't he turn the world upside down? I don't care if Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation in other places. But if he undergoes tribulation in Southern Border, my Tai clan will not agree. While the Gu Immortal World was discussing, Southern Border's Righteous Path forces were also actively meeting and communicating, discussing how to deal with Fang Yuan. Even though their clan still had Gu Immortals as hostages in Fang Yuan's hands. But if they could really use this chance to get rid of the calamity that was Fang Yuan, Southern Border's Righteous Path forces would be very enthusiastic about it. The reason was simple, it was benefits. If they ignored Fang Yuan, he would become stronger in the future. His threat would become greater. He would always be a dark cloud that shrouded the hearts of Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. One day, one of their forces might suffer a calamity. More importantly, Fang Yuan had an abundance of immortal gu recipes, inheritances, and all kinds of cultivation resources. He was a moving, human-shaped treasure mountain. If they got rid of him, they might be able to make huge gains. Even if his immortal aperture was destroyed, as long as a portion of Fang Yuan's soul remained, these Righteous Path forces would be able to soul search and obtain the incomplete inheritance of a certain Venerable. Just this point was enough for these Righteous Path forces to flock to him like a flock of ducks. Wu Yong pondered. Our Southern Border is the headquarters of the Shadow Sect. There must be a lot of arrangements here. Earlier, Fang Yuan was able to capture many fellow immortals because he used one of these arrangements. Fang Yuan is very likely to undergo tribulation in Southern Border. Before Wu Yong said this, he had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's guidance. He knew about the remaining arrangements of the Shadow Sect in various parts of Southern Border. Even though Wu Yong knew clearly that Fairy Myrtle wanted to kill him through others. But Wu Yong was willing to be used like this, because Fang Yuan had disguised as Wu Yihai and played around with him. If Fang Yuan was alive, it would be the greatest humiliation to the whole of Wu clan and to him, Wu Yong. Lord Wu Yong's analysis is very reasonable. Qiao clan's Gu Immortal immediately added, Fang Yuan captured our Gu Immortals. He is also the inheritor of the Shadow Sect, the current sect leader. He definitely has incredible soul path methods. After soul searching him, he will definitely know our Southern Border Righteous Path like the back of his hand. Secondly, our Southern Border has experienced many changes in recent years, be it lone immortals or demonic path. Especially our Righteous Path. We have suffered huge losses. If Demon Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation here, he will face the least resistance. Even if Fang Yuan undergoes tribulation in Southern Border, how can we guard against him? Southern Border is so huge. How can we know where he is undergoing tribulation? A Gu Immortal asked. We can find out about this. Xia clan's Gu Immortal immediately replied. Once he places his immortal aperture, he can communicate with heaven and earth. This state will start from the start of the tribulation, until he succeeds and keeps his immortal aperture. At this time, he will no longer be hiding in the shadows. He will have traces to follow. We don't need anyone's help. Just the wisdom path Gu Immortals of our Xia clan can deduce his exact location with the help of the formation. Of course, if more wisdom path friends help us, we will have a higher chance of deducing Fang Yuan's location, and it will also be faster. Another Xia clan Gu Immortal continued. Actually, the true difficulty is not in the deduction, but when we know the location of Fang Yuan's tribulation, how do we get there in time? There is also a prerequisite. We need to gather a large number of Gu Immortals to deal with Fang Yuan. Facing this problem, the Southern Border Gu Immortals fell into silence. Since ancient times, Southern Border's Righteous Path forces had always been independent. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. And now, to get rid of Fang Yuan, these Righteous Path forces needed to work together and act together. This could almost be considered as an unprecedented thing. While the immortals were still in shock, Wu Yong spoke again. His voice was low and powerful. Every word was like a boulder that fell on the immortals' hearts. He said, "It is time to make a change. Haven't you noticed it? The waves of the Great Era have arrived. The regional walls of the 5 regions are starting to dissipate. If we do not make a change, we will drown in the waves of the new era." The immortals were silent. The second person stood up. He was Ba Clan's first supreme elder. He had always wanted to seize Wu Clan's position as the #1 force. "My Ba family supports Wu Yong," he said, which was rare for him to open his mouth. "We need to look forward. Everyone, Central Continent has the Celestial Court, Northern Plains has the Longevity Heaven. What does my southern border have?" He paused for a moment, and then said some philosophical words. "Although there are many mountains, each of them will be conquered by others one by one. Thus, I support Wu Yong, and also support Tai Clan in building beacon towers." Not long after he said that, Chi Clan's first supreme elder, Chi Chuyu, also expressed his support. Next, Luo Clan, Ho Clan, Chai Clan, and other Gu immortals with high authority spoke one after another, expressing their strong desire to work together. The southern border immortals suddenly realized in their shock that this discussion had huge significance. It would definitely be recorded in southern border's history. An unprecedented situation had occurred. Southern border's righteous path forces were going to work together. This was not the grand propaganda of the past. This was true cooperation. The atmosphere became unprecedentedly lively. Southern border's Gu immortals felt a surge of emotions. They had the excitement of participating in a historical moment. Chapter 1635. Several months later, in southern border, in a nameless, ordinary valley. Rank 6 female immortal Ba Tao shouted, her aura surging. She raised her hands high, as if she was holding something heavy. Her face soon turned red. Her body trembled as she struggled. "Hurry up," Ba Tao urged. On the other side, another Gu immortal was also activating a killer move. This person had rank 6 cultivation. He was a young man from Tai Clan. His surname was Tai. He was Tai Chuzhong's son. Pieces of red light spheres spiraled up. With a loud sound, they turned into a red pillar of light that was about to pierce the clouds. But at this time, the third old Gu immortal appeared. He was standing on the clouds. He waved his hand and suppressed this red pillar of light. The red pillar of light dissipated, revealing a 7-layered pagoda that looked like it was made from red copper. A lump of fire was quietly burning at the top of the pagoda. "All right." Tai, he let out a breath of turbid air, showing a gratified expression. "A beacon tower has been built." "I'm so tired." Ba Tao felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She sat on the ground, panting, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Finally, the third old Gu immortal slowly floated down. At the same time, countless Gu worms flew and gathered, entering his sleeves. This was a team that was building beacon towers. There were a total of 3 people. Tai Clan Gu immortal Tai was in charge of construction. Ba Tao assisted, while the old Gu immortal was in charge of setting up the formation and disguising it. After all, the beacon tower would cause a huge commotion when it was built. It would be easily discovered. There were more than a dozen squads like this. Ever since Southern Border's Righteous Path united, these teams had been moving around, building beacon towers all over Southern Border. Beacon Tower is indeed worthy of being Tai Clan's signature immortal Gu house. It is truly inconceivable. Just mortal Gu can have the power of an immortal Gu house. It can transport Gu immortals. The old Gu immortal sighed as he looked at the beacon tower. Tai walked to Ba Tao's side and pulled the ladder up. His heart was moved when he heard this, and he said, "The true power of the beacon tower is that the more it is built, the greater its overall power. To reach the level of an immortal Gu house, we need at least 100 beacon towers. Right now, we have over 1,000 beacon towers in Southern Border. We can transport rank 7 Gu immortals. But to reach rank 8, I need at least 10,000 beacon towers." "Thank you for answering my question." The elderly Gu immortal nodded. expressing his gratitude. Tai Yi and he looked at each other and smiled at the same time. If it was in the past, this kind of secret regarding the beacon tower would never be spoken of. But now, because the Southern Border Alliance was being formed, the attitude of Gu immortals towards each other and the way they interacted with each other was gradually changing. If there is a beacon tower built near that tributary of the River of Time, our Southern Bordergood faction will definitely be able to send reinforcements and save my grandfather in time. Ba Tao stared at the beacon tower in a daze, muttering, Ba Tao, we still have hope. Didn't Feng Yuan release Clan's Gu immortals already? This demon Feng Yuan just wants more cultivation resources. The elderly Gu immortal consoled. Tai Yi didn't say anything. He remained silent, but his thoughts were tumbling. He and Ba Tao were in a similar situation. His father Tai Chuzhong was also one of Feng Yuan's captives. He naturally had anger and hatred towards Feng Yuan, but he had to admit, if not for Feng Yuan capturing so many Southern Border Gu immortals and giving Southern Border's righteous path a painful beating, how could Southern Border's righteous path unite so quickly? Between comfort and pain, the latter naturally moved people's hearts more. Thinking about it, Tai Yi secretly felt that it was a little ironic. The Beacon Tower plan was the dream of Tai clan for many years, but it was realized because of a demonic path overlord. Of course, there was another crucial factor, the arrival of the Great Era. But no matter what, Feng Yuan's role was extremely important. Sizzle! The beacon tower suddenly made a strange sound and even trembled slightly. What's going on? This scene immediately attracted the attention of the elderly Gu immortal. He frowned and looked at Tai Yi. Ba Tao also looked at Tai Yi with her beautiful eyes. She had participated in the construction of many beacon towers, but had never seen such a situation before. Could it be that some flaws were left behind during the construction of this beacon tower? Tai Yi's frown deepened. Don't worry, this situation does not mean that there is a problem with this beacon tower, but that one of the beacon towers scattered all over Southern Border has been completely destroyed. Oh, is that so? The elderly Gu immortals frown, slightly eased. Ba Tao snorted coldly. This situation was also within Southern Border's righteous path's expectations. Because although the construction of the beacon tower was approved by Southern Border's righteous path, there were still demonic path and lone cultivator forces in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. The beacon tower was in Tai clan's hands. It represented the benefits of Tai clan and other Southern Border superforces. It had nothing to do with these demonic path and lone immortals. It was very likely that the beacon tower that was constructed would be discovered and then destroyed by these Gu immortals. Find out who did it. We need to kill one to warn the others. The elderly Gu immortals killing intense sword. This was also one of the methods that Southern Border's righteous path had come up with to deal with this matter. However, at the next moment, the abnormality of the beacon tower made the three immortals stunned. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A series of strange noises resounded. The newly constructed beacon tower shook continuously like a patient suffering from epilepsy. What's going on? Does this mean that a large number of beacon towers have been destroyed? Ba Tao and the elderly Gu immortal looked at Tai Yi again. This time, even Tai Yi was hesitant, muttering to himself. Strange, is there really a problem with this beacon tower? But at the next moment, his suspicions were shattered. The three immortals' expressions changed, because they received a shocking piece of news almost at the same time. There was only one person crazily destroying the beacon towers. It was none other than that unforgivable and heinous demonic path overlord, Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan has outstanding wisdom path methods. It is not difficult for him to deduce the locations of these beacon towers. He also has fixed immortal travel. He can come and go freely. It is not strange for him to do this. Tai Yi's expression was grim. Damn it. The Celestial Court is useless. They actually allowed Feng Yuan to steal fixed immortal travel. Ba Tao clenched her fists, feeling extreme hatred. The elderly Gu immortal was experienced after all. Let's go back to the clan. Since Fang Yuan is making a move, it is no longer safe outside. Tai Yi and Ba Tao's hearts tightened. Thinking of Fang Yuan's methods, they no longer had any thoughts of staying here. At the same time, Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, and the other clan leaders were also having an urgent meeting. Fang Yuan must have seen the threat of the beacon towers. He attacked in advance and is destroying them crazily. This shows that our clan's beacon towers are a huge threat to Fang Yuan. He is already feeling uneasy and fearful. Tai clan's first supreme elder said, just let him destroy them. The difficulty of building beacon towers is high. They need Gu immortals to do it personally. But they are only made of mortal Gu. The cost is low. Just let him destroy them. Shan clan's first supreme elder sneered, showing a heroic air. Wu Yong, however, frowned. He had a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is crafty and crafty. He cannot be underestimated. I feel that there is a deeper meaning behind his actions. It is not as simple as it seems. Wu Yong's words immediately attracted the attention of the other Gu immortals. One of them said, "Is there such a possibility? Fang Yuan is undergoing tribulation in southern border, and one of these beacon towers is very close to his tribulation location. Thus he attacked and destroyed a large number of them." That makes sense. Quick! Gather wisdom path Gu immortals to make deductions. As long as Fang Yuan makes a move, he will leave behind all sorts of clues. Now that he is making such a big move, the deductions will definitely be more fruitful than before. After a round of deductions, the results were indeed brilliant. Southern Border's righteous path obtained 3 locations. If Fang Yuan wanted to undergo tribulation, these were the most likely locations. Quickly investigate. Pay close attention to these 3 locations. We must defend them to the death. Similar orders were passed down. Southern Border's Gu immortal world moved in unison for the first time in history, all to exterminate their common enemy. Chapter 1636. 5 Regional Mountain Range. Jun Xinguang's heart jumped. Fang Yuan's destruction of the beacon towers had caused a huge commotion. Even though the Celestial Court's influence in Southern Border was weak, they could still find out. Southern Border had gathered many wisdom path Gu immortals and deduced 3 locations, one of which was the 5 Regional Mountain Range. The Celestial Court, however, had Fairy Myrtle deduced the 5 Regional Mountain Range alone. Jun Xinguang immediately moved towards the 5 Regional Mountain Range. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding the 5 Regional Mountain Range appeared in his mind. This 5 Regional Mountain Range was not a naturally formed mountain range. It was man-made. The person who created this mountain range was not simple. It was the rank 8 restriction path, Gu Immortal Taozhu. This person was known as the Restriction Master and had extraordinary attainment level in his path. He had deeply researched the 5 regional walls and tried to find a method to allow Gu immortals to easily cross the regional walls, thus creating the 5 Regional Mountain Range. Unfortunately, even after his death, he did not obtain any useful results. But this 5 Regional Mountain Range was left behind and became a special place in Southern Border. Senior Thunder, Ghost True Monarch chased after Fang Yuan and was once defeated by Fang Yuan in the regional wall. This battle exposed the secret that Fang Yuan's battle strength is almost unaffected in the regional wall. It can be said that the 5 regional walls are his natural home ground. Regrettably, the heaven and earth chi in the 5 regional walls are extremely difficult to extract. He cannot undergo tribulation in the regional walls. But the 5 Regional Mountain Range is different. It is man-made and located in Southern Border. It has abundant earth chi and good weather. At the same time, it can give Fang Yuan some home ground advantage. Jun Xinguang's speed was extremely fast. While he was thinking, he had already crossed tens of thousands of li. On the horizon, the 5 Regional Mountain Range was already in sight. The reason why he could arrive at the scene so quickly was because Jun Xinguang had been patrolling the area. The 5 regional mountain range was a special place that was long known. It was not a secret. Several months ago, Fairy Myrtle had been scheming against Fang Yuan, deducing some suitable locations for him to undergo tribulation. The 5 regional mountain range was naturally at the top of the list. Therefore, the 5 regional mountain range itself was one of the key surveillance areas of the Celestial Court. This time, in order for the Celestial Court to deal with Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle did not hesitate to mobilize many rank 8 Gu Immortals to the other 4 regions. There were 2 in southern border. Jun Xinguang was one of them. There was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Wei Feng, who was quite far away but was also rapidly approaching. When Jun Xinguang got close to the 5 regional mountain range, he immediately used his killer move to conceal himself as he carefully approached. Walala! A huge amount of heaven and earth chi was like a tidal wave, continuously being drawn out and gathered at the center of the 5 regional mountain range. That place was obscured by the light and shadow, and it was impossible to see clearly. It was like a bottomless hole, continuously sucking in the massive amount of chi of heaven and earth. Such a scale is truly terrifying. Jun Xinguang's heart trembled as he watched. He immediately used his unique investigative method. After Fang Yuan set up an ambush and successfully captured a group of southern border Gu Immortals, Jun Xinguang had also personally arrived at the scene. At this time, Jun Xinguang was filled with vigilance. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, whose cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan, he did not dare to advance rashly. If after entering the 5 regional mountain range, he discovered that this was Fang Yuan's ambush, that would be disastrous. After Jun Xinguang investigated, he confirmed that someone was undergoing tribulation here. But whether it was Fang Yuan or not was another matter. Jun Xinguang was very patient. He used other methods and obtained results after a while. This was an otherworldly demon undergoing tribulation. This way, Jun Xinguang was almost 100% sure that this was Fang Yuan's main body. He is actually undergoing tribulation here. Jun Xinguang muttered, his gaze filled with disbelief. But he quickly reacted and laughed at himself. Reality is illusion, illusion is reality. Fang Yuan's main body is clearly here, but I actually did not dare to believe it. The He family of the Northern Plains had unique methods to detect the otherworldly demons. The Celestial Court naturally had similar killer moves. Fairy Myrtle had once persuaded Fang Yuan to surrender in Langya Blessed Land. She had revealed that the Celestial Court was the Celestial Court of humans that could accept even otherworldly demons. The Celestial Court had indeed recruited otherworldly demons to become members of the Celestial Court, but there were no clear records in history, and no one knew about it. It was not strange for the Celestial Court to have such methods. Right now, Jun Xinguang was using such a method. If Fang Yuan had thought of this method in advance and prepared against it, the possibility of that is too small. After all, even if he had been reborn, this method of mine had been specially modified by Lady Ziwei recently. It is said that after Yuan Qiong Du joined the Celestial Court, other than being in charge of repairing Fate Gu, he was also refining Immortal Gu for Fang Yuan. In history, there were examples of rank 8 demonic path Gu Immortals wreaking havoc in the world. When the Celestial Court could not restrain them, they would refine Immortal Gu for these demons. This type of Immortal Gu was specially used to restrain such demons. It had extraordinary effects. Fang Yuan was only rank 7, but he had already received such great attention and treatment from the Celestial Court. This was unprecedented in history. Maybe there is another reason. That is, his grand tribulation cannot be delayed any longer. He has to undergo tribulation. Jun Xinguang's eyes shined with bright light. Someone was undergoing tribulation here, and was confirmed to be an otherworldly demon. Fang Yuan's identity was already clear. If it were anyone else who would be so stupid as to undergo tribulation here, and with the scale of heaven and earth Qi and the otherworldly demon. Who else could it be other than Feng Yuan? Good, good, good. Feng Yuan, the Celestial Court, have finally caught you. Jun Shenguang said good 3 times in a row, his expression becoming more and more excited. Feng Yuan had already started his tribulation. At this time he could not move at will. He had already become a live target. Even if he had fixed immortal travel, what could he do? It could be said that this was Feng Yuan's weakest moment. Jun Shenguang's expression gradually calmed down, becoming solemn as a murderous aura shrouded his whole body. If I can kill Feng Yuan in this trip, it will be a huge merit. Jun Shenguang's heart was burning. He was truly lucky to have encountered such a good opportunity. No wonder Lady Ziwei once told me that my luck is very dense, although it is inferior to Feng Yuan's. As long as I don't make the first move, I will not be suppressed by Feng Yuan's luck. If I wait for Feng Yuan's luck to weaken, I will have a chance to gain victory. Thinking of this, Jun Shenguang's eyes were already surging with killing intent. So what if it is the 5 regional mountain range? It is only a replica of the 5 regional walls. Even if Feng Yuan is undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional walls, I, Jun Shenguang, will still force my way in and kill you at any cost. Rumble. A sonic boom resounded as an immortal Gu house flew towards the 5 regional mountain range at lightning speed. Jun Shenguang immediately felt a chill in his heart. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building? These southern border immortals came so quickly. As expected, the beacon towers are of great help to them. They gathered so quickly. Even my celestial court does not have such methods. If we attack southern border in the future, we will need to get rid of these beacon towers first. Jun Shenguang saw these southern border righteous path immortals and felt some joy in his heart. He needed these people to take the lead and were down Feng Yuan's battle strength and luck. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building directly rose into the sky. Wu Yong led the southern border righteous path immortals and stood in the bamboo building, overlooking the entire 5 regional mountain range. Seeing such a scale of heaven and earth Qi, many Gu immortals showed shock and bewilderment. Some wisdom path Gu immortals worked together to deduce, and soon one of them said excitedly, "There's a high chance that Feng Yuan is undergoing tribulation here." Great! Wonderful, wonderful! This demon Feng Yuan has committed a heinous crime. He is extremely vicious and evil. Today we must behead him to avenge our southern border's righteous path. Killing this demon will cleanse heaven and earth. It will bring blessings to all living beings. Humph! Does this Feng Yuan really think our southern border righteous path is a pushover? He is actually undergoing tribulation in southern border. Ha ha ha! I'm afraid he thinks that if he captures our clansmen, we will hesitate to attack him. You don't know how firm the righteous path of the southern border is. The southern border immortals discussed with surging battle intent. Xia clan's 2nd Supreme Elder Xia Zhao and 3rd Supreme Elder Xia Qinyuan looked at each other helplessly. Although they wanted to save their clan's 1st Supreme Elder Xia Cha, they had no choice but to follow the crowd in this situation. Southern border's righteous path had been extorted by Feng Yuan earlier. They were already filled with anger. But because they could not find Feng Yuan earlier, under the consideration of benefits, they accepted the extortion to protect the hostages. Now that Feng Yuan was in front of them, as long as they killed him, they might be able to obtain many venerable inheritances, as well as countless cultivation resources, and several secluded domains of heaven and earth. The overwhelming hatred and the huge benefits made these southern border Gu immortals' eyes turn red with greed. Our southern border righteous path alliance has just been established. We need a powerful demon to serve as our flag. Feng Yuan is the perfect candidate. Everyone, this damned devil is currently undergoing tribulation. Time is limited. Let's attack together, encircle and annihilate him from all directions. Let this day next year be his death anniversary. Under Wu Yong's order, the southern border righteous immortals swarmed out. There were rank 8 Gu immortals like Qi Chuyu and Shang Wujie, as well as powerful experts like Xia Zhao, as well as rank 7 experts like Yao Du, Ho Tang, and Bada. This lineup was so powerful that even Jun Xinguang, who was hiding at the side, was shocked. This could be said to be the full force of Southern Border's righteous path. There were probably only some rank 6 immortals left in their headquarters. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heaven chi surged. The boundless clouds condensed into dozens of huge light pillars, ruthlessly suppressing Fang Yuan. Earth chi condensed, dragging Fang Yuan's footsteps. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. His attention was not on the tribulation, but outside the immortal aperture. Good heavens, many people came. Southern Borders, righteous path hates me to the core. Of course, they are also scrambling for my wealth. Other than that, there must be celestial courts Gu immortals hiding nearby. It is just that I have not discovered them yet. Although he had captured so many Southern Border Gu immortals and soul searched them one by one, he had a deep understanding of Southern Border's righteous path. But at this moment, he did not dare to be careless or underestimate them, because Southern Border's righteous path also had deep foundations. They had trump cards, especially some deep foundations. Even the first supreme elders of each race might not know about them, let alone Fang Yuan's captive, Xia Cha, who was only the first supreme elder. Beacon towers are indeed troublesome. Fang Yuan sighed again. Chapter 1637. Once they entered the 5 regional mountain range, the Southern Border mortals immediately felt an intense repulsive or attractive force. They activated killer moves to move forward while maintaining their defensive methods. Their immortal apertures all shook as they suffered the backlash of immortal killer moves. This demon really chose a good place. Immediately, a Southern Border Gu immortal gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Even if my immortal aperture is destroyed, I will kill this demon and rid the world of evil." Even more Gu immortals' battle intent surged. Their determination to kill Fang Yuan became even firmer. Fang Yuan was so crafty and ruthless. He did not show any reverence towards the celestial court. He was daring and unbridled, not to mention the righteous path of the other 4 regions. This person only had rank 7 cultivation level, yet he ambushed Southern Border's righteous path, capturing hostages and extorting them wantonly. If he became rank 8, what would happen? If Fang Yuan was in the righteous path, it would be fine. The righteous path would follow the rules of the game. But he was in the demonic path, he was alone, and needed a vast amount of cultivation resources to cultivate. He would reach out to the righteous path and plunder. This was an irreconcilable conflict. But Fang Yuan not only had the ability to plunder, he could even defend against seductions and had fierce battle strength. This was too frightening. They had to get rid of this scourge as soon as possible. Kill! Kill! Take revenge for my clansmen. Whoever can cut off Fang Yuan's head, no matter who it is, I, Shang Wujie, will reward them handsomely. I, Qi Chuyu, will personally set up an immortal formation for him. My Wu clan will open our treasury. Whoever kills Fang Yuan can choose 3 immortal Gu. Under the heavy reward, the morale of the Southern Border Gu immortals soared. To prevent Fang Yuan from escaping, they split into several groups and charged in from different directions of the 5 regional mountain range, directly attacking the center. Cluck, cluck, cluck. With a series of chicken cries, the immemorial year chickens, huge body, suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Shang Wu Jie's group. Fang Yuan had naturally made arrangements. The immemorial year beasts were scattered everywhere to protect him and resist the strong enemies. This was an immemorial year beast. It was ferocious as it pecked at the Southern Border Gu immortals. The accompanying rank 7 Gu immortals felt a chill in their hearts and were about to resist with all their strength when they suddenly heard Shang Wu Jie's cold snort. "Little chicken, you dare to stop me!" Shang Wu Jie roared, activating his rank 8 killer move. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire immemorial year chicken was slapped into the mountain and fainted on the spot. The accompanying rank 7 Gu immortals immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gazes toward Shang Wu Jie had already changed. Although Shang Wu Jie is a rank 8 Gu immortal, he has never been famous for his battle strength. To think that his offensive killer move is so fierce. A primordial year chicken is, after all, a primordial, desolate beast. It didn't even have the chance to make a move before it was knocked unconscious by Shang Wu Jie. Fierce, too fierce. Shan clan is one of the top 5 superforces in Southern Border, but the strength that Shang Wu Jie has displayed is too strong. Shang Wu Jie's performance caused people to be shocked, exceeding their imaginations. No matter how weak the immemorial year chicken was, it was still at rank 8 level. To think that it could not even last one round against him. Oh, did he bring weak chicken goo with him? Fang Yuan observed the battle while undergoing tribulation. The immemorial year chicken's poor performance made Fang Yuan recall a famous transaction from his previous life. Ba clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Ba Ji did not hesitate to pay a huge price to transact with Shan clan, obtaining rank 8 weak chicken Gu. Because of a special method, he could use this immortal Gu above his rank, causing his strength to soar rapidly, becoming the biggest winner of the transaction. Subsequently, he caused a huge commotion in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Right now, Gu Immortal Baji is still in closed cultivation. His reputation is unknown and no one is interested in him. Weak Chicken Gu is still in Shang clan's hands and was used by Shang Wu Jie to deal with me. Shang Wu Jie's battle strength was not outstanding among Southern Border's rank 8s, but with weak Chicken Gu, he was in the limelight for once. Fortunately, that immemorial year chicken was only defeated and not killed. There was still hope of saving it. Fang Yuan immediately sent an immemorial year snake to attack Shang Wu Jie's group. As the two clashed, Shang Wu Jie was immediately obstructed, his advance coming to an abrupt halt. There were several other groups that had the same encounter as Shang Wu Jie. All of them had rank 8 Gu immortals. Evidently, Fang Yuan's main focus was on defending against these rank 8 existences. In a one-on-one battle, these immemorial year beasts were naturally not the rank 8 Gu immortals match, but they could resist for some time. But in the 5 regional mountain range, it was a different battle environment. Using any immortal killer move here would have a higher difficulty, and the Gu immortal themselves would have to suffer the backlash first. There was also the omnipresent gravitational and repulsive forces that constantly interfered with the Gu immortals. Not only did they have to fight, they also had to divert their attention to deal with these enormous gravitational and repulsive forces. These gravitational and repulsive forces were stronger as the Gu immortals' cultivation level rose. Rank 8 Gu immortals could barely move forward. This was also why, under normal circumstances, rank 8 Gu immortals had to go through Black Heaven and White Heaven, taking detours. Of course, the 5 regional mountain range was only an imitation of the 5 regional walls. It was not the real 5 regional walls, so the obstruction to rank 8 Gu immortals was not as strong as the real regional walls. Even so, it greatly suppressed the performance of rank 8 Gu immortals. At once, even these rank 8 Gu immortals like Wu Yong could not advance even an inch while resisting the immemorial year beasts with all their strength. These immemorial year beasts came from the river of time. They were not born in the 5 regions, so they were not restricted. As for immortal Gu house, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, it was a fixed immortal killer move. It was even more severely restricted in the 5 regional mountain range. It was stored in Wu Yong's immortal aperture and could not be used easily. The demon schemes are truly crafty. No wonder he chose to undergo tribulation here. Feeling the difficulty of the battle, a Gu immortal coughed out blood and shouted, "Don't mind us. You guys charge in and disturb Fang Yuan's tribulation. We can't let him pass this tribulation. Qi Chuyu shouted. Even though Fang Yuan had arranged immemorial year beasts, in terms of numbers, he could not compare to the southern border Gu immortals. When the immemorial year beast was fighting the southern border mortals, it was also being restrained. Many southern border Gu immortals bypassed the immemorial year beasts and continued to attack Fang Yuan. Great formation, rise. Fang Yuan did not panic in the face of danger. With a command, an immortal Tao, great formation, suddenly rose in the surroundings. At once, the southern border Gu immortals lost their five senses. They were in chaos, their vision was filled with fog, and they lost their direction. This demon still has a backup plan. Don't be afraid, we cannot easily use immortal Gu houses in the 5 regional mountain range. The same goes for immortal formations. If he uses it for too long, it will collapse on its own. At that time, Fang Yuan will have to bear the backlash of the array's collapse. No, this is exactly Fang Yuan's delaying tactic. As long as he could endure this period of time and successfully transcend the tribulation, even if the array was broken and he suffered a backlash, he would not be able to escape. He would be able to use fixed immortal travel to escape in time. The southern border Gu immortals conversed at lightning speed. They immediately understood Fang Yuan's delaying tactic. We need to break out of this formation as soon as possible. That fellow cultivator has such a method. Oh no. Qi clan's Gu immortals are blocked. They cannot come. Damn it, this demon is doing this on purpose. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a Gu immortal laughed loudly. Everyone turned to look. It was a person with a large head and a small body. He had a crafty gaze. Immediately, someone asked, Ho clan friend, why are you laughing? Ho clan Gu immortal Ho Zi, Ho stopped laughing. Everyone, don't worry. This formation does not have any spatial restriction ability. It is simply confusing our senses and causing us to lose our direction. I have a beast that can be used. Come out. As soon as he said that, a mystical light flew out of Ho's immortal aperture and landed on his shoulder, turning into a monkey. This monkey was small and had dense fur. It was shining in silver light and had 8 ears, 4 on the left and 4 on the right. Immediately, a Gu immortal cried out in shock. Is this the immemorial, desolate beast 8 ears monkey? Ho laughed loudly. Yes, it is. Ear monkeys were rare beasts. They belonged to information path. Even ordinary mortal beasts were rare, and mortal-level ear monkeys were even rarer. When an ear monkey grew 6 ears, it was a desolate beast. 7 ears were ancient, desolate beasts. 8 ears were immemorial, desolate beasts. At once, the southern border immortals' gazes towards Ho changed. Ho only had rank 7 cultivation level on the surface. His battle strength was not outstanding, and he was not famous. To think that he had hidden an immemorial, desolate beast as a helper. This concealment was too deep, if not for the encirclement against Fang Yuan. He might not have been forced to reveal such a trump card. Monkey, where are the enemies? Ho rubbed the 8 ears monkey's small head, instructing softly. As an immemorial, desolate beast, the 8 ears monkey was actually very docile. It obediently listened to Ho. It listened attentively before chirping and stretching out its hand to point a direction. The immortals received its guidance and continued to advance. Suddenly, the immortal formation changed. The 8 ears monkey immediately shouted and listened attentively, pointing in another direction. Fang Yuan immediately frowned. This way, even if the formation changed continuously, it would not be able to block this group of southern border Gu immortals. It is actually an 8 ears monkey. Although southern borders Ho clan has always reared and enslaved monkey beasts, I did not expect them to have such a rare divine beast. Jun Xinguang saw this, and his killing intent surged. This encirclement against Fang Yuan was a huge matter. Jun Xinguang hesitated for a moment before deciding to take the risk. When the southern border Gu immortals entered the 5 regional mountain range, he had already activated his killer move and stealthily sneaked in. And the other celestial court Gu immortal, Wei Feng, was also rapidly rushing over, waiting to be the Oriole. With this 8 ears monkey, we can monitor the world. When my central continent invades southern border in the future, most stealth methods will be ineffective. Getting rid of it will be greatly beneficial to my celestial court's plan. Jun Shenguang thought of this, and his gaze towards the 8 ears monkey revealed a trace of killing intent. The 8 ears monkey immediately sensed it and screamed in panic. This beast is so sharp. Jun Shenguang quickly retracted his gaze and looked ahead. Forget it. I will let it go for now. The urgent matter now is to deal with Fang Yuan. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Ho Zi Hui quickly comforted the 8 ears monkey on his shoulder. Right at this time, their vision suddenly cleared up as a Gu immortal shouted, "We are out!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heaven and earth chi were still surging. The sovereign immortal aperture's entrance was wide open and continuously devouring. This is the immortal aperture of the demon Fang Yuan. We are close. With a strong enemy in front of them, the southern border immortals were stunned. They looked at each other and did not dare to move forward. Fang Yuan's fierce might made these rank 7 Gu immortals feel somewhat uneasy. Although the Southern Alliance has been established, how can the overall situation be changed in a short period of time? Motley crew is still a motley crew after all. Jun Shenguang sneered. He concealed himself and continued to advance rapidly. He actually wanted to enter Fang Yuan's immortal aperture in one step. Once I enter Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, he will fall into a passive state and will have to restrain himself. I will not fight Fang Yuan at all as long as I cause destruction everywhere. Fang Yuan will not be able to endure it. Even better is that Fang Yuan's grand tribulation has not formed yet. If I disturb him from the side, he will not be able to attend to one thing and might really be killed by me. But it is safer to continue hiding in his immortal aperture and wait for Fang Yuan to fight against the southern border mortals before I make my move. I am really looking forward to his expression when he finds out that a powerful enemy has suddenly appeared in his immortal aperture. Jun Shenguang had extremely powerful concealment methods. This was also his specialty. Of course, he knew that there was a chance that Fang Yuan would see through this risk and discover him. But such a great opportunity was right in front of him. If he did not grasp it, it would be a waste of time. Comparatively speaking, the possibility of Fang Yuan seeing through it was much smaller than not being able to see through it. How could there be no risk in this world? Not to mention the dangers of battle. Jun Shenguang was a noble rank 8 Gu immortal, but he had never lost the courage to risk his life. However, he had a clear yardstick in his heart when he should risk his life and when he shouldn't. Now is the time to fight with my life on the line. Jun Shenguang's eyes shined with a strange light as he activated his immortal killer move. Enduring the backlash of the killer move, he mixed into the heaven and earth chi and was about to enter the sovereign immortal aperture. Chapter 1638. The immortal aperture's entrance was open, but the amount of heaven and earth chi absorbed had already decreased by a lot. The enemy is right in front of us. Why are you hesitating? Tai Clan's Gu immortals raised their eyebrows and shouted at the southern border immortals. Many people's faces turned slightly red as they came to their senses. Someone shouted, "Let's charge in together!" This demon Fang Yuan is still undergoing tribulation. We will definitely win this battle. Whoever flees will be the greatest disgrace of southern border's righteous path. That's right. Charge into the enemy's immortal aperture. Even if we die, we will make this demon Fang Yuan suffer heavy losses. Why are you so pessimistic? This demon extorted so many things. There are definitely peerless treasures in his immortal aperture. Not to mention others. There are several secluded domains of heaven and earth. My clan's Gu immortals are still being held captive by him, but we do not know where he is being held. I have already checked. There are no immortal formations around. Ho-Zi rubbed the 8-ears monkey's head and said with certainty. The southern border immortals immediately relaxed. Fang Yuan's formation had made southern border's righteous path suffer greatly. Once this worry was gone, the southern border immortals' morale soared. They immediately used their abilities and charged into the immortal aperture. Howl, howl, howl! But at the next moment, there was a sudden change. A series of ear-piercing buzzing sounds resounded in the battlefield, almost piercing the immortals' eardrums. At the same time, an extremely dazzling light burst out. Many southern border Gu immortals were caught off guard. Their vision was filled with white. They were temporarily blinded. The southern border immortals were pale with fright. They quickly went on guard. Countless killer moves struck the center of the light. The person at the center of the light was not Fang Yuan, but Jun Shenguang. He was filled with anger and shock. This killer move of mine is the light of alarm. It will only be used when I face fatal danger. It is not controlled by me. I was about to sneak into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture earlier, but I activated the light of shock. What is going on? Don't tell me this is a huge trap set by Fang Yuan? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. He blocked the attacks of the southern border immortals while retreating rapidly. You have great skills. But since you're here, why are you leaving so quickly? Fang Yuan's laughter drifted into Jun Shenguang's ears. Jun Shenguang's heart trembled as he cried out involuntarily, "Not good!" He felt a formless suction force pulling at him, trying to drag him into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. In an instant, the doubts in Jun Shenguang's heart completely disappeared without a trace. He was absolutely sure that this was a trap set up by Fang Yuan. Jun Shenguang roared. Disregarding the backlash of the 5 regional mountain range, he activated his immortal killer move to resist the formless suction force that Fang Yuan was exerting on him. Immediately after, Jun Shenguang displayed the technique he was most proud of. His figure turned into a strange light and was about to shoot out of the battlefield. But even though the killer move succeeded, the strange light shot out at an extremely slow speed, comparable to a snail or a tortoise. Damn it, this is a time path method. Jun Shenguang immediately recognized it. Because of this time path method, his time was slowed down by nearly 100 times. Jun Shenguang was inwardly shocked. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal with rank 8 Dao marks. How can my time be slowed down by so much? Fang Yuan's time path method is actually at rank 8 level. It completely surpasses the information we had. How did he do it? What's going on? I was hit. Time is incomparably slow. It is like I have fallen into a swamp. Quickly think of a way. Similar to Jun Shenguang, the nearby southern border immortals were also in the same situation. You all came uninvited. I will return such hospitality 100-fold. Fang Yuan said as he descended onto the battlefield, only to see a Gu immortal with fluttering white clothes and green hair. He had an extremely handsome face and a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss and as cold as ice, filled with terrifying, killing intent. The Gu immortals present were all too familiar with such an appearance. Their bodies shook intensely as they turned pale with fright. Among the southern border immortals, someone even cried out in shock, "It's Fang Yuan!" Fang Yuan ignored these southern border rank 7 Gu immortals. His gaze was eerie as he looked at Jun Shenguang. Jun Shenguang's face was flushed red. He was using all his strength to get rid of the time path restriction on his body. He had many methods, and his efforts were fruitful. The time path restriction that Fang Yuan placed on him was getting lesser and lesser, and Jun Shenguang's speed was also getting faster. Fang Yuan smiled as he slowly stretched out his left hand from his sleeve. His left hand was white as jade. His 5 fingers spread out in a graceful manner, like a white lotus blooming. Surging soul path aura suddenly erupted and contracted in an instant. condensing into a phantom image in the center of Fang Yuan's left palm. This phantom image was vivid and lifelike. It was Luo Pa Valley that had shrunk by 1,000,000 times. The phantom image of Luo Pa Valley slowly rotated on its own. Fang Yuan's left hand's 5 fingers began to slowly close. Alarm bells rang in Jun Xinguang's mind. An incomparable sense of danger enveloped his entire body and mind. His eyes were wide open. He was so nervous that his pupils were about to split apart. What killer move is this? Terrifying, too terrifying. My senses are definitely not wrong. If I get hit by this move, I will definitely die. Escape, I must escape, quickly escape. Jun Shenguang's face was blood red. His thin and long white eyebrows were trembling crazily. He no longer had his previous breathtaking demeanor. Immortal killer move, Sunshine God. He gave a loud roar, brazenly using his strongest method. His whole body turned into a lump of light. Endless light burst out. It was as if a small sun had appeared in the whole battlefield. The burning white light had boundless might that could illuminate heaven and earth wherever it went. Fang Yuan's time path hand disintegrated. The southern border immortals had just escaped, but they were engulfed by the extremely dazzling white light. The fake regional walls that filled every part of the mountain range dissipated under the intense assault of the white light. The whole 5 regional mountain range started to shake, especially at the center of the battlefield. A large number of mountain rocks shattered and collapsed. It was a scene of chaos. The aftermath of Sunshine God even impacted the other battlefields. Southern Border's Rank 8 team was fighting with the Immemorial Year Immortal. They were severely disrupted. This is a Central Continent Rank 8 Gu Immortal. He is probably a member of the Celestial Court. As the light dissipated, the central battlefield became extremely clear. Suddenly, a Southern Border Gu Immortal cried out in shock. Wait, that immortal aperture. It is my clan's Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. What? It is not Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Everyone was shocked. This is a trap. Jun Shenguang screamed. He gathered his spirit and frantically retreated. Trying to escape, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared not far from Jun Shenguang. His heart shook fiercely. Jun Shenguang's pupils shrunk to pin size as he stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. At that moment, he suddenly realized, rather than saying that Fang Yuan was ambushing Southern Border's Gu Immortals, it would be more accurate to say that he was specifically targeting members of the Celestial Court like him. So your true target is me. That move of yours has already been exposed. I am already on guard. Your trap has also collapsed. Can you still restrain me? Merely rank 7 cultivation. I am a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Moreover, there is even reinforcements, Wei Feng, who is rushing over. Unless these Southern Border Gu Immortals are with you, do you think you can kill me? Jun Shenguang breathed in deeply. Countless lights flowed around his body like water, forming an impregnable defense. Sure enough, at the next moment, the Southern Border Immortals attacked one after another. Their target was the same, Fang Yuan. Wu Yong took the lead, while Qi Chuyu and Shang Wu Jie followed closely behind. Allowing the immemorial year beasts to attack themselves, they also wanted to deal with Fang Yuan. Next, a large number of Southern Border Gu Immortal experts used their own methods. Jun Shenguang laughed heartily. Fang Yuan, you demon, your evil deeds will only bring about your own destruction. You still want to kill me? Today you will die for sure. Is that so? At the moment of crisis, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. Even the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a mocking smile. Boom! At the next moment, his rank 7 aura suddenly changed. An incomparable aura soared into the sky and radiated in all directions. The group of people were all shocked. What? Rank 8 aura? This is impossible. Fang Yuan's body slightly paused. He stretched out his finger and lightly pointed. Immortal killer move. Spring scissors. Next, he folded his arms, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, forming a fan. Immortal killer move, summer fan. This is... Chi Chu-yu and Shang Wu-jie were dumbstruck at the scene. This is Lady Xia Cha's. Xia clan's rank 7 Gu immortals cried out in pain, an extremely bad feeling shrouding their hearts. Rumble. Spring scissors fiercely suppressed Jun Xinguang. Summer fan was rapidly waved in Fang Yuan's hands, brazenly defeating all kinds of killer moves of the southern border immortals. Chapter 1639. Shock. Witnessing Fang Yuan's rank 8 might, all the Gu immortals present felt a sense of shock. The immortals had come to obstruct Fang Yuan, to disrupt his tribulation and prevent him from becoming rank 8. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan would already have rank 8 cultivation level when they met again? This change caught everyone off guard. When did he become rank 8? Chi Chu-yu's eyes were wide open in disbelief. It is not strange to be able to use spring scissors and summer fan, but these two killer moves are amplified by time path Dao marks and can block all attacks. Even if Fang Yuan becomes rank 8, how can he have so many time path Dao marks in such a short period of time? I think it is more likely that he is using Xia Cha's body and using familiar face to deceive us and make us think that he has already undergone tribulation. Shang Wu-jie forced himself to remain calm as he analyzed. No, my clan's first supreme Elder Spring and Summer Immortal Gu are both rank 8. Only rank 8 immortal essence can be used. Xia clan's second supreme Elder Xia, Zhao shouted. This. Shang Wu-jie immediately hesitated. Immortal essence contain the user's will. Only the user or the heavenly spirit or land spirit formed after death could use their own immortal essence. The only exception was immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses could use immortal essence from any source. But Fang Yuan's two killer moves were clearly not immortal Gu houses. If Fang Yuan was only rank 7 and only had red date immortal essence, he would not be able to activate Spring and Summer Immortal Gu. Even if he replaced Xia Cha's body and obtained her immortal essence, he would not be able to use it. There is no point in thinking too much. Kill Fang Yuan and we might find out. Wu Yong shouted. He shot out like lightning. The immemorial year beast behind him fell to the ground, unable to get up again. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong displayed great battle strength. He killed the immemorial year beast that Fang Yuan deployed first and fought Fang Yuan with all his strength. Fang Yuan. Wu Yong's gaze was cold, his battle intent surged as he shouted loudly. Even if you advance to rank 8, you will not be able to escape this calamity. The 5-boundary mountain range that you have carefully chosen will be your burial ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire mountain range began to shake violently. For a moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Body parts flew everywhere. What's going on? The immortals were bewildered. Wu Yong's voice immediately reached the immortals' ears. Don't worry, everyone. This is a contingency plan that I've specially arranged. It can change the direction of the earth veins under the 5-realm mountain range and cause the entire mountain range to collapse. The immortals were even more puzzled. So what if he changed the direction of the earth veins? But soon they were pleasantly surprised to see that as the mountains gradually collapsed, the unique colorful light of the 5 boundaries mountain range also rapidly disintegrated and vanished. This, for a moment, even Jun Xinguang revealed a shocked expression. Great. Without these restraints, our battle strength will recover to its original state. We will no longer be restricted. The southern border Gu immortals were overjoyed. This Wu Yong is indeed different from Wu Duxiu. He actually had such a contingency plan. Shang Wu-jie's eyes flickered with bright light. Why is Wu clan so familiar with the 5 boundaries mountain range? Simply changing the direction of the earth veins cannot achieve such an effect. They must also know the details of Tao Zhu's arrangement of this mountain range. Chi-Chu-Yu's thoughts moved rapidly. At the periphery of the Five Boundaries mountain range, the formation formed by Wu clan and Qiao clan's Gu immortals was constantly rumbling. It was the source of the change in the entire Five Boundaries mountain range. Qiao Si Lu, Wu Yubo, and the others regarding this place. Wu Yubo looked at the battlefield and chuckled coldly. This demon Fang Yuan wants to rely on the Five Boundaries mountain range, now that he has lost his terrain advantage. How can he deal with the encirclement of our southern border righteous path? Qiao Si Lu was silent. Her expression was somewhat complex. She had once been very close to Wu Yihai. She had once thought that they would become husband and wife. But in the end, the shocking change far surpassed her imagination. Wu Yihai was actually Fang Yuan in disguise. Every time she thought about how she had once been so close to this demon. Fang Yuan, she shuddered. There was no lingering affection between her and Fang Yuan. Her complex emotions were because of the Five Boundaries mountain range itself. Everyone thought that Tao Zhu's research on the 5 regional walls did not have any results. But the truth was not so. Qiao clan unexpectedly obtained a clue to Tao Zhu's inheritance. They had been secretly searching for it, trying to uncover it. Who could have thought that this information would be known by Wu Yong? Under his pressure, Qiao clan had no choice but to contribute it, and it was used here. Precisely because of this clue, Wu Yong had a deep understanding of the Five Boundaries mountain range. He was able to change the earth veins and make the light qi of the Five Boundaries dissipate. If it were anyone else doing this and randomly changing the earth veins, unless they were extremely lucky under normal circumstances, the light qi of the Five Boundaries would still exist. Sai. This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal's inheritance, but it was used here. Now that the Five Boundaries mountain range is destroyed, all hope is gone. Qiao Si Lu sighed. Even though she said so much, not much time had actually passed. First, the killer move light of surprise burst out from Jun Xinguang's body. Then Fang Yuan appeared and chased after Jun Xinguang. Then the southern border immortals attacked. But Fang Yuan blocked them, exposing his rank 8 cultivation level. Then, the southern border immortals conversed. Wu Yong charged forward. The Five Boundaries mountain range collapsed, and Fang Yuan's terrain advantage disappeared. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan's original intention of blocking the attacks of the southern border immortals did not change. Even when Wu Yong approached, he still chased after Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang used his trump card killer move. His aura fell to an extremely low level. His Sunshine Sun God had terrifying power. Not only did it expend a large amount of white lychee immortal essence, it also permanently expended his own light path Dao marks. It was a move that dealt great damage to the enemy and himself. Moreover, he had used it in the Five Boundaries mountain range and suffered an intense backlash. Although he managed to escape temporarily, he suffered heavy injuries as a result. But now, the light energy of the Five Boundaries was rapidly declining. Jun Xinguang felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He felt increasingly relaxed. His greatest worry was immediately resolved. Seeing Wu Yong charging towards Fang Yuan, a thought appeared in Jun Xinguang's mind. Should I cooperate with the southern border Gu immortals and encircle Fang Yuan? Jun Xinguang quickly rejected this thought the moment it appeared. Continue escaping. The current situation was very complex. He was not a southern border Gu immortal after all. More importantly, Fang Yuan was chasing after him. If he escaped, it would mean Fang Yuan's failure. Jun Xinguang's decision to retreat was very wise. Fang Yuan was still chasing after him. He did not care about Wu Yong. But right at this time a change occurred. A powerful aura surged as a huge 5-colored pillar of light shot into the sky. At the same time, a grand voice resounded in the whole of the Five Boundaries mountain range. Junior, you did well. You actually passed my final test and destroyed the entire Five Boundaries mountain range. Now, the 5 regional inheritance that I left behind is yours. Cultivate well and roam the world in the future. Don't disgrace my name. In the 5-colored pillar of light, all gathered like smoke, forming into the appearance of a goo immortal that looked like it was alive. Countless gazes landed on it. Someone immediately recognized it. That's right, this is old man Tao Zhu's appearance when he was alive. No way. At the edge of the mountain range, Qiao Si Lu could see the pillar of light and hear the voice. She had a strange expression. Tao Zhu's final test was to destroy the 5 boundaries mountain range? I actually managed to activate Tao Zhu's inheritance by accident. Tao Zhu's heard someone calling him old man and felt displeased. He said arrogantly, "What old man? This junior has inherited my inheritance. How can he be so rude?" Rumble. Intense winds blew. Heaven and earth roared. What answered him was Wu Yang's rank 8 killer move. But it was not aimed at him. It was aimed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit by this killer move. His immortal robe fluttered and rippled like water. It was the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This move reflected power, but Wu Yong forcefully endured it and continued to get closer. Fang Yuan's speed was immediately suppressed. It turned out that Wu Yang's move had a huge range. Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only reflect the portion that Fang Yuan had to endure. Fang Yuan flew and reflected it all the way. Even though he was safe, his speed was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan had been relying on Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time. How could Wu Yong not have methods to counter it? Tao Zhu's was shocked. He quickly looked around and saw several rank 8 Go Immortals fighting. With so many rank 7 experts present, he was so shocked that his body almost collapsed. What's going on? This was completely different from his expectations. There were no respectful juniors. Only ferocious Gu Immortals. Ignore him, he is just a dead man. The inheritance is here, we will take it after the battle. The urgent matter now is to kill this demon, Fang Yuan. Not just Tao Zhu's inheritance, even if it is a Gu Venerable's true inheritance. I will give it up to kill Fang Yuan. The immortals shouted. Their attention was once again focused on Fang Yuan. Tao Zhu's will. He was completely dumbfounded. This was not in line with his script. Next, he shuddered, reacting. Who is it? So many Gu Immortals are trying to kill him. To kill him, they are even willing to give up a Gu Venerable's true inheritance? Tao Zhu's will also looked at Fang Yuan, but soon found that he did not know this person. Who is this person? Is he a Gu Immortal after my main body died? Right at this time, Fang Yuan finally caught up to Jun Xinguang. Jun Xinguang was sweating profusely from nervousness. An intense feeling of danger was ringing in his mind like a war drum. He escaped with all his might while cursing in his mind, "Wu Yong, you scoundrel! What killer move is this? It can even trap me." Wu Yong's killer move had a huge range. It naturally took care of Jun Xinguang. How could Wu Yong's exquisite method be easy to deal with? Jun Xinguang's strength fell greatly. This obstruction caused his speed to fall even more severely than Fang Yuan's. It's over. Fang Yuan muttered. The moment he attacked, his eyes were like an ancient well with no ripples. The phantom image of Luo Pavali in his palm slowly rotated. Suddenly, he clenched his fingers, holding the phantom image in his palm. A ball of strange gray light surged out from the gaps between his fingers. Fang Yuan opened his palm and slapped at Jun Xinguang. The strange light shot out at an incredible speed. Jun Xinguang tried to dodge like a headless fly, frantically dodging. Wu Yong chased from behind. A dark light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, intense winds blew around Jun Xinguang, the resistance rising sharply. "Wu Yong, screw you!" Before Jun Xinguang could curse, he was hit by Fang Yuan's strange gray light. In an instant, his flying momentum came to a halt. There were no injuries on his body, but his soul was heavily injured, almost dying on the spot. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. While Jun Xinguang was in a daze, an immortal Gu house suddenly appeared beside Fang Yuan. The killer move that Ing Wuxia was preparing inside the house hit Jun Xinguang. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Jun Xinguang had no time to react. He sank into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. The immortal Gu house flew out. Its shape was blurry and indistinct. It swallowed Jun Xinguang and flew back to Fang Yuan's side. Wu Yong was pale with fright. He had originally interfered with Jun Xinguang to probe the power of Fang Yuan's move. After all, Jun Xinguang was not a southern border Gu immortal. Why couldn't he make use of him? But Wu Yong had never expected Fang Yuan to capture Jun Xinguang in one move. Earlier, when Fang Yuan captured the southern border mortals, he had set up an ambush and painstakingly set up a time path formation. But now he had captured Jun Xinguang with just a few methods. His battle strength had risen to such a level, it was simply unheard of. What killer move is that it seems to target the Gu immortal soul? Its power is terrifying. We need to guard against it. There is also the immortal Gu house. What immortal Gu house is that it is almost undetectable when hidden? Southern borders rank 8s were approaching with an aggressive aura. Chapter 1640. Fang Yuan's performance shocked Tao Zhu's will to no end. Where did this soul path Gu immortal come from? Just one attack was enough to heavily injure a rank 8 Gu immortal. Such awe-inspiring demonic might, even spectral soul was no match for it when he was young. This young man looks weak and delicate. To think that he is so vicious and ruthless, his methods are superb. He must have killed many people, otherwise, why would southern borders, righteous path Gu immortals, encircle him on such a large scale? Realizing this, Tao Zhu's will immediately cowered. For the first time, he felt that the pillar of light around him was so dazzling. My main body set this up to facilitate the inheritance. Sigh, to think that the true opening of the inheritance would be like this. Who did I offend? Is it easy to set up an inheritance after so much effort? Tao Zhu's will felt helpless, not to mention Amir will like him. Even if his main body was still alive, he would have to retreat. This situation was too deep. The waves were too fierce. He could not get involved. Tao Zhu's will cowered. He shrunk back into the pillar of light while thinking. Don't look at me! Don't look at me! How could the Gu immortals have the energy or mood to look at him? Fang Yuan had captured the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Xinguang in front of everyone. His battle strength was shocking. Almost all the rank 7 Gu immortals were speechless. Even the rank 8s were dazed. How should I fight such a strong enemy? If I fight and die, what will happen to my clan? If the other rank 8s die, wouldn't I be helping others? If Fang Yuan was rank 7, with reverse flow protection seal, he could fight rank 8s, southern borders, rank 8 Gu immortals could endure this level of battle strength. But now it was completely different. Not only was Fang Yuan a rank 8 Gu immortal, he also had a mysterious and powerful method. It seemed to be a soul path method that complemented lead soul into dream. Jun Xinguang's example was right in front of them. Southern borders rank 8 Gu immortals were also likely to be killed by Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, southern borders' righteous path's old habits resurfaced. After all, there were many factions. They had been in charge for too long. Their wariness towards each other was deeply ingrained in their bones. Even if they realized the need to work together, at the crucial moment, hesitation was a knot in the hearts of all rank 8 Gu immortals. These southern border rank 8 Gu immortals hesitated, but Fang Yuan did not. He laughed loudly and turned around to attack Wu Yong. Wu Yong, what did you just say? This is my burial ground? Ha ha ha. I think, on the contrary, this is your grave. Come, come, come. Let's settle old and new grudges together. Fang Yuan roared. His voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the 5-boundary mountain range. He was dressed in white, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His demonic might overflowed the sky. his killing intent surging to the heavens, intimidated the group of immortals. Qi Chu Yu, Shang Wu Jie, and the other rank 8 Gu immortals saw that Fang Yuan was targeting Wu Yong. They felt complex emotions. They were nervous, but also slightly relieved. Next, all sorts of dark thoughts appeared in their minds. Although Fang Yuan was ferocious, he was a lone wolf after all. Not to mention, Qi Chu Yu had made a deal with Fang Yuan. Now that the Southern Alliance was newly established, the alliance leader position had always been empty. Wu Yong was the undisputed #1 candidate. If he became the alliance leader, it would be hard to say how he would treat the other clans in the future. Southern Borders clans had existed for too long. To truly unite, the difficult thing was the countless obstacles in the hearts of the Gu immortals. When two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Wu Yong, it was beneficial to the other clans. Moreover, it was not that they did not come to help. But weren't there immemorial year beasts here? Motley crew! Wu Yong took a quick glance. Seeing that no one was coming to help him, he cursed in his heart. But facing the charging Fang Yuan, he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, his courage and battle intent were stimulated. I want to see what method you use to capture a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu Yong released clear, jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, controlling this immortal Gu house to charge at Fang Yuan with a boundless and majestic aura. Although Fang Yuan had the mysterious immortal Gu house, he was absolutely no match for clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. A sinister cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly changed direction and charged down. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building's momentum was too fierce. It crashed into thin air. Wu Yong, you have the immortal Gu house with you. You are safe enough. Then, if I kill these rank 7 immortals of your southern border righteous path, can you save them one by one? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally. Damn it. Wu Yong quickly controlled clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo, building to change direction and chase after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said again, Wu Yong, you are really ambitious. You want to establish Southern Borders Alliance. You want to be the alliance leader, right? After I kill these people, let's see if you still have the face to be the alliance leader. Fang Yuan did not have any substantial confrontation with Wu Yong, but his words were like knives that cut deeply into Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong led the southern border immortals to surround and kill Fang Yuan. On one hand, it was because he had enmity with Fang Yuan and could not live under the same sky. But on the other hand, it was to pave the way for him to ascend to the alliance leader position and accumulate prestige. But if Fang Yuan really killed these rank 7 Gu immortals, while Wu Yong sat in clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo, building unscathed, and could not do anything to Fang Yuan, then his prestige would definitely fall, and he would be even further away from the alliance leader position. Wu Yong was anxious and furious. He almost wanted to stomp his feet in clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Although clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was extremely fast, and the distance between it and Fang Yuan was shrinking rapidly, Fang Yuan had already arrived in front of those rank 7 Gu immortals first. Hold on. Am I going to die? Not necessarily. There are so many Gu immortals here. I still have hope of surviving. Before Fang Yuan attacked, these rank 7 southern border Gu immortals had already lost their morale. They did not even have the slightest thought of counterattacking. They only thought of how to preserve their lives. Fang Yuan forcibly captured Central Continent's rank 8 Gu immortals. This scene was too shocking. Die. Fang Yuan's roar suddenly stopped. At the crucial moment, a thick earth-yellow halo burst out from the southern border immortals' feet, protecting them. This was a rank 8 level defensive method. Fang Yuan, why the need to kill again? You kill me, I kill you. This cycle is so pitiful and pathetic. You are a hero of your time. Sigh, why can't you see through this? Lu Weiyin's figure appeared, not far away. "Humph, you again." Fang Yuan's gaze was like a sword as he ruthlessly stared at Lu Weiyin. Boom! At the next moment, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building crashed down like a meteor, carrying Wu Yang's intense hatred and anger, heavily crashing into Fang Yuan's back. Immortal killer move. Reverse flow protection seal. Fang Yuan was unscathed. The attack was completely reflected by clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. But the huge impact was unavoidable. Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. Wu Yang's mind relaxed. After driving Fang Yuan away from these southern border rank 7 Gu immortals, it would be even harder for him to attack them. But soon, Lu Weiyin's voice could be heard. "Oh no, this is Fang Yuan's plan. He wants to escape." Wu Yang's expression was ashen as he helplessly looked at Fang Yuan charging into that immortal aperture. The moment he entered, the immortal aperture's entrance closed loudly. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty. Since he set up an ambush here, how could he not have arranged an escape route? After entering the immortal aperture, he definitely has an escape method, like fixed immortal travel. At once, veins bulged on Wu Yang's head. He felt extremely stifled. Immortal apertures were easy to defend and hard to attack, especially immortal apertures with a closed entrance. Of course, Southern Border's righteous path immortals were here. They could definitely take down this blessed land. But the time that Fang Yuan managed to buy was enough for him to escape. Wu Yong was extremely aggressive. He gathered a large group to encircle Fang Yuan. But he still failed. Not only was he unable to harm Fang Yuan at all, he even captured a Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal in front of everyone. This was simply a huge slap to Wu Yang's face. Even more despicable is this guy. Wu Yang's gaze was dark as he stared at Lu Weiyin. He suddenly spoke. "Lu Weiyin, why didn't you stop him?" Lu Weiyin quickly bowed and said slowly, "I am ashamed. I have already tried my best to protect the Southern Border immortals, but I was unable to do so." In an instant, Lu Weiyin received countless gratitude from the Southern Border Gu immortals. Wu Yong breathed heavily. He was extremely furious. He clenched his fists tightly but could not do anything to Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor. He had a terrifying background. He was the biggest threat to Wu Yong's position as the alliance leader. Wu Yong led the immortals to kill Fang Yuan. He left Lu Weiyin behind. He did not want to bring him along so that he could build up his reputation. In the end, after the battle, Fang Yuan's escape was already set in stone. While Wu Yong gained nothing, his reputation fell greatly. In contrast, Lu Weiyin was the complete opposite. Wu Yong's gaze flickered like lightning. Chapter 1641. How can this be? How can this be? Southern Border's battle report had already arrived. Fairy Myrtle muttered with a perplexed look in her eyes. The grand and spacious hall was now filled with confusion. Not only did Fang Yuan not undergo tribulation, he had already reached rank 8. In fact, he even set up a trap in the 5 regional mountain range and captured the Celestial Court's Gu immortal, Jun Shenguang. Fairy Myrtle already knew about the Southern Border Gu immortals being captured by Fang Yuan, but she did not expect the same thing to befall her Celestial Court's side so quickly. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were actually captured alive. How long had it been since this happened? The moment she heard this news, Fairy Myrtle subconsciously thought of the illustrious battle achievements of several demon venerables in history. The space between her brows was even more sorrowful, and there was even more panic than usual. Even though she had always overestimated Fang Yuan, to think that today, Fang Yuan's growth was still far beyond her expectations. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he has been a huge problem. Now that he is rank 8 and has Xia Cha's methods, Even though he is using the 5 regional mountain range to weaken his enemies to a large extent, he can indeed pose a threat to the celestial court's immortals. Fairy Myrtle heaved a long sigh. She had already expected that such a day would come. Thus, she had tried all ways to eliminate this danger in advance. But she had never expected Feng Yuan's progress to be so rapid. Feng Yuan's progress is getting faster and faster. It seems that the quantitative change has triggered a qualitative change. But how in the world did he become rank 8 silently? Fairy Myrtle did not understand. Originally, she had thought that Feng Yuan's rapid cultivation progress was because he used a time path method to accelerate the flow of time in his immortal aperture. But now, Fairy Myrtle suddenly realized that Feng Yuan definitely had a wondrous method that could defy common sense and raise his cultivation level. Then what is this method? Fairy Myrtle did not continue deducing. She left the hall and went to where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. The formation rumbled. After some time, Fairy Myrtle returned to the hall with a shocked expression. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture, so that's how it is. Fairy Myrtle muttered with a dazed expression. Spectral Soul's ambition shocked her. What made her even more wary was that Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo had already been refined and obtained by Feng Yuan. A strong sense of bitterness welled up in her heart. Spectral Soul had concealed himself so deeply. If Feng Yuan hadn't exposed the clues and aroused Fairy Myrtle's suspicions, she wouldn't have searched his soul. Otherwise, she would still be kept in the dark. No wonder Feng Yuan's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. This time, he was able to reach rank 8 because he annexed the immortal apertures of many southern border immortals and passed the calamities and tribulations. He was able to use Summer Fan Killer move to resist the attacks of other rank 8s. It means he also annexed Xia Cha's immortal aperture. That way, he would have enough time path Dao marks to amplify Summer Fan Killer move. Immortal apertures can only devour smaller apertures, but the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is special. But to annex Xia Cha's immortal apertures, rank 8 Grotto Heaven, it requires great Grandmaster attainment level. How can Feng Yuan have it? Wait. Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle's expression turned ugly. All sorts of clues in her mind converged. The fog from earlier dissipated. Feng Yuan has a method to raise his attainment level from dream realms. No wonder he entered Southern Border and plundered dream realms. His great Grandmaster attainment level must have been obtained from the dream realms. Gasp! Thinking of this, even the powerful and knowledgeable Fairy Myrtle could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Feng Yuan had the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He could annex it at any time to pass calamities and tribulations. And the biggest obstacle in annexing an aperture was the attainment level of the path. Raising attainment level was very difficult. It often took hundreds of years. But Feng Yuan could use dream realms to rapidly raise his attainment level. This way he would enter a virtuous cycle. The explosive cultivation speed was enough to create huge waves in the history of human cultivation. No, more accurately speaking, the scary one is Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan was merely controlled by Providence. He was reborn as a pawn to destroy Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan. But he escaped from control in the end. Fairy Myrtle's body turned cold. Even though Heavenly Court had already imprisoned Spectral Soul, even Fairy Ziwei would interrogate Spectral Soul once in a while and search his soul to obtain crucial information. Spectral Soul was not as powerful as Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle felt a wave of lingering fear. If Spectral Soul really succeeded, he would have great Grandmaster attainment level in all paths. He would be filled with killing intent. He could annex apertures and cooperate with Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. His cultivation level would rise all the way to rank 8. At that level, Spectral Soul's main body would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. And most importantly, during the 5 regions chaotic war, when dream realms appear, Spectral Soul would have a chance to advance even further. From this move, it could be seen just how great his ambition was. He had already made countless preparations in this aspect. If he could really do that, he would have a huge advantage over the others. Even a great dream seed like Feng Kim Hong would not have the chance to grow. Fortunately, he did not succeed at the most important stage. Now, it is Feng Yuan who replaced his original plan. From this, he did not succeed, but he did not fail completely either. Thinking of Feng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Feng Yuan gave up on so many southern border Gu immortals to capture Jun Xin Guang alive. His action is the same as when I soul search Spectral Soul. He wants to search Jun Shen Guang's soul for the arrangements of the Celestial Court. Oh no, the River of Time. The river surged, coming from where it came and going to where it went. It was grand and majestic, reaching all the way to the limits of one's vision. Inside the immortal Gu house, Feng Yuan quietly looked at the surging river water. It undulated and created countless, dazzling waves. The River of Time. Indeed, after entering the immortal aperture and gaining some time, Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel's immortal killer, move to escape. Not long after, he entered the River of Time. At this moment, Jun Shen Guang's soul was being plundered inside his sovereign immortal aperture. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Feng Yuan urgently needed to know what arrangements the Celestial Court had in the River of Time. I set up an ambush in the 5 regional mountain range and fought a huge battle. Even though I captured Jun Xinguang, I also exposed a lot of information. In order to not give the Celestial Court a chance to react, Feng Yuan wanted to catch them off guard and enter the River of Time at this crucial moment. This Lu Wei-yin is not simple. He acted at the right time and saved those southern border rank 7s at the most crucial moment. I'm afraid it's very likely that he's already hiding somewhere. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has a benevolent and benevolent nature. He corrected the chaos and repaired the damage to Spectral Soul in the 5 regions. Especially in southern border, he has the highest reputation among the 10 Venerables. He is the most popular. As his current inheritor, Lu Wei-yin naturally inherited this reputation. Even though this person tried to deal with me, his true motive does not seem to be simple. He is shrouded in a layer of mystery. It is a pity that in the 500 years of my previous life, such a person did not exist. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan increasingly felt that his memories of the 500 years of his previous life were not reliable. Of course, there was also a possibility that after his rebirth, his indirect influence had increased to the point that it affected rank 8s like Lu Wei-yin as well. Feng Yuan shook his head. Putting Lu Wei-yin to the back of his mind, he thought about Tao Zhu's inheritance. He felt some regret. Tao Zhu's true inheritance was definitely related to the 5 regional walls. Even though the 5 regional walls would disappear in the future, and the 5 regions would become one, Tao Zhu's research on how to cross regional walls seemed like a joke. But thinking about it, Tao Zhu could create the 5 regional mountain range by imitating the 5 regional walls. Wouldn't he be able to replace the location of the regional walls to defend? Especially for Feng Yuan, fighting in the regional walls was extremely beneficial to him. It is a pity, such a pity, the situation back then did not allow me to take this inheritance. I missed Tao Zhu's inheritance. Chapter 1642. Tao Zhu's true inheritance. If it were a few months ago, Feng Yuan might be able to use southern border Gu immortals to exchange for this inheritance. But now, almost all of the southern border captives in his hands had already been devoured by him, directly killing them. These southern border Gu immortals were all rank 7 experts. As for Xia Cha, she had rank 8 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture devoured all of them, as well as the many immortal apertures in city. Well, Feng Yuan's cultivation level rose sharply. He went from rank 7 to rank 8, passing the final grand tribulation of rank 7. Fang Yuan had planned to continue capturing southern border Gu immortals in the 5 regional mountain range and extort them. But Lu Weiyin's attack destroyed Fang Yuan's plan. Not only did his cultivation level rise, because the sovereign immortal aperture devoured immortal apertures, Fang Yuan's Dao marks also rose sharply. Through perceivable Dao immortal Gu's careful measurements, Fang Yuan had a huge accumulation of Dao marks. He had very few time path Dao marks, almost at the bottom, but now he was at the top with a total of 73,000 Dao marks. Almost all of them were contributed by Xia Cha. It was a classic example of plundering by force, getting rich overnight. With so many time path Dao marks, each of Fang Yuan's time path killer moves could be amplified by 73 times. Furthermore, Spring and Summer Gu were rank 8 Gu immortals. Their battle strength was quite impressive. In the 5 regional mountain range, they resisted the joint attacks of many Gu immortals. Of course, this was also because of the 5 regional walls' geographical advantage. Southern borders Gu immortals did not cooperate well, they weakened each other. Second was Water Path Dao marks, it surpassed 60,000. Water Path itself had a lot of accumulation. Fang Yuan killed lone immortals Zhou, Li Wui, Hai, Yuchan, and others, and the Eastern Sea lone cultivators who died in city, were mostly Water Path cultivators. Third was Transformation Path Dao marks, it had 50,000. This was the original first place. It had been accumulating for a long time, but now it had fallen to 3rd place. Fourth was Soul Path, it surpassed 30,000. The immortal aperture's own Dao marks, as well as the Yellow Spring Ghost Martial Statue's Earthly Calamity, Green Lightning Divine Martial Statue's Heavenly Tribulation, and so on, he had over 29,000. As for the remaining hundreds of Taoist marks, they had been added to his soul by Fang Yuan, a soul cultivator. According to the records of Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Million Man Soul, 10 Million Man Soul, 100 Million Man Soul, Desolate Soul, only when a soul cultivator reaches Desolate Soul with the Tao marks on the soul reach 1,000. After that, there were Ice and Snow Path, Rule Path, Metal Path, Wood Path, Fire Path, Wind Path, and other common paths. There were about 20,000 of them. Below that were Dark Path, Light Path, Strength Path, Chi Path, Luck Path, Sound Path, Blood Path, and many others. At the very bottom were Food Path, Phantom Path, and other paths. They had a scale of a few thousand, a few hundred, and even 0. He looked at the dream again. All of the dreamlands in Fang Yuan's possession had been successfully explored by him in the past few months, and the dreamlands of each school had grown to varying degrees. The highest was still Refinement Path, Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Realm. The second was Theft Path and Time Path, Great Grandmaster Level. The third tier was Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, and so on. They were all Grandmasters. Rule Path and Soul Path also joined in. There were many paths below, but they were not detailed. It was not like the number of Tao marks. The higher one's attainment level, the harder it was to increase. The most obvious increase was still in Time Path, Soul Path, and Rule Path, other than Tao marks and Dream Realms. Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development had also reached 15% after annexing a large number of immortal apertures. What was worth mentioning was that in Xia Cha's immortal aperture, Fang Yuan unexpectedly found that there was also a year essence pool in her immortal aperture. This way, there were 2 year essence pools in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Other than these, Fang Yuan's greatest gains were 2. One was Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan had been trying to comprehend this immortal killer move. He had only deduced it recently. The second was the incomplete form of an immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan had wanted to build an immortal Gu house long ago, to make it convenient for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to fight for him. To build this immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan had used Secluded Residence, Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City, Floating City, Regret Pool, Bahi Palace, and other immortal Gu houses, with emphasis on graceful, chaotic dual stage. In the past few months, he had been extorting Southern Border's righteous path, exchanging Gu for Gu, exchanging many crucial immortal Gu to create the framework. This immortal Gu house was created by Fang Yuan. It could be said to be unprecedented. And because he wanted to go to the River of Time, it mainly used Time Path Immortal Gu. It had various abilities and was most proficient in concealment. Even though it was only a framework, it was very useful in the 5 regional mountain range. Ying Wuxie and the rest relied on this house to cooperate with Fang Yuan and successfully captured Jun Xinguang. In the River of Time, the tides rose and fell. Waves splashed and splashed, creating colorful lights. Fang Yuan rode the incomplete Immortal Gu house as he moved slowly in the river. The rank 6 Time Path clone had already come out of the sovereign immortal aperture. It stood beside him with its eyes closed, sensing silently. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left behind many true inheritances scattered in the River of Time, and Spring Autumn Cicada was the key to sense them. But the River of Time was huge. To find a few stone lotus islands, other than luck, a lot of time and effort was needed. In this exploration of the River of Time, it would be best if I can find Red Lotus true inheritances. But most importantly, I need to probe the arrangements of the Celestial Court here. I need to catch them off guard, and if possible, I need to destroy their arrangements. Fang Yuan thought as he searched Jun Shanguang's soul in the sovereign immortal aperture. Jun Xinguang's soul was originally protected by light path Dao marks, but after being hit by Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil, this layer of defense was completely destroyed. Jun Xinguang's soul was also injured. He was on the brink of death. Precisely so, after Ying Wuxie used Lead Soul into Dream, Jun Xinguang was directly hit and fell unconscious. The premise of Lead Soul into Dream was to sense the soul and then compare the difference between the soul. The greater the difference between the enemy and oneself, the easier it was to succeed. To be able to cause such a result against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Luo Pasil was very powerful. However, compared to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and thinking about how Fang Yuan used Luo Pa Valley as the core of this move, it was not surprising that it had such power. Right now, Jun Xinguang's soul was so weak, he could not resist Fang Yuan's methods. Fang Yuan received a lot of information. What arrangements did the Celestial Court make? Jun Xinguang definitely knows a thing or two. After a while, Fang Yuan's brows relaxed. He had a discovery. Oh, Time Path, Immortal Gu House present, and past pavilion. He had just thought of this when the river water in front of him suddenly surged up. A pavilion was riding the waves like a flying boat. This pavilion had no ventilation on all sides. It had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be made of yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were gray-white rocks that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most luxurious decoration. There were 4 Gu Immortals standing in the pavilion. They had rank 7 cultivation level. They looked at Fang Yuan's incomplete Immortal Gu house with dangerous light flickering in their eyes. This present and past pavilion is a pure Time Path Immortal Gu house. It can observe the past and present. It is most proficient in investigative techniques. The Celestial Court arranged this room. The moment I entered, they sensed me. Amazing! Amazing! Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he praised and explained to Ying Wuxie and the rest. Ying Wuxie, by Ningbing, and the rest frowned. Some had dark expressions. They had some understanding. The strongest aspect of Fang Yuan's incomplete Immortal Gu house was its concealment ability. To think that present and past pavilion could see through it, this was like being defeated by the enemy in their strongest aspect. Before the battle even started, they were already in a passive state. Present and past pavilion charged towards Fang Yuan's group and stopped. It was 1,000 steps away from the incomplete Immortal Gu house, unmoving like a mountain. A person in the pavilion said coldly, The 4 Xuanzi of Central Continent are guarding this place. Demon, don't think about advancing. Another person behind him shouted, That's right. If you want to pass, you have to step over our corpses. For Xuanzi, Fang Yuan's soul searched Jun Xinguang. He quickly obtained their information. Chapter 1643. According to Jun Xinguang's information, the 4 Xuanzi had the same cultivation level. They were all rank 7 and had learned a combination attack technique with extraordinary power. They could even fight against a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Of course, they could only fight once. After a few rounds, they would definitely be defeated by the rank 8 Gu Immortal. They were not like Fang Yuan or Feng Jioge, who had battle strength that could fight rank 8s. Even so, this was already quite impressive. After the 4 Xuanzi were nurtured, they were treated as trump cards by Spirit Butterfly Valley. They could not be mobilized easily. Celestial Court wants to make arrangements in the River of Time. Spirit Butterfly Valley has no choice but to obey. For Xuanzi, these 4 are all time path and have great teamwork. They're the best candidates to control present and past pavilion. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. For Xuanzi and present and past pavilion were not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Rank 8 Gu Immortals who happened to be time path were rare indeed. Celestial Court originally had Lord Huangshi. Unfortunately, he had been killed by Fang Yuan using Red Lotus Island in the River of Time. Celestial Court had to deal with Fang Yuan and set up defenses in the River of Time. They could only choose rank 7 Gu Immortals for their time path manpower, unless some old monsters from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard came out of their own accord. What Fang Yuan was concerned about was that other than present and past pavilion, Celestial Court also had a time path immortal Gu house, Eternal Yacht. Present and past pavilion is very proficient in investigation. It happened to be nearby, so it was the first to stop me. I cannot stay here. If the 4 Xuanzi succeed in delaying me, Eternal Yacht will come and reinforce me. It will be 2 against 1. It will be very disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court had a huge advantage. Even though they could not bring out a time path rank 8, they definitely had rank 8s of other paths. They also had 2 immortal Gu houses, present and past pavilion and Eternal Yacht. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had an incomplete immortal Gu house. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, He Lulan, by Ningbing and the rest had weak cultivation levels. Fang Yuan immediately opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out the second batch of Immemorial Year beasts. The first batch of Immemorial Year beasts he set up in the 5 Boundary Mountain range were either injured or killed by the southern border righteous path. Fang Yuan did not have time to recall them, but it didn't matter. Fang Yuan still had a second batch. After annexing Xiacha's Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan had a second-year essence pool, which contained Xiacha's 2 Immemorial Year beasts. In addition, for the past few months, Fang Yuan had been using the Immemorial Year beast fishing array to lure many Immemorial Year beasts into the Year essence pool. As such, Fang Yuan had gathered 2 batches of Immemorial Year beasts, and the second batch had 9 of them. The only flaw was that Fang Yuan did not gather 12 different Immemorial Year beasts to form an ancient battle formation. During the entire process, he also tried to collect them. However, when he really tried to implement it, he realized that this kind of collection was really difficult to achieve. Most of them were Immemorial Year chickens. During this period of time, the River of Time had been producing these year beasts. In Fang Yuan's second batch of Immemorial Year beasts, there were 5 Immemorial Year chickens, more than half of the total. The 9 Immemorial Year beasts roared as they charged towards present and past pavilion. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi had solemn expressions as they worked together to unleash the power of present and past pavilion. Whoosh! A huge wave of 10 feet tall surged towards the 9 Immemorial Year beasts. Immemorial Year beasts were ferocious beasts that lived in the River of Time. The waves created by present and past pavilion could not stop their charge. In an instant, they paused for a moment before breaking through the obstruction, creating countless waves as they continued to attack present and past pavilion. The surface of present and past pavilion shone with bright light. The light shot into the sky like a pillar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wave after wave of giant waves rose up like moving city walls, attacking and defending at the same time, continuously crashing towards the immemorial year beasts. Feng Yuan's heart moved. The immemorial year beasts received his command and cooperated with each other. Like arrows, they shot through the waves and city walls, closing in on present and past pavilion. But unexpectedly, the four Xuanzi suddenly shouted in unison. The screen in present and past pavilion suddenly gave off faint green smoke. The green smoke flew into the battlefield. The immemorial year beasts were all affected. Their speed decreased as if they had fallen into a swamp. The green smoke settled down and melted into the surface of the river of time, dyeing the surface layer of the river of time green. Present and past pavilion shook heavily. The light pillar that shot into the sky suddenly dissipated, turning into green light that shrouded in all directions. The sound of the waves suddenly became turbulent. The waves were many times stronger than before, reaching a height of more than 10 feet. Not just that, dozens of whirlpools formed on the surface of the river of time, becoming the best trap to trap the immemorial year beasts. The 9 immemorial year beasts were originally gathered together, but after the attack of the waves and the whirlpools, their formation quickly broke apart. They fell into a difficult situation. At once, present and past pavilion sat at the center, controlling the situation. Feng Yuan's immemorial year beasts were completely at a disadvantage. The four Xuanzi's expressions relaxed. Shang Xuanzi let out a breath of air. We finally got through the initial stage. We were not defeated by the demon's attacks. Sun Guozi smiled. Present and past pavilion has already controlled the battlefield. Even though Feng Yuan has many immemorial year beasts, they cannot gather together. They are not a threat. That's right. Shang Xuanzi stroked his beard. Even though present and past pavilion is not his match and will lose in the end. As long as we stall for some time, eternal Yacht will reinforce us. At that time, our strength will soar and surpass the other party. Shang Xuanzi had a deep gaze. The demon is crafty. We cannot be careless. We need to be careful. He had just said that when an immemorial year monkey closest to present and past pavilion burst out, using an immortal killer move. It held a huge fan in its hand as it waved towards the front. Rank 8 immortal killer move, summer fan. In an instant, intense winds blew, sweeping everything in the surroundings. The entire battlefield turned dark. The immemorial year monkey was surrounded by several huge waves. It was like a sturdy wall that supported the sky. But with one wave of the summer fan, it crumbled and crumbled. The immemorial year monkey laughed strangely as it charged forward. The four Xuanzi in present and past pavilion were shocked. They soon realized that this immemorial year monkey was Feng Yuan's disguise. That demon is fighting personally. Impossible. We have the investigative killer move that Lady Ziwei taught us. We can see through his familiar face. Why were we still deceived? Feng Yuan snickered internally. He had been racing against time for the past few months. He used all his time and energy to the limit. Familiar face was also modified. Feng Yuan finally arrived in front of the four Xuanzi. Present and past pavilion burst out with dazzling light again. Feng Yuan used the immemorial year monkey's sturdy body to punch with both fists. But it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. There was only a loud sound. Present and past pavilion did not budge. It is useless. The current present and past pavilion is like a 1,000-year-old tree. It is rooted in the river of time. How can you move it? Sun Guozi screamed. She was very nervous. Is that so? Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He used immortal killer move spring scissors at the next moment. Crack, crack. Spring scissors continued to cut. At first, present and past pavilion could still hold on. But after a few cuts, the light on the surface could not hold on anymore. After 5 or 6 cuts, a corner of present and past pavilion's roof was cut off. This is a rank 8 time path killer move, but how can it have such power? Even present and past pavilion cannot match it? How can this be? The 4 Xuanzi panicked. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He originally had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. He was at rank 8 level. Now that he had turned into the immemorial year monkey, his transformation path Dao marks turned into time path Dao marks. He gained another 50,000. Thus, he had over 120,000 time path Dao marks. Ordinary rank 7 Go Immortals did not have more than 30,000 Dao marks. 120,000 Dao marks was not an ordinary rank 8 Go Immortal. Only those who had passed a myriad tribulation would have such an accumulation. 120,000 Dao marks could amplify any time path killer move's power by 120 times. And Fang Yuan was using 2 rank 8 level immortal killer moves. Even though present and past pavilion had the terrain advantage, Fang Yuan's killer moves were also amplified by the environment in the River of Time. Fang Yuan's time path strength rose sharply. Even present and past pavilion could not resist his demonic might. Fang Yuan's 2 killer moves attacked from both sides, forcing present and past pavilion to retreat. Inside present and past pavilion, the 4 Xuanzi resisted with all their might, occasionally retaliating. Fang Yuan did not need to use Winter Coat to defend himself. He could endure the attacks with just his immemorial year monkey body. Persevere. A huge ship arrived from afar, riding the waves. Several Gu immortals on the ship shouted with nervous expressions. It was Eternal Yacht. It is too late. Fang Yuan snickered to himself. He waved his summer fan and created a huge tornado. Present and past pavilion's tiles were blown away. It was on the verge of collapse. Spring scissors flew to him and cut. Present and past pavilion's pillars were cut. It collapsed completely. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He jumped above present and past pavilion and kicked with his immemorial year monkey leg. Boom! The entire present and past pavilion broke apart. The 4 Xuanzi were either dead or injured. They were kicked into the River of Time by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan left with the incomplete immortal Gu house. Chapter 1644. Cough, cough, cough. Shang Xianzi was sprawled on the deck of Eternal Yacht. Coughing continuously, he was soaked in water. Beside him, Xia Xianzi had already fainted. His injuries were severe, and his condition was not good. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qin Yi walked over, looking at Shang Xianzi calmly. The other 2 were swept away by the River of Time. We cannot find them. Shang Xianzi breathed heavily, standing up with difficulty. He looked at Xia Xianzi with a pale expression. The 2 of them died in battle. This demon Fang Yuan is truly amazing. How is the search for the remaining survivors of present and past pavilion? The 4 Xuanzi were siblings. They were very close. But right now, Shang Xianzi was more concerned about present and past pavilion. He did not care about the dying Xia Xianzi. He did not feel any sadness or anger. Qin Yi smiled lightly. The core immortal Gu are not damaged. They have all been retrieved. That's good. Shang Xianzi let out a breath of air. His expression eased up. Qin Yi nodded. I have already prepared a quiet room for you. Shang Xianzi. Thank you, I will go down and revive my siblings. It turned out that the 4 Xuanzi were siblings. They were the closest. They cultivated an incredible killer move. Even if the 3 died, as long as one of them survived, they could use the killer move to revive the other 3. Precisely so. Shang Xuanzi did not feel any sadness. A moment later, the 4 Xuanzi were healed. They returned to the deck and joined the battle. The second batch of immemorial year beasts that Fang Yuan left behind were surrounding Eternal Yacht. Attacking from all directions, the river water surged. The sound of waves filled Fang Yuan's ears. Right now, he had returned to his original appearance. He had entered the incomplete, immortal Gu House to rest. With this incomplete, immortal Gu House, Fang Yuan had a base of operations. It was very convenient. That eternal yacht did not chase after us. They had already left the battlefield for some time. Fang Yuan relaxed slightly. The incomplete, immortal Gu House's speed could not compare to eternal yacht. It specialized in concealment. With present and past pavilion, the incomplete, immortal Gu House would be exposed. But eternal yacht might not be able to sense the incomplete, immortal Gu House. Otherwise, why hadn't the eternal arc caught up to them after such a long time? We're safe for now. Ing Wu Xie took a deep breath. There was still some lingering fear in his heart. That was a really tense moment. That's right. If sect leader didn't destroy the pavilion of present and past in time, I'm afraid we would have fallen into the quagmire of the battle. Goddess Miaoyin smiled. Bai Ningbing remained silent at the side. He Lulan was also quietly looking at the vast river of time outside the immortal Gu House. Fang Yuan's time path clone had his eyes closed, frowning slightly. He tried his best to sense it, but his vital Gu, spring-autumn cicada, did not have much reaction. The truth was, according to spectral soul demon Venerable's deduction, the higher the rank of spring-autumn cicada, the wider the range of its senses, and the easier it would be to find Red Lotus's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada only had 6 revolutions. Even though he had a large number of corresponding immortal Gu recipes, and Fang Yuan had attempted to refine it several times, he still failed. This was truly regrettable, but Fang Yuan had already tried his best. For the last few months, he had done his best soul path cultivation, exploring dream realms, modifying killer moves, extorting Southern Border's righteous path, planning the entire situation, defending against seductions, annexing immortal apertures, and so on. He had expended all his energy and time. Being able to squeeze out some time to refine spring-autumn cicada was quite a miracle. But the true miracle did not happen. Fang Yuan's attempts all ended in failure. Spring-autumn cicada might be rank 6, but I have already made up for it in other aspects. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with confidence. He had planned for a long time to enter the river of time this time. Fang Yuan had already used methods like burning soul-bursting luck in the aspect of luck path. He only stopped after reaching the limit of his abilities. Finding 1 or 2 red lotus stone islands in this vast river of time naturally depended on luck. Roar! The river water suddenly became turbulent. Beast roars entered everyone's ears. There are 2 immemorial year beasts fighting ahead. After inspecting, Ing Wu Xie was shocked. Looking closely, these 2 immemorial year beasts had been fighting for a long time. They were at the end of their tether. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Wasn't his luck here? He flew out of the incomplete, immortal Gu House and activated Familiar Face, turning into a river and entering the river of time. Next, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and activated the immemorial year beast fishing formation. Those 2 immemorial year beasts sensed the strong aura of delicious food. They stopped at the same time and rushed towards Fang Yuan. They did not find any enemies, but they sensed a tributary of the river of time hidden in the river water. The immemorial year beasts did not even think about it. They charged into this tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time belonged to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If it were before, Fang Yuan would not dare to fish immemorial year beasts like this. If they entered, they would definitely cause damage to the sovereign immortal aperture. But now was different. Fang Yuan already had year essence pools, and 2 of them. The year essence pool was connected to the tributary of the river of time. It was like a huge dam. The immemorial year beasts were lured by the formation. Following the tributary of the river of time, they charged into the dam and became trapped. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He stopped his transformation killer move and flew back to the incomplete immortal goo house. Those 2 immemorial year monkeys were trapped in the year essence pool. They could not find food anywhere. They sensed something amiss and wanted to return to the river of time. But how could that be possible? Fang Yuan used enslavement path methods and quickly subdued these 2 immemorial year beasts. The incomplete immortal goo house moved stealthily, searching for Red Lotus Stone Island. Fang Yuan encountered many more year beasts. He did not reject any of them. He directly lured them into the year essence pool and subdued them. Soon, Fang Yuan had 6 immemorial year beasts. He had even more ancient and desolate level year beasts. Other than year beasts, there were other life forms in the river of time, like sun beasts, moon beasts, and dark web spiders. But Fang Yuan wisely abandoned them. The year essence pool's effect was fully displayed at this moment. With it, Fang Yuan could directly lure immemorial year beasts in, and the sovereign immortal aperture would still be very safe. Without the restriction of the year essence pool, immemorial year beasts could follow the tributary of the river of time to any place in the sovereign immortal aperture. Because the tributary of the river of time passed through the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Wait. While moving, Fang Yuan's time path clone suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light shined in them. He seemed to have made a huge discovery. The time path clone closed his eyes again, frowning deeply as he tried to sense. Next, he pointed in a direction. There seems to be something over there. It made spring, autumn, cicada tremble slightly. The time path clone's tone was uncertain, but this was the only clue. Fang Yuan immediately controlled the incomplete immortal goo house to change directions and move forward. As the distance shortened, Fang Yuan's clone's expression became more joyful. The reaction is getting stronger. Our luck is really good. We got results so quickly. After moving for a while, a thin layer of fog appeared in front of Fang Yuan's group. The incomplete immortal goo house slowed down slightly, but without any hesitation, it flew into the fog. The fog was very extraordinary. It could reverse one's direction and confuse one's emotions. But Fang Yuan's clone relied on spring-autumn cicada. It was like he had the most crucial key. He could point out the direction at any time. The fog was thick. The river water became calm under the cover of the fog. It was not as turbulent as outside. Vaguely, the vague silhouette of a stone island appeared in front of Fang Yuan's group. Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Ing Wuxia stared with wide eyes, shouting in shock. Bai Ningbing and the rest could not help but feel their breathing quicken. When the incomplete immortal goo house reached the edge of the Stone Lotus Island, the stone island suddenly shot out a bright white light that struck the incomplete immortal goo house. What's going on? Fairy Meow Een screamed. Oh no, this is a trap. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light, but it was too late to leave now. The entire incomplete immortal goo house shook intensely, resisting the powerful attack with difficulty. Demon, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A rank 8 goo immortal with a majestic body suddenly appeared on the Stone Lotus Island. At the next moment, the killer move that he had prepared for a long time hit the incomplete immortal goo house. Boom! Chapter 1645. Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal goo house did not specialize in defense. After being hit, it broke apart. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly defended themselves inside the immortal goo house. Large amounts of flames devoured all the goo worms in the way. Like poisonous snakes, they attacked Fang Yuan and the rest from all directions. Fang Yuan shouted as he activated the immortal killer move Winter Coat. His body was immediately covered in a layer of white frost. The frost not only protected Fang Yuan himself, it even spread out at this crucial moment to protect the Time Path clone, He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. In this aspect, Winter Coat was superior to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, because Reverse Flow Protection Seal could only protect oneself. It could not help others. But Winter Coat Killer Move could push one's self to the target. Winter Coat Killer Move blocked the fire snakes. But at the next moment, the old man on the stone Lotus Island shouted, "Brilliant might! Snakes turn into dragons!" Whoosh! The flames suddenly erupted, and a ferocious heat spewed out. The fire snakes intertwined and converged, turning into a terrifying flame dragon that was more than 100 feet long and bearing its fangs. The crimson flame dragon tore through Winter Coat Killer Move and attacked Fong Yuan again. Fong Yuan had wanted to open his Immortal Aperture's entrance and take the immortals into the sovereign Immortal Aperture, but he did not expect this fire snake Killer Move to have a follow-up. The old man had rich battle experience. He did not give Fong Yuan any leeway. The fire dragon was extremely lifelike. It opened its mouth and charged down from above. Fong Yuan and the rest looked up. Their faces were bright red from the light of the fire. The intense heat assaulted them as if they were being roasted on a grill. By Ning Bing, He Lulan, and the rest's expressions changed. Despair appeared in their eyes. This fire dragon was not an ordinary rank 8 killer move. It had extraordinary power. Even by Ning Bing's by Xian killer move could not escape from it. Their only hope was Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's nostrils, ears, and mouth were all bleeding. Winter Coat Killer Move was broken. Fong Yuan suffered the backlash of a rank 8 killer move. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed. Fortunately, the core immortal goo were still around. They were only slightly damaged and could still be used temporarily. Fong Yuan was faced with a dilemma. Behind him were his Time Path clone, by Ning Bing, He Lulan, and the rest. Their cultivation level was too low. They could not stop this flame dragon by themselves. If they had the incomplete immortal goo house, they would at least be qualified to participate in the battle. But the old man was extremely ruthless. He destroyed the incomplete immortal goo house at once. If Fong Yuan stayed on the spot and blocked for them, not only would his winter coat be broken, he would not have any good methods. Even if he did, it would be very dangerous, because the old man wanted to force Fong Yuan to go against him. Once Fong Yuan fought him for the sake of protecting the immortals behind him, then he would undoubtedly fall into the old man's trap. Fong Yuan was almost certain that the old man still had killer moves. Once Fong Yuan fought the flame dragon, he would fall into the old man's rhythm. He would be led around by the nose in the following battle. In an instant, Fong Yuan made up his mind. He moved at lightning speed, dodging the flame dragon. The old man laughed maniacally. "What a demon! Then burn all of you to ashes." The flame dragon ignored Fong Yuan. It continued to charge down. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly changed his direction and charged towards the old man. The old man immediately shifted his gaze and stared at Fong Yuan. His lips curled into a sinister smile as he watched Fong Yuan charge towards him. Fong Yuan's heart sank. He attacked. He wanted to attack the weak to save the weak. But he did not expect the old man to be so courageous. He was not afraid of fighting to the death. In fact, it was very likely that there were other arrangements on this stone Lotus Island. He was very confident. Fong Yuan pointed with his finger. The results of his months of hard work and sleepless training were fruitful. Spring Scissors was activated once again and shot towards the old man. The scissors were sharp, but when it cut the old man's body, the old man's hair suddenly started burning, turning into a huge flame cloak that burned fiercely, blocking the spring scissors. "Ha ha ha! This move of mine is called Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. I got inspiration from Verdant Great Sun's flame hair in the legends of Rinzu. It is my proudest creation. I will tell you the truth. Even though I am a Fire Path Gu Immortal, in terms of offense, I am stronger in defense. Not just spring scissors. Even if Summer Fan attacks me, I will not fear it." The old man laughed loudly. But at the next moment, the old man's laughter stopped. It turned out that the flame dragon's attack was futile. Be it Fang Yuan's Time Path clone by Ningbing or He Lulan, they were all alive. The old man's eyelids twitched. He licked his dry lips as he said fiercely, "This is a dream realm?" It turned out that Fang Yuan did not dodge the flame dragon because he gave up on his clone and the other Gu immortals. He made Ing Wuxia self-detonate at the crucial moment. Ever since the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, Ing Wuxia had changed his body to a pure dream reality seeker physique body. And because of the help of the pure dream reality seeker physique body mountain's dream path Dao marks, he was able to use lead soul into dream and successfully trap the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Xinguang. Now that the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Ing Wuxia's soul fell into the dream realm. The other immortals were also trapped because they were close. The dream realm's initial appearance cut off all other paths methods. The old man's flame dragon was extremely fierce, but when it reached the dream realm, it was like a phantom. It had no effect. "Humph, you are truly a crafty demon, but you will die today." The old man stomped his feet as he flew into the sky. The stone lotus island below him turned into smoke and dissipated. The old man was covered in a layer of flame cloak. He charged towards Fang Yuan like a flaming meteor. Spring scissors followed him like a shadow. They cut his body repeatedly, but they were blocked by the blazing flames. They could not harm the old man at all. Fang Yuan flew back as he activated Summer Fan. Winds blew wildly, causing the old man's flame cloak to flutter loudly. But it was like the fire was being fueled by the wind. It grew stronger and stronger. The old man's mouth opened wide. He showed his sharp teeth as he laughed maniacally. "How is it?" "My verdant sun flame cloak is peerless. Do you feel despair?" Ha ha ha. Like the old man had said, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan could not do anything to Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Not just that. As they got closer, an intense drunkenness assaulted Fang Yuan. But soon, Fang Yuan activated a Wisdom Path Killer move. His eyes regained clarity. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak not only contained the extreme profundity of Fire Path, it also simulated the profundities of Human Path, Food Path, and others. The closer he got to the old man, the stronger the drunkenness he felt. Fang Yuan kept retreating. He wanted to pull some distance away from the old man. But things did not go as he wished. The other party's speed surpassed Fang Yuan's. "Demon, you are trapped in the formation. Where can you escape to? Obediently accept your death." The old man roared. The stone lotus island earlier was just an illusion. Its true essence was a super time path immortal formation set up in the river of time. This formation was extremely powerful. Even Fang Yuan could not see through it. Now that it was activated, it formed a formation space, restraining Fang Yuan inside, restricting omnidirectional travel, fixed immortal travel, and other similar methods. Fang Yuan had previously used a time path formation to ambush Southern Border's righteous path. This time, the Celestial Court also set up a formation to trap Fang Yuan. However, the Celestial Court was much more generous than Fang Yuan. A time path formation set up in the River of Time was not something Fang Yuan could set up. With Fang Yuan's current ability, he could at most set up a time path immortal formation near the tributary of the River of Time in the 5 regions. Even in history, there were very few time path great experts who could set up immortal formations in the River of Time. The one who reached the pinnacle was undoubtedly Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This existence's methods had already surpassed the level of time path immortal formations. He directly set up a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth, Stone Lotus Island, affecting a segment of the River of Time for his own use. The Celestial Court had been searching for Stone Lotus Islands. Even though they had not found one, it was not without results. The time path immortal formation here was one of the results. The formation restrained Fang Yuan. He could not dodge or evade. The old man got closer. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not retreat. He charged at the old man. The old man was astonished for a moment. but he quickly reacted and waved his hand, sending blazing flames towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not fear him. He charged forward. Instead, the raging flames rolled back and attacked the old man. It was the Immortal Killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The old man was flustered. He blocked his killer move. But at this moment, Fang Yuan had already arrived in front of him. Fang Yuan was ruthless. He used his body to charge at the old man. Reverse Flow Protection Seal versus Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and the old man were both sent flying. In this competition, they were evenly matched. The old man was at a slight disadvantage, but soon his flame cloak started burning again. He recovered to his peak state. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very effective against offensive killer moves. But Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was mainly used for defense. The power that was reflected was very little. This is Reverse Flow Protection Seal? Ha! You discovered it so quickly. The old man's gaze was dark. It turned out that this time path immortal formation, other than forming an internal space and isolating the outside, it also had a core ability that was to create an environment that weakened time path. The Celestial Court's intention was to use this formation to deal with Red Lotus's true inheritance, Stone Lotus Islands. These islands were man-made time path, secluded domains of heaven and earth. After entering the formation, they would be weakened by the formation. Precisely so, Fang Yuan's two killer moves, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan, were so helpless against Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was very strong. This move was not just the peak of Fire Path. It extended from Fire Path. It involved the profundities of Human Path and Food Path. In terms of subtlety, the Reverse Flow Protection Seal was crude, superficial, and straightforward. Myriad Self-Killer move, on the other hand, contained Enslavement Path and Strength Path. It was comparable to Verdant Sun Flame Cloak in terms of profundity. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan killer moves were even more ordinary. They contained rank 8 Immortal Goo and were amplified by Time Path Dao marks. That was why they were so powerful. They could not break Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, but they could still cause a huge impact. It was not like the current battle. The effect was very weak. After Fang Yuan comprehended this, he immediately cancelled Winter Coat killer move and used Reverse Flow Protection Seal instead. He managed to turn the situation around. For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit Chapter 1646. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. At once, countless dragons danced with silver scales. They charged towards the old man from all directions. After understanding the time path formation's details, Fang Yuan had no choice but to give up on his strongest time path method, but he could still use other methods. In comparison, Fang Yuan's methods were much more plentiful. The old man snorted coldly, not showing any surprise on his face. Before coming here, he had already made ample battle preparations. He was familiar with Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon killer move. "You mud skippers, what can you do to me?" The old man stood proudly in the sky. He did not dodge. He watched as the myriad dragons attacked him. The Verdant Sun Flame cloak on his body burned intensely, wrapping around him like a huge fireball. When the myriad dragons reached the old man, they started to roar strangely. The sword dragons were filled with drunkenness. They flew around randomly. Their ferocious attacks crumbled immediately. When each sword dragon reached a certain level of drunkenness, they started to spontaneously combust with a loud sound. The sword dragons turned into lumps of fire after burning intensely. They dissipated rapidly. From the looks of it, the ferocious old man was able to burn the 10,000 dragons into ashes without even moving. The sword dragons were huge, but when they got close to the old man, they perished immediately. They could not even harm a hair on the old man. Immortal Killer Move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He witnessed the power of this move. It had both offense and defense. It was the bane of Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move. Then have a taste of my Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan roared internally. He had already used familiar face to disguise as a sword dragon. He followed the dragon army and got close to the old man. Then he pretended to be drunk, closed the distance, and suddenly performed the Luo Pasil. The moment the killer move was activated, Fang Yuan was exposed. Luo Pasil had a grand aura, it could not be concealed. The old man's gaze shined like lightning. He did not fear Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil. He charged towards Fang Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. The old man bombarded Fang Yuan indiscriminately, but they were all blocked by Fang Yuan's countercurrent protection seal. Fang Yuan did not make a sound as he withstood the old man's attacks. After much effort, he finally succeeded in brewing the Luo Pasil. The old man was already on guard, but for Fang Yuan, it was even more difficult to grasp the opportunity. Finally, he barely managed to shoot out the Luo Pasil. The strange light brushed past the old man's shoulder and only hit a small part of it. The old man suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. At the same time, the flame cloak on Verdant Sun's back was weakened by 40% as if it had encountered a gale. This move is powerful, but it still can't break through this old man's Verdant Sun flaming cloak. The mighty old man laughed loudly, and as he retreated, he activated a method to heal himself. His speed was faster than Fang Yuan's, and it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to continuously attack him. The old man had a chance to catch his breath. He was at a disadvantage for the moment, but after a while, most of his injuries healed, his aura returned to its peak. Verdant Sun flaming cloak also started burning again. Luo Pasil had terrifying power, but the old man was very vigilant. He did not give Fang Yuan any more chances. His Verdant Sun flaming cloak had outstanding defense. Fang Yuan finally felt how his former opponent felt when facing countercurrent protection seal. This old man's soul is not his weakness. Even though it was just a graze, Fang Yuan still obtained valuable information. Luo Pasil targeted the enemy's soul, but the old man was an experienced rank 8 Gu immortal. He had a deep foundation and no weaknesses. His soul's defense was very tight. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Luo Pasil hit him, it would not be able to kill the old man. There was no way he could kill him in one move. Luo Pasil often needed to be used with lead soul into dream to deal with celestial courts, rank 8 Gu immortals. But at the start of the battle, the old man destroyed Fang Yuan's incomplete immortal Gu house. Ing Wuxie and the rest were still trapped in the dream realm. If the incomplete immortal Gu house was still intact, with the help of Ing Wuxie's lead soul into dream, Fang Yuan would definitely have the upper hand against the old man. But the old man ambushed and destroyed the incomplete immortal Gu house. Not only did Fang Yuan suffer heavy losses, he even lost the initiative and fell into a passive situation, unable to gain the upper hand. This situation was very dangerous for Fang Yuan. He had fallen into an ambush. He had to break out of it as soon as possible. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan continued to activate Myriad Dragon. More sword dragons filled the entire formation space. Even though the old man had the upper hand, he did not relax for a moment. His pupils shrunk as Fang Yuan hid among the flood dragons again. At this time, should he use investigative methods to see through Fang Yuan's true body, or should he eliminate these sword dragons first? If Fang Yuan was not eliminated, the sword dragons would be endless. But the old man knew his limits. He thought to himself, I'm afraid my investigative methods cannot see through familiar face. Fang Yuan is crafty. His intentions are not pure. Although the fierce-looking old man had taken the initiative, and his words and demeanor were both brash and boorish, his heart had always been very cautious and calm. He knew that in a battle between experts of Fang Yuan's level, both sides had rich battle experience. Even though he was in the lead and had the initiative because he attacked first, if he made a mistake, Fang Yuan could turn the situation around. The old man roared, with him as the center. Flames burned and spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire. The sword dragons melted like wax in the flames. The old man's decision made Fang Yuan feel uncomfortable. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and continuing with his tactic, controlling the myriad dragons to charge into the formation space. The ones controlling the formation were Central Continent Gu Immortals. Seeing the myriad dragons charge, they wanted to retaliate, but at the next moment the old man transmitted, "Don't move!" Fang Yuan has high time path and wisdom path attainment levels. The more the formation moves, the easier it is for him to see through it. "I will deal with these loaches. Don't be impatient." The old man did not want to give Fang Yuan any chance. The sea of fire burned the sword dragons with shocking power. Fang Yuan snickered as he suddenly appeared in front of the dream realm. Immortal Killer Move. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He quickly gathered the dream realm and turned it into a lump, turning it into a pure dream reality seeker physique body. "Oh no, this demon is so crafty." The old man's expression changed. Fang Yuan's moves were both real and fake. He was flexible and had many changes. He could not grasp him. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly. He wanted to stuff his time path clone, Ing Wuxia's soul, He Lulan and Bai Ningbing inside. But at this moment, the old man's furious roar could be heard from behind him. "Demon, don't even think about it!" Boom! A killer move exploded, creating a loud sound that resembled a tsunami. Fang Yuan's scalp turned numb. Without even turning around, he knew that this was the old man's fiercest attack since the start of the battle. It's too late. Fang Yuan did not have much time. His heart sank to rock bottom. At the crucial moment, he used his full strength. The time path killer move exploded, causing the time around him to speed up. He pulled the immortals into his immortal aperture. But almost at the same time, his back felt like it was punched by a giant. He was sent flying like a cannonball. 15% of reverse flow river was lost. The impact made Fang Yuan's head spin. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He could only save most of the people. Fairy Miao Yin could not be saved. She was still in a comatose state and was instantly burned by the flames that filled the sky. Not even a trace of ash was left. Fang Yuan roared. He controlled myriad dragons to attack the surroundings while attacking the formation himself. The old man became nervous. He attacked Fang Yuan indiscriminately. Fang Yuan held on with reverse flow protection seal. He ignored the old man and attacked the formation. "Fang Yuan, you are dreaming if you want to break this formation." The old man roared. Flames burned Fang Yuan's body. "Ha ha ha! This is your final struggle before death." The old man pounced behind Fang Yuan. His palms slammed onto Fang Yuan and sent Fang Yuan flying. Fang Yuan bled from his 7 orifices. He was in a pathetic state, but his gaze was still as cold as ice. He continued to attack this time path formation. "It is useless. You still want to break through such a powerful formation. Take a good look at your reverse flow river. It is about to dissipate." The old man mocked. His attacks became more frequent. His killing intent surged crazily. Even though reverse flow protection seal could reflect attacks, the old man also had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. He forcefully endured the reflected attacks. He continued to whittle down reverse flow river. He was not wrong. Fang Yuan's reverse flow river had been through a huge battle. It had already expended a lot of energy. Right now, as he attacked, the river water fell. Fang Yuan's immortal robe became more and more blurry. Suddenly, Fang Yuan roared. He stopped attacking and prepared Luo Pasil. The old man's pupils shrunk, his attacks changed. He was on guard against Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan finished preparing. He waved his hand, but he did not attack the old man. He shot towards the edge of the formation. Ugh! A scream was heard. A rank 7 Gu immortal controlling the formation was hit by Luo Pasil and died on the spot. How can this be? All of the central continent Gu immortals were shocked. Fang Yuan actually found one of the formation cores in such a short time. He killed the person inside. Luo Pasil had great power against rank 8 Gu immortals, not to mention these rank 7 Gu immortals. Quick, that formation core is gone. Quickly change the formation and fix it. The Gu immortal shouted. On the other side, the old man shouted as he attacked Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan continued to use the extremely weak reverse flow protection seal to block it. At the same time, he attacked the formation. All sorts of methods were used. The time path immortal formation that the Celestial Court spent a lot of effort to set up broke down. It could not stop Fang Yuan from unraveling it. How can this be? Fang Yuan's analysis of the formation shocked everyone. Quick, block that place. Someone shouted in shock. A hole finally appeared in the formation. It connected to the outside world. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Time to go. You can't leave. Flames howled as they turned into a ferocious old man. He used all his might to protect the loophole behind him. The other central continent Gu immortals saw this and let out sighs of relief. Fang Yuan shot out like an arrow towards the old man. He said indifferently with overflowing killing intent, "Get out of my way." The old man laughed sinisterly. "It is useless. You cannot do anything to my verdant sun flame cloak." The distance between the two shrunk rapidly. The central continent Gu immortals quickly changed the formation. Someone shouted, "Block Fang Yuan. We only need 5 breaths of time to change the formation." This is a huge change. It will be 10 times harder for him to deduce and unravel it now. The old man scoffed. Not to mention 5 breaths of time, even if His eyes suddenly widened, his expression froze as he looked at Fang Yuan's killer move in disbelief. Fang Yuan's aura was completely restrained, not a trace leaked out. He clasped his palms together in front of his chest. Next, his right hand's fingers touched his left palm. As if he was grabbing something precious, he clenched them into a fist. His left palm stopped at his chest, while his right fist was raised above his head. This move is... The old man no longer had a smile on his face. His eyes revealed nervousness and even a trace of fear. Indeed, it was the immortal killer move. 5-finger fist heart sword. Time passed. The first breath. 1 finger. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he raised his right thumb. A sword light suddenly shot out from the center of his right fist, which was raised high above his head. Fast, fast, fast. The sword light was unimaginably fast. The moment it was shot out, it hit the old man's forehead. The old man shook fiercely. The verdant sun flame, cloak's fire was weakened by half. The second breath. The second finger. The old man reacted and shouted. The verdant sun flame, cloak, started burning again. But the sword light hit again. The verdant sun flame cloak was weakened again. The third breath. The third finger. The old man's expression turned pale. He almost crushed his teeth. The verdant sun flame, cloak expanded like a fireball. It was the size of a carriage earlier, but now it was the size of a house. The old man roared. "This is my verdant sun flame, cloak's peak state. Come, you can't break me." The moment he finished speaking, the sword light hit. The verdant sun flame cloak burst like an inflated balloon, returning to its previous state. 5-finger fist heart, sword became stronger the further it went. The fourth breath, the fourth finger. The old man resisted with all his might, blocking the fourth sword. His face was pale. He took a big step back. The verdant sun flame cloak was like a candle in the wind. Only a thin layer was left. The fifth breath. Fang Yuan sneered. "What flame cloak? What a joke. Li Huang, you are putting on mourning clothes for yourself, right? Let's end this. The fifth sword." The old man's body shook, his eyes filled with fear. "No, Bo Qing, don't even think of killing me." The flames burned again, and he split into dozens of figures, shooting in all directions. Fang Yuan ignored them. He charged out of the hole and escaped into the river of time. He had just flown out when the time path formation changed completely. The hole from earlier disappeared. It became an inseparable entity once again, firmly sealing the space inside. But Fang Yuan had already escaped. The time path immortal formation was dead silent. The central continent Gu immortals, controlling the formation, were all dumbfounded. The fire clone quietly dissipated. Only the old man's main body was left. Right now, his face was pale anger, fear, shame, hatred, killing intent, and all sorts of other emotions filled his heart. It was like a mess. His expression was twisted into a sinister and terrifying appearance. Suddenly, the old man raised his head and roared. There is no fifth sword. Fang Yuan, you lied to me. Chapter 1647. After a bitter battle of wits and strength, Fang Yuan finally broke through the Celestial Court's ambush and escaped into the River of Time. Once he got out of the formation, Fang Yuan felt that it was much harder to maintain reverse flow protection seal. He quickly stopped this move and used the Time Path Killer move Winter Coat. Immortal Killer move Familiar Face. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial year beast. Because he was transforming in the river of time, transformation path was also suppressed by the environment. Although he successfully activated this move, the immortal essence expenditure was dozens of times higher than normal. Thankfully, Familiar Face's core was attitude Gu. It only needed to expend mental energy. Thus, on the whole, Familiar Face did not expend much immortal essence. Fang Yuan could barely endure it. Plop! Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial year snake and dove into the river of time, swimming away quickly. I finally broke out of the encirclement and broke through the time path formation. Fang Yuan rejoiced inwardly. The situation earlier was very dangerous. The longer it dragged on, the tighter the defenses of the Celestial Court, the lower the chances of Fang Yuan surviving. There were two important factors in breaking out of the encirclement this time. Firstly, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to break the time path formation with the help of the time path clone. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment far surpassed the imagination of the Celestial Court. He was able to catch them off guard. Secondly, it was Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Fang Yuan's cultivation level reached rank 8. And after obtaining his own white lychee immortal essence, he could use Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was one of the cores of Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Thus, Fang Yuan could use the fourth sword of Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This was the current limit. To use the fifth sword, Fang Yuan needed other core sword path Immortal Gu. A lot of rank 8 immortal essence has been expended. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. The immortal essence storage was already close to the warning line. Even though Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had a fast time flow and the efficiency of accumulating white lychee immortal essence was very high. But after the consecutive battles, especially the battle just now when he fought bitterly with the old man Li Huang and broke the Celestial Court's time path formation, he had expended a lot of energy. It's best to retreat first. Under such circumstances, this was the only thought in Fang Yuan's mind. This was the wisest choice. Continuing to fight to the death was absolutely foolish. Fang Yuan, where do you think you're going? A roar came from behind him. Fang Yuan turned around and his heart skipped a beat, only to see that 3 immortal Gu houses chased after him with fierce momentum. The one on the left was the eternal Arkansas. It was tall and towering, braving the wind and waves. On the deck, rank 8 Gu immortal Qingyi, rank 7 Gu immortals 4 Xuanzi, and others were united. They were filled with righteousness. The one in the middle was the 3 autumn yellow crane terrace. Delicate and elegant, the orange eaves were like cranes spreading their wings. The immortal Gu house was shrouded in 3 layers of autumn sunlight. It was mystical and extraordinary. The one on the right was the shark flow lever. The lever was snow-white like jade. A rank 8 Gu immortal was standing on it. He wore blue star armor and had a rough appearance. There were 7 giant sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the lever as they moved rapidly. 3 rank 7 immortal Gu houses, at least 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. The number of rank 7 experts is unknown. Feng Yuan's heart sank. At this moment, he could feel the determination of the celestial court to kill him. Even though Feng Yuan turned into the immemorial year snake, his speed was not fast enough. Now that the incomplete immortal Gu house was destroyed, he could not hide anymore. The distance between the two continued to shrink. The 3 immortal Gu houses attacked from afar. Feng Yuan activated Autumn Hair Killer move. It was like he had eyes on his back. He dodged agilely. If he could not dodge, he would use Winter Coat Killer move to block it. Winter Coat Killer move was amplified by the River of Time, as well as Feng Yuan's Time Path Dao marks. It displayed astonishing defensive power. Even though it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was comparable. This is not good. The situation continued to worsen. Feng Yuan thought of countermeasures. Luo Pasil took a long time to activate. It would take even longer in the River of Time. Its power would also be reduced. Moreover, the Celestial Court side was definitely on guard. There was little hope of Luo Pasil changing the situation. Myriad Self, Myriad Dragon, Strength Path, Giant Hand, Yama Emperor, and others were the same. Feng Yuan could only rely on time path methods like Spring Scissors and Summer Fan. But the 3 immortal Gu houses chasing after Feng Yuan were all sturdy like fortresses. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan could not do anything to them. As they fought, Feng Yuan's immortal essence reserves fell rapidly. The situation was getting more dangerous. The Celestial Court's side chased after Feng Yuan all the way. Their morale was high. They were in high spirits. Suddenly, something strange happened on the river in front of them. Huge fountains appeared. Oh no! This is the Sudden Spring River segment. This demon is skilled in luck path. His luck is shocking. He is very hard to kill. As expected, an unforeseen event has occurred here. Follow him. We cannot let him escape. The people of the heavenly court roared, their faces filled with nervousness. Feng Yuan charged into the Sudden Spring River segment. The Sudden Springs were very dangerous. They had the power of time path. If they were larger, they could endanger a rank 8 Gu immortal's life. Normally, Feng Yuan would avoid them, but now the Sudden Spring River segment became his hope of escaping. The immemorial year snake slithered in the river. The Sudden Springs exploded around Feng Yuan again and again, but they did not cause much disturbance to him. Feng Yuan had Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict. He could clearly sense that his luck was falling rapidly. Luck Path did not show its power normally, but now it was showing its profundity. The 3 immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side were having a hard time chasing. The moment they entered the Sudden Spring River segment, Eternal Yacht and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were hit at the same time. They were sent flying by the Sudden Springs. When they finally swooped down, Shark Flow lever was hit as well. Feng Yuan encountered rank 6 or 7 small and medium-sized Sudden Springs, while the Celestial Court side encountered rank 8 large Sudden Springs. Even though Feng Yuan was being disrupted by the Sudden Springs, the Celestial Court side was like a weak patient climbing a mountain. The difference between the two formed a clear contrast. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had dark expressions. They felt stifled and were about to vomit blood from anger. It seems that this time, Feng Jioga is not among the pursuers. Feng Yuan gradually realized. During the Battle of Langya, Feng Yuan had seen Feng Jioga's luck. It was very strong. Even he could not suppress him. If he was here, the Celestial Court side would not be in such a pathetic state. Along the way, Fang Yuan charged out of the sudden Spring River segment. Behind him, Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform were already far behind. Only Eternal Yacht could barely keep up. It also charged out of the sudden Spring River segment. Without any obstruction, Eternal Yacht's speed rose. It rapidly closed the distance between it and Fang Yuan. I cannot escape like this. Lightning flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He made up his mind and suddenly stopped, turning around to fight. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not escape, the Gu Immortals on Eternal Yacht were overjoyed, but at the next moment they showed vigilant expressions. Sun Guazi shouted, "Everyone be careful, the demon is fighting without retreating. He must have some scheme up his sleeve." The moment she said that, Fang Yuan's killer move was activated. Immortal Killer Move, Time Cutting Edge. This move was only at rank 7 level, but with the amplification of Fang Yuan's Time Path Down marks, its power was 100 times greater. At the same time, in the River of Time, it rose to near rank 8 level. At once, the rank 8 Gu Immortal Qin Yi felt a fatal threat. His hair stood on end. His heart shrunk as he quickly dodged. But Time Cutting Edge's speed was even faster than Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Fang Yuan had just sent it out when the Time Cutting Edge had already reached Qin Yi. Eternal Yacht had defenses, of course, but Time Cutting Edge was like paper. It easily pierced through. Wasn't this move lost long ago? Why does he know this move? Am I going to die here? At once, Qin Ye's face was filled with shock. He fell into deep despair. "Let me." At the crucial moment, Sun Guazi stood up and stood in front of Qin Yi. Ugh! Sun Guazi's body shook intensely. She was hit by Time Cutting Edge. Her eyes were wide open as she fell on the deck. Huff, huff, huff! Qin Yi breathed roughly. His body was covered in cold sweat. He managed to survive. Sun Guazi. Qin Ye's face was pale. He showed a deeply moved expression. The other 3 Xuanzi looked at each other. They had calm expressions. They felt. Sun Guazi sacrificed herself for Qin Yi in exchange for a huge favor from this rank 8 Gu Immortal. It was definitely a huge gain. Lord Qin Yi, don't worry about it. We have unique methods to revive Fourth Sister. Shang Xuanzi smiled, purposely showing his sincerity. However, Qin Yi shook his head slowly and said with an extremely serious expression, "I can more or less guess some of the profundities of your methods. I'm afraid your killer moves will be ineffective this time." The 3 Xuanzi were shocked. They asked, "Lord, what do you mean? Please explain." "This is Bao Clan's killer move. The whole of Central Continent was terrified back then. It is called Time Cutting Edge," Qin Yi said with a complex expression. He could not conceal his lingering fear. What? It was this move. The 3 Xuanzi's expressions changed. Their bodies shook as they panicked. They were no longer as calm as before. "No, impossible. Isn't this move already lost?" Shang Xuanzi shook his head. He did not believe Qin Ye's words. "But that is the truth. Stop chasing." Qin Yi breathed in deeply. He had a pale expression. "Lord!" The other rank 7 Gu Immortals shouted. Fang Yuan was right in front of them. This was a good chance. Killing this demon would be a huge merit. On the contrary, if they let him go, the Immortals would have to bear great responsibility. But Qin Yi had made up his mind. Among the 3 Immortal Gu houses, Eternal Yacht is the fastest, but its defense is the weakest. You saw it. It cannot resist Fang Yuan's Time Cutting Edge. If we chase, Fang Yuan will only kill us bit by bit. We will be giving Eternal Yacht to him. Also, my Immortal Aperture is a void aperture. But you have your own accumulations. You cannot nourish this demon. If there were other Immortal Gu houses besides Eternal Yacht, Qin Yi might continue to chase. However, given the current situation, there was no hope of victory at all if they gave chase. Chapter 1648. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air as he slowly opened his eyes. This was a small underground cave. The cave walls were burning with eerie fire, forming a natural formation. Even though the defense was not strong, it had a good warning effect. Fang Yuan was ambushed by the Celestial Court in the River of Time. He fought with all his strength and finally managed to carve out a path of blood. After getting rid of Qing Yi and the rest, Fang Yuan followed a tributary of the River of Time and arrived at the outside world, Southern Border. Southern Border was the headquarters of Shadow Sect. Zishan Makoto had once set up such eerie fire caves everywhere. Fang Yuan used Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, choosing a random one to hide and recuperate. Even though he had Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it did not protect him the entire time. He still had to rely on Winter Coat to protect himself. Not mentioning the intense battle with Li Huang. Even while escaping, Fang Yuan had to endure the bombardment of 3 immortal gu houses. His injuries were not light. Fang Yuan inspected his sovereign immortal body and slowly stood up. After recuperating in the small cave for a few days, he had already recovered. The main reason was that the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. This allowed Fang Yuan's healing effect to be astonishing. The rank 8 white lychee immortal essence in his immortal aperture had also increased, but it was still below the warning level. Fang Yuan placed his hands behind his back as he paced around in the small cave. He thought about the situation in front of him, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. This time, he had suffered a huge setback in the River of Time. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as narrowly escaping death. Fang Yuan did not have any lingering fear or rejoice. On the contrary, this situation was within his expectations. The Celestial Court's strength was too great. Fang Yuan's rise was not even a fraction of the Celestial Court's history. With such a deep foundation, as long as they exerted a bit of effort, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. The battle in the River of Time a few days ago was the best proof. Previously, Fang Yuan had an advantage against the Celestial Court because he launched a surprise attack, catching the Celestial Court off guard. The Celestial Court had no idea where to start. Fang Yuan had been trying his best and seizing every second he had. His strength continued to advance by leaps and bounds, causing the Celestial Court to make mistakes every time they dealt with him. However, as the Celestial Court's investigation of Fang Yuan's background became clearer and clearer, it became more and more important. When the time came for a head-on confrontation, Fang Yuan's strength seemed weak. The strength of the Heavenly Court did not only lie in their own strength and foundation, but most importantly, their unified will. The strength of Southern Border's righteous path was actually very strong. However, the great families had a loose structure, so it was difficult for them to deal with Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court, however, had been chasing and beating Fang Yuan everywhere. If not for Fang Yuan's craftiness and foresight, any other demonic path Gu Immortal would have been captured or killed by the Celestial Court. As time passed, the Celestial Court's defenses in the River of Time would become stronger, and Fang Yuan's hopes of obtaining Red Lotus True Inheritance would become slimmer and slimmer. Against such a colossus, what could Fang Yuan do? My white lychee immortal essence is almost used up. Reverse Flow River also only has a bit left. It was used up by Li Huang. It is hard to continue using it. Unlike Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley, which had the rank 9 killer move Orderly Order, he could use Landscape as before Gu to recover quickly. Reverse Flow River was hard to deal with. Fang Yuan did not lack methods to recover it, but no matter what, it would be a huge and difficult project. It could be foreseen that for a long time in the future, Fang Yuan would not be able to rely on Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He lacked Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Fang Yuan's cultivation level had advanced to rank 8, and with Xiacha's methods, his strength had risen by quite a bit. It's just that this time, I've revealed too many of my methods. Immemorial Year Beast, Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, and other killer moves were all part of Fang Yuan's plan. But Five-Finger Fist, Heart, Sword, and Time Cutting Edge were exposed, which made Fang Yuan feel pity. But there was no other way. In the battle to break out, Fang Yuan had to use all his methods. If he had hidden them, he would have died already. But it is not like I did not gain anything. The details of the Celestial Court were also probed by Fang Yuan. For example, the Celestial Court had a mysterious method that could cause spring-autumn cicada to vibrate. This was out of Fang Yuan's imagination, but now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan understood. He also thought that the time path formation that ambushed him was not targeting him, but Red Lotus True Inheritance. And spring-autumn cicada was the key to Red Lotus True Inheritance. How could the Celestial Court not research Red Lotus True Inheritance from spring-autumn cicada? Although they could not refine spring-autumn cicada, they could still mimic it. Li Huang, Qing Yi. New rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared. The Celestial Court ruled Central Continent. It could recruit rank 8 Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects as new members. From time to time, 1 or 2 veteran experts would wake up from the immortal graveyard. It had been established since the immemorial antiquity era. No one could say for sure how deep the foundation of the Celestial Court was. Precisely because of this foundation, in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, the Celestial Court ruled Central Continent, fighting 1 against 4. For a long time, the other 4 regions could not even raise their heads. They even destroyed superclans one after another. Perhaps it was because of this that even after Spectral Soul succeeded in defying heaven, he did not dare to openly attack the Celestial Court. He continued to hide and infiltrate in the dark. And those 3 immortal Gu houses. No, the one I destroyed earlier did not have many immortal Gu destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, the Celestial Court could refine it. I am afraid I will have to face at least 4 of them in the future, or even more. Even the Celestial Court could not easily take out rank 8 Time Path Gu Immortals. But Time Path Immortal Gu houses could be dismantled from other immortal Gu houses, or gathered from the Gu Immortals' inventory and assembled. After assembling, the Celestial Court could use a large number of Gu Immortals of other paths to guard the immortal Gu house and seal the entire river of time. Schemes such as luring the tiger away from the mountain or attacking the besiegers by besieging the enemy would not work. The Celestial Court was the number 1 grotto heaven in the 5 regions. It had no worries. If Fang Yuan attacked the Celestial Court, not only would he not be able to find the entrance, even if he managed to enter, he would incur the wrath of the Celestial Court and wake up 2 or 3 rank 8 great experts in the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan's life would be forfeit. If Fang Yuan attacked the 10 great ancient sects, he would not be able to shake the Celestial Court's rule. There would be a huge risk. After all, the Celestial Court had the wisdom path great expert Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan's gaze was as cold as ice. He knew clearly, if he wanted to find Red Lotus True Inheritance, he would have to fight the Celestial Court head-on. The tighter the defense of the Celestial Court in the River of Time, the more it proved the importance of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's hope of destroying Fate Gu lay in this. I need to hurry. The Celestial Court had all sorts of methods. It was likely that they would obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance before Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan had to break through the defenses of the Celestial Court and find the Stone Lotus Island, obtaining the most crucial item left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for what it was, Fang Yuan had no idea. The Celestial Court probably did not know either. Guarding the River of Time was the Celestial Court scheme. Because they had the advantage in battle, the Celestial Court did not have to worry about Fang Yuan not attacking. Fate Gu was about to be repaired. Fang Yuan had to break through the Celestial Court's defenses and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance to have a chance of destroying Fate. Even if he was injured, even if there was an ambush, even if there was a slim chance of survival, Fang Yuan had to do it. There is no ingenious method or shortcut. I can only let my strength continue to rise until it surpasses the strength of the celestial court. I will break through all obstructions and obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. With this goal achieved, Feng Yuan would have the qualifications to continue contending with the celestial court. For the fastest error-free novel reading, please visit you're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.